All right, we're going to get started. We have a little bit of a technical issue, so we'll be working on that. But I think I'm going to go ahead and open the meeting. Okay. We're going to stand. I'm going to call the meeting to order. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we will start with the approval of the minutes from the June 8th meeting. First, I guess I want to let you know that we are short 2 commissioners. We do have Commissioner Lane via Zoom today, and so we have a quorum, but we will only need 3 out of the 5. We just need a majority to pass anything today, so that's a little bit different than what we usually have, so I just wanted to make that clear to begin with. Okay, is there a motion for the minutes? Oops. Yep, got to turn your mics on.
There we go.
Okay, who moved?
I made a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes as written signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the next will be the commissioner expenses.
I move to approve the commission expenses.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor and Commissioner Brook. Are there any comments or questions about the expenses? Okay. All those in favor of approval of the expenses signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Commissioner Lane, I got to give you a little bit more time. You come in a little bit later, so I just have to make sure you speak up if you need to say anything too, please.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll start out with Commissioner reports. Commissioner Lane, you want to go ahead and start with yours?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. The plentiful moisture this spring has helped recover our grass and vegetation in Region 7, but as a result of the hot weather we've had lately, it has created a lot of fire danger. So all of the staff is asked to carry fire suppression equipment out there whenever they're out in the field. I will start out by moving into the fisheries department, and Mike Backus, our Region 7 fisheries manager, took the DEQ and EPA staff on a boat tour on August 10th on the Yellowstone River at Miles City and Forsyth to actually look to see if there's any tar in the river as a result of the train derailment in Columbus. Luckily, no tar was found. We've got some pretty neat information coming out going with the pallid sturgeon. Staff confirmed that 3 wild female pallid sturgeon successfully migrated through the bypass channel at intake in 2023 and spawned upstream. 1 in the Powder River and 2 in the Tongue River. This is the first time spawning of a female pallid sturgeon has ever been documented. So that's kind of some neat information there. And then another historical documentation for pallid sturgeon was 1 hatchery male migrated into Wyoming via the Powder River. This fish migrated to at least Powder River mile 223, which is at least 3 miles into Wyoming. So they are moving. We'll go into the wildlife area, and we've got a new biologist, Corey Allred, started on Monday in Sydney. This is a newly created biologist position, and we're excited to welcome her to the region and FWP, as well as having other biologists within the region. Amber Fettis has done a tremendous job working with interested landowners and biologists to get 8 conservation lease applications that total nearly 90,000 acres. Through the ranking, all but one has met the criteria, and Amber is starting discussions with the landowners about the next step. Biologists have completed their pronghorn surveys. Numbers were very similar to last year's observations. No adjustments were proposed for the license quotas within the region. And wildlife staff, Brad Schmitz and Marla Prell, held 2 season-setting meetings in Miles City and Glendive in July. There was a pretty good public turnout. I was able to attend via Zoom the one in Miles City, and we had some great conversation about different issues that something we need to be considering, and it's great to have that feedback. Wildlife managers and the ComEd staff worked together. We're able to get a press release out about the mule deer survey numbers and the department's responses to observations. There seems to be some good press from this, and as a result, Brett Dorak was invited to speak with the Yellowstone Public Radio about mule deer management and impacts from the drought. I'm going to move into the ComEd. The Project Wild workshops and teacher workshops are really happening this week, as well as bear aware and youth pheasant events will be coming in September. And then lastly, in the enforcement division, Warden Oliver Gullig is in his training process. He will eventually be stationed in Baker when this training is completed. And then Warden Greg Konitz has finished both his training at the Law Enforcement Academy and his field training. He is officially on his own now as a combined Custer County and Garfield County District Warden. And lastly, the wardens are preparing for a busy hunting season that started with the archery pronghorn on August 15th. So up to there, that's all I have to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Burrows, would you like to go next?
Sure. Madam Chair, Fisheries worked with Pat Saffel coordinating hoot owl restrictions on the Bitterroot and others in Region 2. Great communication and coordination with Pat. Appreciate his work on that. And I'll keep it short because we got a heavy agenda item, but season setting meetings. I attended the meeting in Missoula and Hamilton. They were relatively well attended considering the time of year, but a shout out to the biologists there, watching them coordinate with the citizens that attended, engage in the public comment. They fielded questions, they asked questions of the crowd. I think they did a great job, and Mike Ebinger, Ryan Klimstra, Rebecca Mowry, and Christy Yeager, those folks are pretty amazing. It's like they have the elk named in their district. Like they know where they go, where they're at. The coordinated effort with the landowners there and the public's pretty amazing. So I think Region 2 is well served by those folks, and I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Region 3, we have fish health update. From last week's sampling effort, on August 3rd, the fish health staff with the fisheries and enforcement spent the day on the Big Hole. They collected sick fish. They actually were able to get 2 fish that showed the symptoms we've been concerned about with head lesions. It's more than we've gotten in previous years. The anglers, the guides, and outfitters that provided fish and communicated they were seeing sick fish in the past 2 weeks were also key in making all this happen. We should get some data back on all that soon. We had hoot owls on most of the rivers in southwest Montana. They were lifted the previous week, and then the Madison was back on hoot owl this week. Grizzly bears, we had a human fatality down by West Yellowstone. Rangers and the wardens assisted with that. They've set up multiple traps for this bear but have unable to capture it. A grizzly bear was euthanized up at Big Sky from getting into garbage repeatedly that they were not able to stop that. And then they just had another bear euthanized this week for cattle depredations, a 20-year-old male grizzly that had apparently decayed teeth. Black bear conflicts in Bozeman, wildlife and enforcement staff are spending a significant amount of time in the Bozeman area addressing issues with black bears. People are to be reminded that food condition bears can rarely be relocated anywhere. We had a big otter attack. I'm sure it made national news. 3 women were attacked by a pair of otters on the Jefferson River. They called 911, and a lot of the local Highway Patrol, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, ambulance, life flight, local landowners, and game wardens came to assist with that scene. They had Bannock Days, very successful. 4,500 people showed up at Bannock Days. The new park manager is John Phillips, and they did a fantastic job of planning and getting this event going. Game damage hunts have already started. We've approved 5 in the last week, mostly in southwest Montana, down around Sheridan and Ennis. So those should be active in the next few days. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Region 1, it's all about trying to manage low water levels and coping with the fires. And so the department has been pretty heavily involved in both, in particular at the fishing access sites and a lot of the water bodies. There's so many people trying to beat the heat that there's a lot of crowding. So the group is working extra hard to get to that. The other issue that's happening quite frequently, because the water level's so low, it does affect the performance of the ramps and can do damage to the boats. So they've been working with the public for alternatives in that regard. There is an updated and upsized archery range now at Lone Pine State Park, and it's fully operational, and it's being utilized pretty heavily. They've accomplished 24 block management contracts for Region 1, primarily with what was the remnants of Plum Creek and Weyerhaeuser and all the different timber companies that have taken over. You may recall from previous meetings that we had a number of issues with Lake 5. The work group has now been completely assembled. They met for the first time on August 24th and have another meeting scheduled for the 5th. Wildlife, one of the things I wanted to point out, which is what I hope to hear more and more about, in this case, the department's working with Lolo National Forest on their forest plan revision to provide specific information for support of wildlife-related management actions. And so, otherwise known as habitat, I'm hoping more and more of this occurs where we can help to work hard on the habitat for our ungulates. We haven't had as many bear conflicts, but that's probably going to come in the fall. In the fisheries area, because of the low water range, and some of these creeks and rivers are down to a trickle, but remarkably the temperatures have held true, so we haven't had much in the way of hoot owls. That, of course, could change in the next couple of weeks. We did do a pretty significant survey on the South Fork of the Flathead, as well as through the reservoir, looking for cutthroat, and the numbers are good and strong, and it's very encouraging to hear. And in the enforcement area, we're finally getting up to staff, but one of the more significant things I wanted to point out is, and I actually had the pleasure of being trained by this individual in search and rescue, but we have a warden, Sergeant John Obst, who was patrolling Koocanusa when he heard an emergency call of a boat being beat up, and John went in there and recovered the boat and secured the person driving it. And so kudos to John for being very responsive and probably saving that man's life. Communications, as usual, as busy as can be, in particular in the arena of education. A tremendous number of educational courses were held. And in particular, Montana Wild came out to do the training to certify more elementary, middle school, and high school teachers in National Archery Schools program. So this is a program very unique to Montana where we can herald getting good education at the right levels in school, and continue to see great feedback from that. And Region 1's done a super job on that. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you. For Region 6, the biologists completed the antelope surveys across Region 6 in July. The total numbers were down 20% from last year, likely attributed to drought and prolonged winter. In response, the antelope license quotas were reduced in hunting districts 640, 670, and 690. 3 landowners submitted applications for the conservation lease program. Staff's going to be working on those projects, and the 43 new UGB and open field projects this year totaling 7,969 acres of habitat improvement and 22,614 acres of public access. So this brings the total active contracts to 199 habitat projects in Region 6, totaling 65,310 acres of improved upland bird game habitat. For under fisheries, the crews will be conducting a chemical removal of illegally introduced goldfish in a pond east of Big Sandy. The Fort Peck Reservoir Chinook salmon fishery is in full swing. Anglers are reporting good catch rates from the pines to the dam. Under communications, the second meeting planned with Hunter and Bow Hunter Ed Committee in Helena is on August 24th to address instructor recruitment challenges. I know that a lot of our instructors in our area have been instructors for several years. It's always good to get some new instructors in. Region 6 will have a bear awareness booth at the National Night Out in Havre on August 29th. We're planning an event for the region to kick off the Youth Waterfowl Pheasant Weekend in mid-September. Under Parks, Maintenance, and Access, Brush Lake State Park has been very busy this year. The public has expressed their compliments regarding the excellent job that the park ranger and the maintenance staff have done on this site. Maintenance staff are busy making sure the offices, the fishing access sites, and the WMA properties are in tip-top shape. Block management and PALA program implementation is going on for the fall season. Technicians started August 16th, and the crews will be busy setting up the BMAs, sign-in PALAs in time for the September opener. For fiscal year 24, Region 6 initiated 9 new PALA projects, had 3 PALA renewals, and maintained 17 multi-year projects for a grand total of 29 PALA projects, providing 212,808 acres of access. Some surplus mule deer bee licenses became available over the counter on August 7th. These included hunting districts 600, 640, and 670. So that concludes my Region 6. I guess I did attend the meetings for the seasons in Malta, and then via Zoom, the Havre meeting, and Havre's was well attended, it seemed like. So that wraps up my report, and Director, if you'd like to give your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. First, I just want to acknowledge that this is field season for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and our fisheries, wildlife, and parks and outdoor rec staff are out there doing their normal stellar job. Visitors to Montana, those numbers never seem to go down. The workload always seems to go up, and those folks are out there doing their work, keeping these resources safe and our sites open and available to the public. So just want to acknowledge the great job our staff are doing out there. It's been a busy summer. You've heard drought mentioned a couple of times between the concerns over Flathead Lake levels and then the conversation about trout numbers in southwest Montana. We've had a lot of conversations with a lot of folks. Governor hosted a public meeting in Wise River a couple of weeks ago that was really well attended by the public, a roundtable with department staff, the governor, guides and outfitters, Montana Trout Unlimited. There's some local, Big Hole Watershed was represented. That was a great conversation. Montana State University, Dr. Al Zale with the co-op unit was there. The department continues to work with him and the Region 3 fish crew and the fisheries division to round out and finalize the research that we're going to be doing down there to help us figure out what's going on with trout numbers in southwest Montana and what can be done about that. You've heard season setting, still in the middle of that. Lots of comments, lots of meetings. Staff are working hard to assimilate those into the department proposal. 4 management plans in various stages of completion, or public comment or analysis, to include grizzly bear, the statewide fisheries plan, the wolf plan, and the elk plan. In addition to the Lone Pine archery range, the archery range at Big Arm is, I believe, completed. Some work still to be done there to reseed and get that open to the public, but that's also a new exciting opportunity from our shooting range program. And then we are also busy wading through the changes from the last legislative session, getting those put on the ground. One of note, there were 2 bills that dealt with the state's migratory bird program last season. One of those revised the Wetland Advisory Council, so applications for that council just closed. We'll be looking at those and hopefully revitalizing that program in the near future, hoping to mimic the success of the Upland Game Bird Program. That concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into the licensing portion of our agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Emily Cooper. I'm the Licensing Bureau Chief with FWP. Your first agenda item that you see today is for the selection of organizations to auction licenses for 2024, which includes one for Shiras moose, bighorn sheep, mountain goat, mule deer, and elk licenses. We've received proposals for these licenses from the following organizations: One Montana, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for the elk license, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers Montana, Mule Deer Foundation for the mule deer license, the Wild Sheep Foundation, California chapter, the Grand Slam Ovis, and the Wild Sheep Foundation for the bighorn sheep license, Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance and the Safari Club International Great Falls for the mountain goat license, and the Montana Ducks Unlimited and Montana Guides and Outfitters Education Institute for the Shiras moose. Representatives from several of these organizations are in the audience today if you have specific questions about their proposals. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind, one person from each of the organizations, I will allow a minute to present if you would like to. We do have all the information that you submitted, but how many, would you mind standing up if there's someone here that would like to speak for any of the organizations? Okay, just go ahead and come up and like I said, one person per organization, and we'll allow a minute. And then if there are further questions from the commission, that I'll allow that.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Randy Knowles, RANDYKNOWLES. I am from Great Falls, representing Safari Club International. We're the 8th largest safari club in the world. And we've held this goat permit, is what we're after today, for several years. I think it's over 20. And one reason we're so successful in auctioning this item is our auction database is over 100,000 people. We would like to include more Montanans, but I've experienced some difficulty getting a list of sportsmen in Montana. So I brought with me today some information about Safari Club International. We are a conservation-orientated group. Conservation is our #1 goal, and we would be truly honored to continue to receive the privilege of auctioning that item off for you. It went for over $60,000 last year, and we attribute that to the size of our database.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Robertson, Commissioners, my name is Kevin Farron. I'm here today representing the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. As the chair mentioned, you have our letter kind of discussing our work with mule deer. But I'll just leave you with this. You know, our members, followers, and supporters, we love mule deer and we love to hunt mule deer. But I think what sets our application apart here is that we also believe in the equitable allocation of our wildlife resources. And so, like everyone else in this room, you know, we want to see as much money raised for the department for the benefit of mule deer conservation, but we'd also like to see this, you know, once-in-a-lifetime statewide opportunity mule deer tag made available to anyone who wants to pitch in to help fund mule deer conservation, not just the one person who can afford the most at an out-of-state auction. So if given the chance, we'd elect to administer this mule deer license as an online lottery. This will give everyone in Montana, as well as non-residents, the chance to put their name in the hat. We believe this would be a welcome change for most hunters who would otherwise be financially excluded or simply unable to travel to an out-of-state expo for participation in the auctions. Thank you for a chance to comment, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brad Longcake. I'm here on behalf of the Montana Outfitters and Guide Association. We are seeking the Shire Moose tag this year. The Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, under our Education Institute department over the last decade, has demonstrated conservation at a number of levels. We've worked on elk management, mule deer management, updates on chronic wasting disease, symposiums on hunter access, challenges to managing wild sheep, sage grouse, and others across conservation groups. And so the challenge that we have right now is finding a mechanism to allow as much exposure to this moose tag as we possibly can. We think that our application sets ourselves apart compared to some of the other applicants because of the broad reach and depth that we have, not only locally but internationally. We also are going to be doing an auction live as well as online. And we feel that the previous averages around that 34 to 35,000, I think our group will be able to exceed. We're hoping to shoot for that 45 to 50,000 range mark. So I think the two things in closing that would differentiate us is that we have the reach and depth to support the Montana hunters and anglers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Fish and Wildlife Parks Commission, my name is Clark Dodd. I am here as a volunteer for the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance and here to speak on behalf of the Goat Alliance's application for the opportunity to auction off the mountain goat tag. I think the highlights that we offer are that we would be auctioning this tag off at the Wild Sheep Foundation's sheep show, annual sheep show. And as you all well know, that sheep show has a strong history, long track record of maximizing potential return on those tags at auction. We believe that this would provide the best opportunity to return money to conservation of goats and to the department. Thank you for considering our application for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other groups present? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Karen Whittle, and I would just like to read a definition of the word conservation.
Are you with one of the groups who was asking?
Okay.
I
am.
Which group are you with?
I'm a voice for the wildlife.
No, not that. This isn't for public comment right now.
This
is
isn't
just
for public comment?
No.
Will there be a time for public comment?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other groups present who are asking for the tags? Okay. How I'd like to do this is separate motions for each one of the tags, and then we will go out to public comment together for all the motions. So I would open it up. Are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions for any of the presenters that were here? Let's start out with the first one. Yep, the elk one will be the lead license. So,
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to be awarded the 24 elk auction license.
okay, Commissioner Tabor, is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, Commissioner Brook. Any discussion on the elk tag? Okay. All right, so the next one will be the mule deer.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the Mule Deer Foundation be awarded the 24 mule deer auction license.
Commissioner Tabor, is there the commissioner, who was the second? Commissioner Lane?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next one would,
Having discussion on that motion, or when do we discuss that? Later on?
so is there questions? I mean, we're going to,
I thought it was an interesting model that Backcountry Horse Hunters and Anglers presented with a lottery style versus an auction. So I don't know if anybody's, if they ran a financial projection for how many tags they could sell to see how that would work in a lottery style versus, and maybe Kevin could come up and answer
Sure.
that question. But for me, I think it's maybe a different model that does appeal to me somewhat, that gives somebody who may not be able to afford the auction the opportunity to enter into a lottery and potentially even raise more money. But I don't know if you ran those numbers.
Yeah, Chair Robertson, Chair Burrows, thank you for the follow-up question. So we haven't been given this opportunity, so I don't have, firm estimates for you. I can't pull that number out of thin air, but what I can do is point to one of our neighboring states. We had our Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. In 2021, they were given a commissioner's license to raffle off online, and they were able to raise over $48,000 with an online raffle doing that. So when you look at what this specific tag has been able to bring in at auctions previously, it's very similar. I actually think it was higher in 2021 compared to the mule deer auction.
Madam Chair.
go ahead,
Follow-up?
Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Farron, do you know about what you might sell a tag? Would it be an unlimited number of tags you could, or lottery options you could buy in for? And do you have an estimate of, or a projection of maybe what you guys would charge for that?
Yeah, I think we'd like to keep this as affordable as possible for the average, hunter. Again, open to Montanans, but also to non-residents. So we were probably thinking around $20. If people want to put their name in the hat for what, a burger and a beer costs, then they can do that. And we would not have any reason to limit the number of entries somebody could put their name in the hat for. So if someone wants to spend, a few $100s for this opportunity, they're more than happy to put their name in the hat a number of times. But it wouldn't stop someone like myself from spending $20 and not have to get the wife's approval to do that, to get the chance at this opportunity.
I have a question for you, Sarah. Can I take two different motions if there is two different groups that if the commission is split? Can I take the two motions at the same time?
Yes.
And then what I would like to do is just go in order of when they were made. So
Yes.
okay. So if there is a different motion, I would be willing to take that. Just remembering that it will take three of us to approve a motion.
Well, for discussion's sake, I guess, and to put it out there, I like the model. I think it's an interesting model, and giving everybody an opportunity to get in on it and potentially generate as much money to see where it goes, I'd make a motion to award the mule deer tag to Backcountry Hunters and Anglers.
Okay, is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Brooke. Okay.
Madam Chair, before we move to the next one, I do have a question for
Sure.
council. Council, I was looking through both the MCA and the ARM, and I guess it seems to keep using the word auction, and I don't know whether from a legal standpoint it actually necessitates that has to be the mechanism. I applaud this ingenuity, but I just don't know whether we have the bandwidth.
The director just asked me the same question, and I went and looked, and there are it is auction and lottery in several different places, so I think this is fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Next, we will be going with the Bighorn sheep. Wild Sheep Foundation California chapter or Grand Slam Club Ovis.
Is it just those two? I thought there was.
Or Wild Sheep Foundation, yes. Three.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion that we award the tag to the Wild Sheep Foundation.
I will second that.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor and Commissioner Brooke made the motions. Okay. Any questions from any of the presenters? Or is there any questions, period, I guess?
So on this, it says the Wild Sheep Foundation California chapter or the Wild Sheep Foundation. So there's two?
Okay.
There's two.
Emily, if you could clarify that, please.
Yes, ma'am. There are two separate proposals. One is specific to the California chapter, and then the second one is the Wild Sheep Foundation, the national organization. So 3 total.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. The next one would be the Shirris Moose. Did I miss one? The mountain, did I miss one?
The goat might.
Yeah, the mountain goat license. Anyone?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lane?
Madam Chair, I move the Safari Club International Great Falls chapter be awarded the Mountain Goat auction license.
Okay, thank you.
I will second that.
Okay. Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Tabor. Any questions or comments or anything?
I do have a question, Madam
Sure.
Chair. Was Montana Ducks Unlimited had it last year?
No, that's moose.
Moose. Oh, okay.
We do have a list of who had it last year.
Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head?
Who had it last year?
Yeah.
Safari Club.
Okay.
Great.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. For the next one, the moose. Shirris Moose.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
I move the Montana Outfitters and Guides Education Institute be awarded the Shirris Moose auction license.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Lane, second by Commissioner Burrows. Any questions or comments on this one?
Madam Chair, on this particular one, I'm going to recuse myself from a vote because I was a previous officer of that organization years ago. So,
okay. Thank you. Any other?
Madam Chair.
What was that, Commissioner Lane?
Yes, I just want to comment. You know, I was just really impressed by the application put forth for the education. You know, this is not. I know that a lot of times it's viewed as we're looking towards the outfitters, but this is more the education and the conservation. And I was really impressed with their application, but also I don't want to make this look like it's anything negative towards Montana Ducks Unlimited, because they have done a great job in the past as well.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
As we deliberate on this, you know, I guess I'll call to the commissioners' attention. We have ARM 12.3801, proposals for licenses sold by auction or lottery, and it's not really a criteria list per se. It's more about what has to be in the proposal. But the one opening sentence is organizations that demonstrate a commitment to the conservation of the species may submit a proposal. So at least for me, what I'm going to be focusing on is those proposals that were really quite specific about addressing the animal and what they want to do, both with their proceeds as well as the proceeds that will accrue back to the department. And it's one thing to make a lot of money on a tag and then put that in your general operating fund. It's a whole other thing if you're going to use the proceeds and then turn around and go to work for that species. And so that feels compelling to me. The one other suggestion I'd have is perhaps, and I don't know how to make this suggestion, I don't know whether it's driven by the department, but if we're going to continue to get more and more competitors, if you will, for each license, it would feel a lot more comfortable to this commissioner if we had more specific criteria that we're trying to achieve. Because I don't know if the goal is accruing the maximum amount of return to the department, and so now we're trying to figure out which auction or lottery will get us the most amount of money, or if if there's criteria we should be looking about in terms of the behavior of the association with their money, whether 90-10 or 80-20, just criteria in general. So I feel compelled that it's probably worthy that we queue that up as a project prior to next year's decision when we do this again this time next year.
I have a question. On the ARM language, the way I read it, it specifically says that the 10% that they can retain is for putting the auction, cover reasonable auction expenses. So it's not really to be used, the way I read it, for anything that organization does. It's supposed to be just am I correct? And do you want my copy?
No, I have Commissioner or Chair, I have a copy here. Just give me one.
It's under the ARM with the blue lettering.
801 or 802?
It's 801. It's F.
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So the money that they can retain can only be used for proceeds to cover reasonable auction expenses, and that the organization will submit expenses associated with the auction of the license. So it's not necessarily to pump up their budget, it's to put this auction on. Just wanted to clarify that because that is something that I figured out last time when we went through this. Okay. Since I'm taking all of these, I am going to allow 2 minutes for comments, but the comments can be made on all the motions. So I'm going to go out for public comment on this, and I will start with the people that are in the room. So if you would like to comment on these, please step forward.
Madam Chair, members, again, I'm here on behalf of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association and the Education Institute. One thing I wanted to make sure someone brought that up that we clarified is that we plan to use any proceeds that are additional to put on a moose symposium for conservation and provide additional training to the general public, agencies, and anyone that wants to participate. So again, we're trying to maximize the dollars back to the state, and then anything that comes back to our association, we want to give that back to the general community in the state of Montana. So I wanted to make sure I made that point clear as well. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Are there anyone else who would like to comment on the motions on the table?
Now that I have 2 minutes. Safari Club is really honored to be able to handle the goat permit. And in Region 4, we just got a report from our biologist about the mountain goats in the Ear Mountain area, which is west of Augusta, but right on the fringes of the Bob Marshall. And that herd is now approximately 74 goats, and there will be a goat tag in that area. The importance of that is about 20 years ago, Safari Club of Great Falls contributed $20,000 to pay for a helicopter to transplant goats into that area, and we're just very pleased that the goats have taken off and have been able to grow to their current size. So, yes, conservation is important, and even though Safari Club covers a broad range of animals around the world, in this particular case, goats are near and dear to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone? Go ahead and step forward. We have a full agenda, so feel free to come forward.
Commissioner Robinson, commissioners, again, addressing you as representative of the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance. We are certainly, as Commissioner Tabor mentioned, very dedicated to the specific species that we're discussing the tag for our auction opportunity. In fact, that is the genesis of our organization completely, our focus. And we are, originally founded, it started counting goats with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in various areas. The Henrys, which produced a new goat district that we brought attention to the fact that there were, in fact, goats there. Also continuing to provide research assistance to FWP and the Bridgers in and around Glacier National Park, including a count coming up this weekend. And we'd just like to stress our association specifically with conservation of mountain goats with regards to our application for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this issue? Is there anyone online or on the phone who would like to speak to the issue? Need to raise your hand if you would like to comment. Okay. All right. I do have one question. So, Emily, do they submit receipts, I guess, for reimbursement, or how does that work for the possible 10% that they can get back to their organization?
Madam Chair, yes, they do. They submit a detailed list of what they spent that 10% on.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to start from the top. Go ahead. Do you have more questions?
Because this is the first year that I've been involved in this, I guess how much consideration do we get? And I don't know how competitive it's been in the past, but when you look down this list, you see the same group getting the tag, and I don't know if that's because in the past there's basically been one proposal, but...
Would you like to speak to that, please?
For me, this is a pretty difficult decision because you read through these proposals and every group's looks like doing good work. So, but when I see, some of these tags are a string of now going on 15 years to the same organization.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, this is the most proposals we've ever received for these auction licenses. Typically in the past, it's one organization or one or two. We've never seen this many proposals to choose from before.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor, did you have a question?
Well, I had I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, but I think these are just both comments. One thing I'm struggling with on this decision-making process, if a group has worked really hard over the years and done all the right things and accrued a return back to the state, what are the criteria for losing that? I know some of these chapters have been doing this for a long time and work really hard at it. So that's one of the decisions, like in the case of the goats, excellent proposals by both. Safari Club, though, has been there for a long time, doing good work there. So it is a tough decision. That's why I want to get to criteria that are a little bit more guiding in this, because the other piece is on the lottery, and this is just me, but I feel like there is a lottery that exists, and that is to put in a tag where you want to hunt, and anybody can participate in that, both state and in-state residents and non-residents. So I guess it still gets back down to, if we're trying to achieve a financial goal, whether these auctions to these audiences, and if that was the intent, was to set something aside that would really generate a lot of money, because that would accrue back for just the one tag. So that's part of what I'm struggling with too.
Okay. Any other questions or go, Commissioner Burrows?
Just a comment to that, and that's why I asked, and maybe this would be an interesting model to try out, which is why the backcountry proposal was interesting and kind of intrigued me to see. It looks like we know about what that deer tag's going to bring, and with the lottery system, it'd be interesting to see if that generated more or less through that process. So,
okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If I might, just for the Commission's awareness, in addition to the normal goat drawing, and this maybe is a question for Emily, but we do have a super tag opportunity and now potentially a second super tag opportunity, lottery style, as a result of legislation from the 23 session. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so the first motion, I'm going in order, was for the Mule Deer Foundation. Oh, the elk, yes. I did not write that. Oh, it is from the elk, and I wrote, okay. For the elk license, And that is the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, am I correct? Okay. Eric, for next year, if I could get those separated out, that'd be super great. Just thank you. Okay, so for the elk license, for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now we're at the mule deer. Okay, and the first motion was by Commissioner Tabor, seconded by Commissioner Lane for the Mule Deer Foundation to receive the tag. So we will need 3 to pass, and so all those in favor of the Mule Deer Foundation receiving the tag signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. All those opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Aye. And I'm just going to say that I would like to see how this plays out, and next year we'll evaluate it. And first we have to pass the next motion, but so that motion did fail. So the motion for the mule deer tag to go to backcountry hunters and anglers is all those in favor of backcountry hunters and anglers receiving the mule deer tag signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, for the sheep, the bighorn sheep, the motion is for the Wild Sheep Foundation, the National Wild Sheep Foundation, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Tabor, seconded by Commissioner Brook. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the mountain goat, Safari Club, Great Falls. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, for the moose tag, with Commissioner Tabor not voting on this, all those in favor of MOGA receiving the tag signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone for showing up for your organization. Okay, we're going to move into wildlife. Mr. McDonald. Thank you, Emily, for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And our first agenda item today is we're seeking approval of the non-game checkoff work plan, and specifically for approval for spending of money in the non-game checkoff account for this next year. The state statute requires that the Commission approve an annual work plan for expenditure of the non-game checkoff funds. Typically, that's been just the checkoff associated with your in-state income tax. It's raised about $30,000 to $40,000 a year, but has been a really helpful source of funds for our non-game program. Back in 2021, the legislature passed House Bill 701, which, among other things, earmarked 4% of the marijuana tax revenue specifically for the non-game checkoff program, and actually directs the funding to be deposited into that non-game checkoff account. So we're actually seeking then approval for spending of $1,137,375, which is the non-game tax checkoff and the marijuana money. That checkoff statute requires that the money be used for research, management, and education programs for non-game. We have about 400 species of non-game wildlife, to include, birds, mammals, amphibians, and reptiles. So this is a really nice infusion to help with management and conservation of a significant number of species in our state. For the work plan, which you've got some description in your packet there, a primary focus in our developing our work plan is to gain an understanding of non-game wildlife species, for which we have a lot of species. We have very little information. And then for conservation and management, with the overriding objective of maintaining state authority for management, or in other words, doing good things to prevent them needing to go on the endangered species list and impacting landowners and land uses. So with that kind of as a backdrop, we've proposed to partition the money into several categories, the first of which is species habitat, or species and habitat conservation and restoration. Examples that we're looking to either continue or start up this year include a pretty significant effort focused on bats, and specifically trying to get an understanding of white nose syndrome in bats. That's a fungus that has affected bats, started in the Northeast and has been moving west. You've probably seen a couple stories this year even of new hibernaculums where it was discovered in Montana. It has potential to really significantly knock down bat populations, is leading to listings and petitions for listings of bat species. So having an understanding of where they are and where it is and how it's impacting us helps us with the management of bats and preventing spread. We're looking at partnering with the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program for enhancement of important grassland habitat that benefits non-game birds, especially grassland bird species that are of high interest in the northeast part of the state and considering for listing. We're partnering with non-government organizations such as the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies and American Bird Conservancy on what we call partner positions, habitat partner positions that work with landowners and agencies like the NRCS for implementing grassland conservation efforts on private lands. And then a big effort we're undertaking is we have what's called the State Wildlife Action Plan, which is basically a management plan, work plan for all of our non-game species of interest and habitats of interest. We have that plan is needing to be revised, so we've hired a coordinator to lead that revision effort with the intent of getting done by 2025. We got another chunk of money, a little over $400,000, that's earmarked for survey and inventory work on what we call species of greatest conservation need, or species in need of inventory. That last part, a lot of our species, we don't have a lot of information, and when you see petitions for listing, one of the things is we don't even know what's going on with this species. So we're trying to focus on identifying where we don't have good information and getting good information on species so that we can inform those types of petitions, but also help inform our management and conservation. We've identified 2 species that have been petitioned for a federal listing. And so we identified 2 of those for surveys this year. They are the pygmy rabbit and the pinyon jay. Interesting enough, Quentin and I were at a meeting just yesterday where we learned the pinyon jay petition was found to have merit, and the federal government's going to start a status assessment. So having information on status of and where they are in Montana will help inform that and hopefully help inform it in a positive way. I mentioned inventory on bats. We also have a focus of inventory of bats in areas with high wind energy development to ensure that we can inform development companies about mitigation needs and mitigation efforts, and trying to be proactive in working with the industry. And then we're working in collaboration with partners such as the BLM and the Forest Service on a comprehensive bird monitoring program. It's a program that's set up to monitor birds primarily through calls in different habitats throughout the state, with a focus on prairie grasslands, sagebrush, and other priority habitats. So again, that we can have a good understanding of what's going on with our bird world. We've got another area that we're proposing to spend about $180,000, and that's for research and data management. We're looking at a multi-state harlequin duck monitoring effort to figure out the most rigorous and cost-effective ways to measure and monitor harlequin ducks, which is another species of concern. We're looking at working with the university for a graduate student to evaluate whether birds marked with MODIS tags, which are small passive transponders, if we can use those to track with sufficient precision to understand habitat use. Another thing we're doing with this non-game money is setting up, we're calling MODIS stations. What these are is just receiver stations set up in places where we think birds are migrating, and as different entities are marking birds, they can use these little tiny MODIS transmitters, and if the bird flies by, it'll ping the receiver, and we can get an idea of migration routes for birds, when they're moving, where they're moving, where they've come from, things like that. And then also we're looking at hiring a non-game biometrician, or a biometrician to focus on non-game, to make sure that this money we're spending on surveys and research and thing is really rigorous, so it'll stand up to challenge, and also is focused on getting the highest quality data. We're looking at putting $50,000 of this money towards an internship program where we hire through an intern program undergraduate students that work with our non-game biologists, help them with boots on the ground, but also get some on-the-job training as well. These interns have become critical in helping us deliver this non-game program. And then finally, we are proposing to put $50,000 towards wildlife education focused on non-game, working with our Montana Wild folks, our education experts at Montana Wild, doing things like updating state park visitor centers to incorporate education models focused on non-game, working with Project Wild mobile classrooms, looking at staff and volunteers to teach students and teachers across the state, and then also are continuing to work on wildlife viewing areas to promote viewing of wildlife. So that's what we're proposing for this year. Last year, the commission directed us to look at a grant program, and we started that, but there was some uncertainty about the funding, and what the legislature might do. So we didn't initiate that, but are looking to stand up something in this next biennium with implementation probably in 25. That would be a program kind of modeled after Future Fisheries, which would fund habitat conservation, restoration, enhancement projects that benefit non-game species of conservation need. So that's the proposal, and with your approval, we would proceed with that work plan.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd move to approve the Fish and Wildlife Commission, the proposed non-game wildlife account work plan for FY 2024 as proposed.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows with Commissioner Tabor seconding it. Are there any questions or comments before I go out for public comment? Okay. We have a very full agenda, so this one is going to be a minute for comments on these, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited, wanted to rise in support, as we often do on the non-game work plan. It's the one time you'll see me in the Wildlife Division section of the agenda. But we have been strong advocates for the non-game program. We see it as a symbiotic program to the fisheries work, appreciative of the legislature making the investment, so you see a sizable increase in the amount of the appropriation here. So thank you to the legislature. But This work really has a lot of spillover effect into the cold water fisheries in southwest Montana, particularly that habitat enhancement and restoration work with a focus on wetland and riparian habitats does have great fisheries benefits. We thank the staff and would also stand in support of the planning processes, both the initiation of the upgrade to the State Wildlife Action Plan, as well as this new grant program the Commission has previously directed the agency to do. I think it's a smart way. You'll hear later how well the Future Fisheries Program works. We think that's a good model to use here. So wanted to stand and ask for your support on this and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook. I'm with Wolves to Rockies. My hat is off to you folks. I think this is a good direction for the non-consumptive community. They can get some buy-in on this. I am saddened that Laura Hanuska Brown left because she had a lot to do with this program. It's a sad loss. What we would like to see is a restructuring of some of the funding. We want to see more money go towards education for K through 12. We would like to see the removal of the internship. It really doesn't serve a purpose. We'd like to see that $50,000 go to K through 12. And then the species and habitat restoration, we would like to see $50,000 taking out of that and move towards the non-consumptive K through 12. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Robinson, members of the Commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF asks that you adopt the non-game wildlife account work plan for fiscal year 2024. We submitted a letter of support that should be in your Commission comments file that you can reference. MWF is very excited about this proposal. We see it as a great use of marijuana tax money, and we're happy to see the agency's efforts to establish a habitat restoration program and enhancement project program within the non-game program. This work plan helps ensure that state management of wildlife stays in place while also incorporating elements of both the legacy proposal that MWF worked on and Senate Bill 442 from the 2023 session. A lot of these non-game species are species that agencies are sued for ESA protections. Funding this program will help provide and improve habitat for these species, which could curtail frivolous lawsuits in the future. As FWP moves down this path, we also suggest reaching out to other states for input on rulemaking for the habitat restoration enhancement portion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana. A non-game work plan is vastly incomplete without the inclusion and facilitating the critical role of the beaver. They are vital to the success of healthy watersheds and species ranging from moose to songbirds, as well as the creation of natural fire breaks and overall healthy watersheds. 50% of threatened or endangered species rely on beaver-created wetlands for their survival. Beaver need to be protected from Montana's current unlimited, unreported 5.5 to 9 month long recreational trapping season. To not cease this unregulated trapping of beaver is disingenuous to the non-game work plan and the multitude of species. The year-round unlimited and unreported trapping and killing of non-game wildlife needs to end. Like porcupine, rabbits, and hares, prairie dogs, plus species like marten, fisher, swift fox, and spotted skunk are seriously in need of inventory and responsible, proactive, conservative responses for wildlife management in the interim and thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Kevin Farron again with Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I will be short and sweet. We stand in full support of the non-game work plan and the increase in funding. Our justification is in the same, in a similar realm, why we support the Recovering America's Wildlife Act at the federal level. We look at increase in habitat conservation funding for any wildlife to also have a benefit to the wildlife that we potentially selfishly like to chase. So it's really easy to see why hunters and anglers stand in full support of habitat improvements and habitat funding for big game, small game, non-game, wildlife of all sorts, and that's why we really commend the department for what's in this work plan and the increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name's Tim McKenrick, last name spelled M-C-K-E-N-R-I-C-K. I stand in support of this motion, but one thing I would suggest, make it very simple. Ask them to do what they didn't do last time and push forward for the grant money. The additional money will just be additional things that they can look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other people present who would like to speak to this motion? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the motion? Okay. Anyone online, raise your hand if you would like to speak. All right. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the non-game wildlife account work plan for fiscal year 2024 signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, before we start with the next, Sarah, if you would start, please.
Yes, Chair and Commissioners. This is a brief introduction to the next two items on the agenda, which are ARMs. And I would point the public and everyone present to the portion of the cover sheets that FWP has provided, which explains what the decision space for the Commission is here and what the next steps in the process will be. The main point here, and I'm just going to read briefly that section of the cover sheet into the record. The public will have a chance to submit oral and written comments on the draft rule language once the draft rules are published in the Montana Administrative Register, or MAR. Consistent with the Administrative Procedure Act, which is called MAPA, rulemaking process and the Secretary of State's rulemaking procedure. FWP will send out a notice and a press release when the draft rules are published in the MAR and the written public comment period opens. FWP will also give specific instructions on how to submit the written comments and the date and location of the public hearing for oral comments on the proposed draft rules and amendments. Written and oral comments submitted during the MAPA and Secretary of State rulemaking process become part of the official record of the draft rules. FWP will collect all of those written comments and oral public comments submitted through the MAPA and Secretary of State process and put them in front of the Commission for consideration and discussion before the Commission takes any final action on the proposed adoption or amendment of the rules. To reiterate, that means that before any action is taken on whether the rules should be adopted in the language of the specific rules, you will get the packet of comments that were produced during the Secretary of State and MAPA process. The public may be allowed short oral comments on this agenda item at the Commission meeting, but this Commission meeting today, but any such comments during this meeting will not become part of the rulemaking record as governed by MAPA and Secretary of State process, and will not be put in front of the Commission with the other comments submitted when the decision comes to the Commission whether to adopt or reject any rule and the language of that rule. So, comments today must be limited to the decision before the Commission today, which is, should these draft rules and amendments go through the formal MAPA and Secretary of State rulemaking process to include an additional public comment period, written and oral. The second thing I want to point out are some technical notes. The point of clarity for the public, the packet of information, and for the Commission, the packet of information that you've received includes 3 different rule proposals, the wolf, the grizzly bear, and the public use rules. You'll notice that those look a little different, the format of them. That was due to the necessity for expediting the language substance of the rules in front of you. For the public and for you, the official format that it will be published in the Secretary of State's MAR notice will look more like the format that the public use rules appear in. It's just a formatting thing that the Secretary of State requires. So for the public, the substance of the rules, the grizzly bear and wolf rules, will remain the same in the public notice, subject to any changes you make today. But we'll also include a statement of reasons as required by the Secretary of State, and as you'll see that's included in the format in the public use rules. And that statement of reasons is the first paragraph that appears in the cover sheets here that is in the packet titled background. So again, it's just two pieces that are in your packets, but they're not in the same format that they'll appear. Other than that, the substance will be the same. Again, the decision space here is whether or not to send them to the Secretary of State and MAPPA, not the final adoption. And you may, as a commission, if you wish, change the language or the statement of reasons for publication. But again, any comments made or any decisions made today will not become part of that official record, which then goes in the history presented by the MAR that appears in all records, including the record of the rule that's published later. Whenever you look at a rule, you see the history of it in the MAR. So that's where the record is created, not here.
All right. So due to the, when it goes to the Secretary of State's office, then public will have time to comment, and then we'll have time to comment when we come back to the commission. Today, for these ARM, just deciding if we send it to the Secretary of State's office, all three ARMs, I will take 1 minute public comments. So just so you know, and I will go ahead, Ken, with your presentation. We'll start with the gray wolf, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, Ken McDonald. This first item, as you've alluded to, is just a proposed amendment to Administrative Rule 12.9.1303, dealing with control methods of gray wolf. And it's a pretty simple request. We're just proposing to change some wording in the current rule that alludes to references the Montana Gray Wolf Conservation and Management Plan to the department's most current wolf management plan. This was basically being brought forth to enable and in recognition that over time there may be changes to the wolf plan, and we want to be able to do that without each time making a change to that plan having to go back and change the rule. So this just keeps us contemporary with keeps the rule contemporary with the most current plan. As was just stated by legal counsel, what we're asking you to do today is approve this language to go forth in the Secretary of State's MAPPA process. In that process, there's public comment, there's a hearing, and then we would consider all that and come back to you with any final recommendations on the wording for your approval sometime down the road. So that in a nutshell is this proposal, and again, as was pointed out, we're just asking you for approval to move this to the next step.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for you. If we do the two separate motions, then I would be willing to take 2 minutes. Can we do that, or should I just do it separately to go out for public comment?
Either way is legal. Chair,
okay.
It's up to you.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead. Is there a motion on this one?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's proposed draft rule language addressing amendments to ARM 12.91303 as presented by the department.
Okay. Commissioner Brooke, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Commissioner Lane? All right. that we can move on to the grizzly bear arm.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This one's a little more extensive, but this is a amendment to Grizzly Bear Administrative Rule 12.9.1401. Same process as just described. We're proposing rule language that if you approve today will initiate the process through the Secretary of State's MAPA process. The language we're bringing you today is in response to passage of Senate Bill 295, which passed the recent legislature with strong support. And as part of that, requires the department and the commission to do rulemaking regarding management of grizzly bears and specific components of that. It also reiterates the department's commitment to manage grizzly bears to assure they thrive and are integrated as valuable part of Montana's wildlife. So what Senate Bill 295 did was address some issues in Senate Bill 98 from the previous legislative session, and further clarify some aspects about how grizzly bears should be managed upon delisting from the Federal Endangered Species Act, including requiring FWP to manage bears at a level to maintain their delisted status. Specifically, that bill directed the Commission to adopt rules prior to delisting, which is why we're here now, to allow livestock owner or their authorized agent to take a grizzly bear at any time without a permit or license if that bear is attacking or killing livestock. It also establishes a process for the department to issue permits or take other actions in response to bears that are a threat, but not in the act of threat to livestock. The bill, Senate Bill 295, required the commission rule to be consistent with the most recent state of Montana grizzly bear management plan, with conservation strategies that included mortality thresholds and the adaptive management principles of the commission and the department for grizzly bear population management. It requires a livestock owner or other authorized person who takes a grizzly bear to promptly report the taking of the bear to the department within 24 hours and to preserve the carcass of the bear. And it calls for establishment of a quota each year for the total number of bears that could be taken subject to these mortality thresholds, and then allows the commission to adjust quotas for taking of bears before a quota is reached if the commission determines the circumstances require adjustment of the total number of grizzly bears taken. So that's what's in statute. The proposed ARM language incorporates that and then also makes clear that mortalities from all sources would count against agreed upon mortality thresholds, including any take by livestock owners or by translocation of a bear out of a population. It makes clear that preventative and non-lethal methods are an expected part of management. And it also has a commitment in there to not initiate a hunting season for bears for at least the first 5 years after delisting, so that we have a good measure of how delisting is or is not impacting bears. So again, this agenda item, the next step is the rulemaking process if you approve the language that has been presented to you. And so we're asking for your approval of that to initiate that process.
Quentin, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, and thank you, Ken. Just a little bit additional context, if I may, Chair, real quick. A lot of this conversation has focused from the legislative session up till now and on the concept and the word of threatening. And just revisit a little bit how that's presented, how we see that captured both in statute and now in this proposed ARM rule language. And then we see it, definition of threatening, that was a big piece of the conversation. We see the threatening piece here to be a replicate of what goes on right now. When someone has a situation that they see as threatening to livestock or life, that's a conversation, and a decision's made. Sometimes there's a proactive movement, sometimes there's some hazing, sometimes the circumstance resolves itself. And so we look for, and you'll see in this ARM rule, a proposed approach mimics that. We look for a call. That's what we'd want in those situations. Maybe it represents an action to remove the bear. lethally. Maybe it represents an action to remove the bear in the context of translocation. Maybe it resolves itself and it represents a conversation for about education and helping everybody, us on the agency side, understanding that circumstance, and the person understanding the circumstance through the lens of their involvement. The other piece I'd add to is quota, the mortality thresholds that are tied to the demographic monitoring area, a geographic polygon that's established for the sake of management, clarity, monitoring, etc., including monitoring mortality. Those mortality thresholds are broken down to both independent females, independent males, and then dependent bears as well. So those quotas are going to have an element, and when we say we got to honor, we got to stay within those mortality thresholds, that means we have to stay within them as they are broken down to adult independent males and females. Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Oh, go ahead.
Just quickly, another process point. The decision space here on grizzly bears for the commission, because the legislature directed that administrative rules must be adopted here, the decision space is the language of the rule or whether or not to move this particular rule forward in the format that it's in, but we cannot decide not to have a rule.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rook?
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate the formal MAPPA rulemaking process through the prescribed Secretary of State procedure, including the public comment period and public hearing on the department's draft rule language amending ARMs 12.9.1401 and 12.9.1403 and proposed new administrative rules.
There's a second.
Second.
Oh, Commissioner Lane, thank you. All right. Any other questions before I go out to public comment?
I have one question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the proposal that goes here that'll be sent to the Secretary of State for rulemaking, that can be amended at the commission meeting if we meet again? Or?
Chair and Commissioner, yes. It can after, so once you receive the packet of comments and the summary of the comments from the public hearing, you can amend it at that point, depending on the level of amendments. It may go back out for additional public comment if you were to substantially change it. So we could do this essentially a second time, or if the changes are minimal, then you can have just the one process and adopt or modify at that point.
And that substantial change would be a department determination? Is that?
It's more a legal determination. So as your counsel,
okay.
I would be advising you whether it's substantial or not.
Okay. So to be clear, I am going out for comments on both arms, and what the comments should be on is moving it forward to the Secretary of State's office. So I will start, and I will allow 2 minutes since both arms are being talked about.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Kim Bean with Wolves of the Rockies. We generally support the ARM. However, for wolves, let me rephrase that, for wolves. However, it intertwines with the wolf management plan, which does not include a wolf advisory committee, which we believe needs to happen to go forward with any management of wolves. I'll leave it at that at this point. Thank you.
Chairwoman Robinson, members of the Commission, my name is Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports the FWP Commission initiating the formal MAPPA rule making process as presented by the department. We urge a due pass on this process. For the second arm, we believe MWF supports moving forward with rulemaking on the grizzly arm. We believe that SB 295 left some important items off the table, and the rulemaking process can help correct that oversight. We encourage the Commission to adopt a motion to move forward with new rulemaking for grizzly bears. Delisting grizzly bears is not simply about how many bears there are, as we all know. It's about having the adequate regulatory mechanisms in place to ensure the long-term viability of the species. The previous rule does not go far enough and does not represent the full weight of the science behind grizzly bear conservation and management. MWF believes that SB 295 created more problems than solutions and did not ensure sufficient regulatory mechanisms to keep bears healthy, abundant, and managed appropriately. This rulemaking process has the possibility of addressing some of the defects in the bill passed this last legislative session. We stand ready to assist the agency in using the best science and management options available to assure the future of grizzly bears, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment to the people that are online. If you want to raise your hand too, so we can know how many people will be commenting online. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I want to thank you and your wildlife managers. I'm going to refer to the handout on the wolf study for January 1st, 22 to December 31st, 22. This was the research. You did a lot of time and effort into this, and I appreciate it. I am against the lowering of the quota for the wolf. We are way above.
So we are not, that quote, that'll be in the future.
Are we on grizzly?
We're on ARM right now.
Sorry.
So. Rulemaking.
I'll be back.
Yes.
Thank
okay.
you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Chair Robinson and members of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, my name is Nick Gevok. That's Gevock, and today I'm here representing the Montana chapter of the Sierra Club and our members and supporters in the state. I won't beleaguer the point that Kim Bean made, but we don't feel you should move forward with a wolf farm until you've formed a true collaborative, diverse wolf advisory council to talk about recommendations on what that new statewide plan should include. That should include landowners, conservation interests, hunters, tourism businesses, tribal nations, and many more. So, as far as the grizzly bear rule, we also don't feel you should move forward with this rule. It's full of problems that will invite extensive litigation and further delayed delisting of grizzly bears and state management. These permits should not be issued on public lands. Grizzly bears on public lands are part of the multiple use mission of those lands, and this draft rule has no definition of threatening or proximity. That's been pointed out by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Those bears are also essential to genuine, true recovery of grizzly bears, and that is connecting these core populations that we have. And again, you don't have standards or criteria to determine when these kill permits would be issued. They're entirely subjective. The prospect of people shooting at grizzlies and wounding them is not only unethical, it's candidly dangerous. You could have wounded bears on the landscape. And we continue to hear from our political leaders and FWP staff that we want control of grizzly bears, and yet this bill would ensure that we do not get a connected, healthy grizzly population between the Northern Continental Divide and Yellowstone ecosystems. And that is essential to genuine, true, long-term grizzly bear conservation and recovery and management. And it also includes a lack of quota for bears outside the demographic monitoring area, essentially making them a no-bear zone. This opens up the killing for a lot of bears and, again, further erodes long-term conservation. So we'd ask you not to move forward with this rule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind you that, as Sarah said, we have to move forward with this rule, and comments will be, changes can be made within what's mandated to us when it goes through the Secretary of State's office. Correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, you have to pass a rule
first.
So
yes.
That's required.
Yes, right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Robertson, Commissioner Stephen Capra, Bold Visions Conservation. I would have said I'm opposed to both of these arms, but I will say that there's a need for modification based on what you're just saying. In both cases, the general public is being ignored. The overwhelming comments don't want to see this move forward. In the grizzly bear case, if we're going to move into a management plan that allows ranchers to kill at will, then we're going to have a lot of bears killed. And ranchers take that risk when they're grazing on public lands, and there's absolutely no reason that they would have the right to destroy a bear if it's attacking a cow or a calf. That makes no sense. There's a risk in any business, and the risk here, they have to be willing to accept that risk. Killing or wounding a bear is going to be a disaster. And the management that we've shown by this commission when it comes to wolves is a disgrace. And if we're going to move forward that way with more killing of wolves and more killing of grizzly bears, we're doomed to repeat the same insanity. I agree with the former people speaking. We need to have a voice. Those in the conservation community continue to be ignored by this commission, and we need a voice as it pertains to wolves and grizzly bears moving forward, and we need a committee set up where our voice is listened to for a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Commission, my name is Lizzie Pennock. I'm here representing Wild Earth Guardians. First of all, I'd like to point out that while you have to pass a rule, that process doesn't legally have to start today. So I would urge the Commission to take more time to create regulations implementing SB 295 that actually support a recovered grizzly population. We do not support the Commission moving forward with the process under MAPPA with the proposed language as it stands. The proposed language, as others have said, is full of problems that are going to invite litigation. Our biggest concern is that it allows private livestock owners to kill public wildlife on public lands for as little as threatening that livestock. And as we've seen, many people have different definitions for what that means. So we're creating a very vague and undefined process by which grizzly bears can be killed on public lands. And I would also like to point out that while the proposed rule language does mention non-lethal coexistence measures, the language used is that they are allowable. It doesn't even go so far as to encourage that a livestock rancher uses non-lethal coexistence measures before lethal action would be taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair and Commissioners and staff. Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition, Missoula, Montana. Thanks for the opportunity to comment here. I just want to talk briefly about the draft grizzly bear arm related to SB 295. We opposed this bill in the legislature, and we see a lot of the problems here in this draft, and we'd encourage you not to change this draft before you move that forward into the MAPPA process. I'll speak to two potential changes. First of all, and we raised this in committee as well, is we know of no other species that the department manages where livestock owners or any citizen for that matter are allowed to receive a permit to kill that animal on public land out of season. It's unprecedented, and of all species, grizzly bears are the slowest reproducing mammal on the planet. So we'd encourage that to be restricted in your final rule to private land only. Secondly, as Mr. Kujala explained, the concept of the demographic monitoring area where grizzly bears and mortalities are counted. Under this draft rule, Rule 5, the way I read it is grizzly bear mortalities will not even be counted under the quota that you set as a commission if this rule moves forward outside of that DMA. And this will be deleterious for overall grizzly bear recovery because some of those areas are really important for connectivity between ecosystems. So we'd encourage you to clarify in your final rule that every grizzly bear killed under SB 295 system will fall under the quota established by this commission regardless of where it is in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Commission, my name is Jessica Cargella. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Footloose Montana. I'd just like to thank you for your service. I certainly know that it's a commitment, and I take that into consideration while I'm talking to you today. Excuse me. The Missoulian just published a story about a new study released this month about predicted connectivity pathways between grizzly bear ecosystems in western Montana by Sarah Sells and several others. The article tells us the study found that in the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem population in far northwest Montana, There were only about 60 grizzly bears in 2017, but there may very well be fewer grizzly bears according to more recent U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service data. Worse, there are no bears known to permanently reside in the Bitterroot ecosystem along the Montana-Idaho border. Grizzlies were listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act in 1975, when only 48 remained in the lower 48 across 2% of their original habitat. While there are areas where they're beginning to recover, there are more areas where their numbers are declining. Delisting grizzly bears at this point might result in their endangerment. We urge the Commission to adopt management policy to further protect the grizzly bear, as they're necessary to our ecosystems and that sustain environment and thus our climate and all life. I'd also ask you to consider that Montana Code Annotated 2021, Title II, Chapter 4, Administrative Procedure Act requires public participation in your decisions. So I would trust that any decisions that you make today would take into consideration the testimony of the people here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for being here today and listening to our testimony. I am Bruce Butch Gillespie, Senate District 9. My area starts at the Sweetgrass border, the border with Canada at Sweetgrass, Montana, goes all the way down to the interstate coming down to Helena here. So I am in the heart, my district is in the heart of grizzly bear country. Nobody knows much more about the ins and the outs than the people in my district do. That's why, and I also happen to be the one that carried Senate Bill 295. And I'm proud to say it was designed to and deal with so many of the concerns we have just heard here today. That's what it is all about. And it is a ticket for moving forward. And grizzly bears have been on the endangered species list for 48 years. Now, instead of talking about 100 or so, we're talking about how many thousand bears there are. So they are recovering. They're recovering well. They continue to cover well. I got some criticism 2.5 years ago on my grizzly bear then that was going to be the end of grizzly bears. Well, it's not. They're still thriving well, and they're continuing to multiply and do very well all over the state. They're 2/3 of the way across Montana now, so I'd say we're doing very good. There is the connectivity issues. That was talked about. That will be dealt with, as well as a lot of others. But as bears continue to multiply and get more and more and more, there will be more conflicts. And one good example of that, and this was a friendly, ended up in a friendly way, but yesterday, and I heard about this about 6 times on our local radio station coming down here this morning. Yesterday, in the middle of the golf course at Shelby, Montana, there was a sow and 2 of her cubs. Now, this is a ticket for danger.
So I just have a question. Eric, is the time up on that? Okay, Senator, your 2
okay,
minutes
well, I'll
is up.
conclude.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, it needs to go forward. It has so much to offer. So, and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks have been so willing to work with us on this. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission. Thank you for being here today. My name is Carly Johnson. Carly is spelled K-A-R-L-I for the record. I'm here with the Montana Farm Bureau Federation, and I want to start by thanking you for taking the time to consider management of grizzly bears in the state and moving forward with the rulemaking for that. It's something that's important to Montana Farm Bureau membership, which is about 20,000 family members. It's also deeply important to my own family and community. I'm a 6th-generation rancher from Choteau, so I have lived at the intersection of people country and bear country for most of my life. And I have seen firsthand the importance of being able to responsibly manage them. And Farm Bureau has supported this legislation throughout the process because we feel like it's a responsible compromise to ensure that we have a healthy bear population moving forward, and we can ensure the safety of our property and ourselves on the landscape. So we stand in support of moving forward with these rules. We'll be asking for a few small edits throughout the process, but overall, we feel like there's lots of good here to move forward with. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Director, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. I'm Dave Stalling. I'm the Director of Communications for the Large Carnivore Fund, and I live in Missoula. I spent a lot of time roaming really remote wild places. I've spent a lot of time around grizzlies. We urge the Commission to reject the draft rules and proposed amendments to ARM and not initiate the formal MAPA rulemaking process. Allowing ranchers to kill grizzlies they deem threatening on public lands where they have grazing leases leaves too much room for misinterpretation and abuse. The term threatening is not defined, and for some, just the mere presence of a grizzly may seem threatening. This could prevent much needed expansion in connectivity between existing grizzly populations, have negative consequences to the breeding and territorial behaviors of grizzlies, reduce incentives for ranchers to adopt proven non-lethal practices to reduce conflicts, and impede the delisting process. These rules emphasize the killing of grizzlies as a first and immediate response instead of a last resort, and should instead focus more on proven and effective non-lethal ways to coexist with the great bear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pam Polieski, and I'm a native Montanan. This morning, I'm speaking out for grizzly bears. I urge the Commission that before killing a grizzly bear that's gotten into conflicts with humans, that we use non-lethal methods prior to that killing. And I speak out against the decisions to kill grizzly bears on public lands by arguing the public lands belong to everyone and not just certain groups of people. We, the people, need to be involved in those decisions, not just solely groups like Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I've resided in grizzly bear habitats a large part of my life. It is usually a people problem, and it's not the bear. But the bears end up paying with it by their very lives. And a big problem I see happening here in Montana is with all this out-of-state influx is there's a lot of huge amounts of people moving into these grizzly bear habitats, and it's displacing these bears. So that now people are complaining about the bears ending up in certain areas. So I'm just arguing it's not a bear problem, it's a people problem.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and fellow commissioners, I'm Jeff Darrah. That's D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm from the Bitterroot Valley. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. I'll save my comments for when it's time for the comments, but I do support moving both the wolf arm amendments and the grizzly bear amendments forward, and I hope you pass with a due support on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robinson and commissioners, thank you for listening. My brother lost 20 head of cattle in a little less than 2 months to predators, and my opinion is a predator that's misbehaving should not supersede the ability to protect human life or a rancher's ability to protect his way of life. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello again. I think I did this right this time. My name's Karen Whittle, and I would like to read a definition of the word conservation. This is according to Webster's dictionary. A careful preservation and protection of something, especially planned management of a natural resource to prevent exploitation, destruction, and neglect. Water conservation, wildlife conservation. We need to learn to coexist with one another. The killing needs to stop. This is serious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissions, I just wanted to comment on a couple of points that have already been brought up. The first one, why I disagree with this arm going forward is because, first off, all mortality needs to be counted towards it. At the low survival rate and the low reproductive rate of grizzly bears, if you're not counting all of those bears that are killed, it's not going to matter. Their numbers are going to plummet. They're going to be back where they were a long time ago. And this huge success rate that we have with grizzly bears with the ESA is just going to go down the toilet. Their numbers are going to go down, and there's not going to be. It'll go back just like it used to be. I also disagree because people are choosing to put their cattle on public lands. That's exactly what it is, public lands. Those public lands have predators, elk, ungulates, everything out there for people to enjoy. It's not fair for you to go start killing these animals on public lands. If there's an issue on private lands, fine, allow those people to, if they need to take care of something, allow them to do that. But public lands are a complete different story. Those public lands belong to all of us. Just because something is a huge success story because of the ESA doesn't mean we need to turn around and start killing them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the ARM for the grizzly bear. We oppose the ARM moving forward, and it's a tool, and I apologize for any redundancy, but it's a tool because what you're not seeing is the whole picture. The good Senator Gillespie, when he brought this bill forward and it moved from the Senate to the House, we didn't weigh in on opposing or supporting it. And the reason we didn't weigh in is because there was so much opposition to his bill. We felt bad. Now, we had long conversations with the senator, and I'm very grateful for that. He's actually a pretty nice man. I'm very grateful for that. But I want you to think about this. I'm a veteran from Desert Shield, Desert Storm. What you find threatening and what I find threatening are two different things. So you're setting the grizzly bear up for loss, for killing, needless killing. And the second thing is public lands, folks. It belongs to the public. And now we see grizzly bears will be killed on public land if we feel threatened. That's wrong. And lastly, it's going to interfere with delisting. And I say this with respect. I'm very saddened to say it, but I say it with respect. Is we have no further to look to grizzly bear management than what's happening to the wolves right now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, again, my name is Brad Longcake here on behalf of MOGA. We come before you today in support of both amendments to move both arms for both the grizzly bear and the wolves forward. Thank you for the work on this and allowing the public testimony and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York again. To be perfectly honest, I found this whole proposal with the grizzly arm very confusing. We didn't know where to stand, and it talks so much about just whether this arm should move forward or not. But what is out there and is very clear, the plan, the moving forward SB 295, all pose a considerable risk to grizzlies, to their continued recovery and their sustainability. And so listening to others who we highly respect, and I know they're far more knowledgeable about grizzlies than we are, we feel it's premature to move forward with this grizzly arm. So regarding the wolf arm, the whole plan for that, we're very concerned that we've asked repeatedly Through the scoping session and at other times, there's no wolf advisory committee or a collaborative. That's been done for other species. We're not given an answer why that's not happening for wolves. Certainly it's very clear how passionate we all feel from one end to the other about wolves. We need to have that advisory plan. You did that for elk. You did it around the state. I participated in those. We do need to have that for wolves. That needs to be part of this whole moving forward on the wolf arm. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present on these motions? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to these motions? Okay. Anyone who would like to speak who's online?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Region 3, I'm trying to get the camera turned on.
Okay. Even if you don't get the camera turned on, that's fine.
Okay. I have Nancy Osterly here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The mic is on, the camera's on.
Hello, my name is Nancy Ostley, and I have been happy resident of Montana for 24 years, especially enjoying the unparalleled wildlife that the greater Yellowstone ecosystem features. And I can speak today on behalf of Gallatin Wildlife Association here in Gallatin County. Predators are an integral part of a natural ecosystem and bring balance to all populations. Grizzly bears, wolves are umbrella species, and if they are healthy, hundreds of other species are healthy. And I agree with other speakers who say that these are our public wildlife on public lands, and I oppose the whole idea of a consumption by hunters and trappers of taking those wildlife, which are, frequently I'll go out on public lands and never see any animals. And I've talked to people who are the executive directors of wilderness foundations like the Absaroka Beartooth. They'll say, no, you never see any animals, right? Because they've all been trapped out. I just object in general to the politicization of our wildlife management in the state of Montana. I think it gives a black eye to the commission and to the state government. And I would like to see that you withdraw your arm about managing grizzly bears, because no doubt it will result in no delisting of grizzly bears, and well deserved. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other regional offices that has anyone present to speak to the ARM rules? Okay. Is there anyone online who you need to raise your hand if you are interested in speaking? I guess I have a question. I don't know who is our person that's handling that.
Madam Chair, Legislative Services should have that control.
Okay.
Lauren Nelson, I believe.
Okay, great. That way I at least know who it is. Lauren, is there anyone that you can see who would like to speak?
I can. Would you like me to announce them by name or simply allow them to talk and have them introduce themselves?
Do they have their hands raised? Usually I can tell how many want to speak. How many are in line to speak?
It looks like 17 right now.
Okay. All right, go ahead with I just wanted to make sure that everybody keeps their comments to the ARM rules if we should move forward to the Secretary of State's office. So go ahead with the first commenter.
All righty. First we have John Marshwick.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is John Marchwick. I'm a sixth-generation Montanan, and I'm currently getting a wildlife management degree at Cal Poly Humboldt. I wanted to specifically discuss the gray wolf administrative ruling Montana because, as others echoed earlier, there is no mention of a wolf advisory group, and I specifically believe a wolf advisory group would be beneficial to Montana and to this commission going forward with managing wolves. This stakeholder advisory group, what it would do as far as purpose-wise, it would address and sort through how we would manage wolf livestock conflicts, wolf population numbers as far as what developing population recommendations go. And when you have a collaborative stakeholder group with various opinions that are being heard and allowed to, when you have a stakeholder group, every side is heard when done right. This means the ranching groups, hunting groups, but also environmental groups and wildlife biologists. And that's what Montana needs. We need a stakeholder group representing every perspective when it comes to managing these animals. We have stakeholder groups for mountain lions. We have stakeholder groups for elk. There's no reason why we cannot have one for wolves, especially when other state wildlife agencies such as Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and Colorado Parks and Wildlife also have stakeholder advisory groups for their wolves as well. And I just wanted to make that point, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Allison Dahlman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I oppose both arms now that I have a better understanding because neither takes into consideration the drastic decrease in the overall numbers of both grizzlies and wolves. An advisory committee for both grizzlies and wolves would be very important because the majority of Montanans and Americans do not want wolves or grizzly bears killed. And this committee, this commission continues to kill these precious, endangered, and vital to the ecosystem and Montana's economy by completely disregarding us. We know that elk are doing just fine, so please don't tell me that you're killing carnivores to protect elk numbers. We know they're fine. The draft does not take into consideration the very extended grizzly reproductive cycle, and these animals, bears, wolves, all animals, don't see the boundary lines. So killing them and allowing the livestock owners to just kill our wildlife on our public lands when they're getting to use that land, which is incredibly destructive by their wildlife, it's like getting two swords in my back. They should not, no one should be killing these precious species. Look at the money. I mean, $1 billion into the GYE for wildlife, specifically with grizzlies, because tourists come from all over the world and you're killing them. And with wolves, we've got a specific 82 million annually, but you're killing them. My husband and I spent $11,000 just this year to come see these amazing creatures, and yet we don't have a voice. We don't.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Okay, go ahead.
All righty. Next, Madam Chair, we have Dr. Porter.
Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to give testimony. My name is Ryn Porter. I'm the director of Defend Our Parks, LLC, which is a group dedicated to public lands. I'd like you to take 2 steps back, not just focus on these 2 arms as micro pieces of information, but think about what America looked like in 1491. Think about what happened what happened after the Europeans arrived. Most of our ancestors were Europeans. Before they got here, forests covered 50% of our land. Today, 25% of those forests are gone forever. Same with the prairie. Before Europeans arrived, we had a huge prairie in the central part of North America. Today, only 10% of that prairie remains. Why? Because our ancestors destroyed it so that they could raise corn and soybeans and cattle. And what about the animals who lived here in 1491? Since our European ancestors arrived, more than 650 native species have become extinct. We know that our ancestors destroyed the buffalo and destroyed the entire population of wolves except for the tiny remnant that remained in Minnesota. Bears, beaver, and many others suffered similar fates. And what about water? What became of our lakes, streams, and rivers? We have dammed them, diverted them, and polluted them. In many states, you cannot eat the fish that you catch because they are too polluted. And worst of all, our ancestors killed millions of indigenous people. Why did this destruction take place? Why do we continue to do things that destroy our natural world? I believe it's because of the way our ancestors thought of themselves as conquerors and people who had to be in charge of everything.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. We've spent quite a few minutes already, and the comments are not necessarily should we put the arm to the Secretary of State. I am going to limit it to 1 minute for the rest of the comments. So, next commenter, please.
All righty, Madam Chair. Next we have Kara McGarry.
Hi, my name is Kara McGarry. I am representing Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for hearing our comments today. Firstly, just wanted to say that we also support the formation of a public advisory committee with regard to wolf management. With regard to grizzlies, we understand that the ARM must go forward. We would urge the Commission to make some important changes to the rule through the next steps in their process, specifically to emphasize methods for population connectivity, particularly between the Yellowstone population and the bears up in the northwest part of the state. And we'd also urge the Commission to thoughtfully improve conflict reduction measures, things like trash, protection of trash access to bears, both in public lands, and also requirements for people to store their attractants properly. This will help reduce the likelihood that these conflicts even happen. We also strongly...
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Chuck Alvarez.
You are muted still. Yep, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yep, go ahead.
How are we doing? I'm a member of the Kikialis tribe in charge of wildlife. And here's the bottom line. I've been an outfitter for almost 35 years. Excuse me for my lung disease, because sometimes it's very hard to talk. It's a sad state, but here's the bottom line. When it comes to wolves and grizzly bears, and actually mountain lions too, I know it's not all on the plate right now in this discussion, but I've been refused almost 4 times to make comments. The bottom line is, guys, we are dealing with a keystone species that really controls the ungulates and everything that's in that, that biodiversity in that ecosystem. I just want you to understand, Madam Chairman and Commission. I mean, I've worked for some of your competitors here on the Commission of Outfitters, and guys, I really love you guys, but let me tell you this: we need to protect what is there and how we control our environment.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair. Next, we have Simeon Han.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I participate from Delaware in these meetings and in other states to follow what's happening in the states, and particularly in federal lands. For the record, I don't support either of the ARMs. I have no confidence in the state wildlife management agencies with regard to managing endangered species, and especially carnivores. You know, Montana's becoming like Idaho and some other absurd type states. It's obvious that the management is through politics here rather than science, even democracy. I mean, even it's been stated that it's going to be passed no matter what. I guess the decision's already been made, and you know, you just want to hear the public comments to stamp it. But I will continue to support federal management of these endangered species and federal protection of these resources for the public on public lands. I definitely support the establishment of committees in your state with more diversity and representation. And lastly, you know, just to seeing the bear mounts on, like trophies on the back of the background in the Region 3 is quite telling on how bears are considered in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Dr. Heister.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Anja Heister. The state has proven that it cannot manage wolves in an ethically responsible manner. They are being slaughtered to a ragged remnant with no reliable population count. Grizzlies reproduce much more slowly. The state has no commitment to habitat protection or creating viable corridors between grizzly recovery zones to ensure healthy populations. Fish Wildlife Park's focus is on selling out Montana's wildlife to trophy hunters, ranchers, outfitters, and trappers. This is really unacceptable. I oppose both arms as they are written currently, and I want to state that education is needed, not trophy hunting and trapping. Education is needed for people to live alongside with grizzlies and wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. How many commenters do we have left?
Looks to be 13.
Okay. We'll continue with the minute we'll see how long it takes. Thank you.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Next, we have Mary Jo Cook.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. This is Mary Jo Cook. I'm from Colorado, and you know what? I love your state. And I oppose both arms. I am feeling so sad right now. You know, I'm watching what happens with the Mustang and the wolf and now the grizzly. And public lands should allow public opinion. And it's very obvious that you're going to be pushing forward the vote. And this is just a show. And makes me very sad. I am a tourist. I'm a photographer, and it's been killing me to see how you don't value your precious wildlife. I don't even see a bear in Colorado half the time. So I know we're 1 minute allowing, and I know that the people that have come before me have spoken very well, and I thank them, and I praise John, and I hope the future generations there'll be more like him.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Peter Dudley.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Peter Dudley and I'm here representing Montana Audubon. I'll keep it brief. As it stands, we oppose the motion to move forward with the grizzly bear arm. We ask the Commission to clarify ambiguous language around threatening and proximity in combination with these rules allowing for lethal action on public lands by private individuals. We are concerned that this will not be seen as adequate conflict management by the public. And as others have said, the grizzly bear arm should stipulate that bears outside of the demographic monitoring areas be included in the statewide quota. There's an abundance of grizzly bear habitat outside of these areas, including connectivity zones that are essential to maintaining genetic diversity and healthy populations in the recovery zones. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Betsy Klein.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I was unable to attend in person today, but I was in your great state contributing to the $82 million in tourism dollars to see wildlife. And all I want to do is reiterate my support from my fellow wildlife advocates, including Dave Stalling, Casey York, Kim Bean, Mark Cook, Derek Goldman, Wild Earth Guardian, Stephen Capra, and others, so that it's on the record in support of those comments. And I'd also like to reiterate the need for a Wolf Advisory Committee and input when it comes to public lands from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Trina Jo Bradley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, my name is Trina Jo Bradley, and I am speaking in support of moving the grizzly bear arm amendments forward. I am a cattle producer from northern Montana around the Blackfeet Reservation. As a livestock producer on the front, I have seen and experienced firsthand the damage that grizzly bears do to livestock. Producers invest a massive amount of time, energy, and money working to prevent conflicts, but nothing is 100% effective. Opponents to these permits have argued that too many grizzly bears will be killed if producers are allowed to respond to depredation with deadly force. Generally, grizzly bears kill at night, and producers are left with just the carnage of the attack the next day, if they even find the kill at all, making it hard to actually remove a bear, but we still need this option. There are also many producers that are not comfortable shooting a grizzly bear, even if it is legal. Grizzly bears are hard to kill, and no one is going to risk having a wounded bear wandering around. Producers will not take that shot unless they're absolutely sure it will be successful. My point is this: very few grizzlies will actually die because of Senate Bill 295, but it is imperative for the survival of producers and their livestock that we have every tool available to us. If we can be 100% certain that we are eliminating the grizzly bears responsible for depredations, fewer bears will be removed from the population incidentally, which only makes grizzly bear.
Thank you, Trina.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, next we have Chris Morgan.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Chris Morgan, Montana Trapper Association. I'll be short and sweet. We ask that you move forward with both arms, and we appreciate what the department has put into this so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Claudia Narcisco.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I support a lot of what has previously been said. I think that Betsy Klein summarized a lot of the persons that I support. I want to say concerning the wolf arm, I'm baffled why you would strike the word conservation out of the title. I can understand changing to current, but why would you take conservation out? If you look at your own website, conservation is a header under which wildlife management occurs. So that's the primary purpose, I think, of your agency, our wildlife. So the way I look at it, I question the mindset of anyone who would strike the word conservation. Please put it back in. As far as the advisory committee, yes, that's a no-brainer. And then I would like to point out that recovered grizzly bears, that there has been a recent study done on the value not only of grizzly bears, but the intrinsic value of a lot of our wildlife. Because of all of the efforts made into the recovery of grizzly bear, their value is between $4 and $5 million.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Carolyn. That's who I'm seeing them as.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a photographer in West Yellowstone, and I'm speaking for myself and several of my friends who can't be here. It's taken 40 years for the grizzly bear population to get where it is now. If this bill goes into effect, that number's going to go down, and it may take it a long time to recover if it ever does. As other people have said, the word threat means different things to different people. These bears are on public land. And there are ways to live, for ranchers to live with grizzly bears. And they can get this help for free from different organizations. They can even get free tools. But it seems to be easier to just kill the bear. And that's not right. It's public lands. And we also need predators to have a balanced environment. And grizzly bears have low population rate or reproduction rate. It's going to take them a long time to recover if their numbers go down. We should be concentrating on fines for not securing bear attractants and ways to live with grizzlies and not just let a rancher kill a bear because they think it's a threat to them.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Nadia.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I am Nadia Nchunjia, and I am with Ringless Wolves. I am against the arms for wolf and grizzly bear management. I strongly feel like there are better ways to coexist with predators, and I do respect the issues and the concerns for livestock. That is an issue that I've been seeing going on for a long time. I feel like there are ways where you can scare predators away without really without taking a life. If there's a way, this is more of an opinion, a way you can create wolf repellent, bear repellent around livestock, around these lands to keep predators away. And the thing is, the more people kill wolves, the more that people kill bears, the ecosystem will falter. It may not be noticeable at the moment, but it will show later on as generations thrive and as the years go by. So, and since that wolves are a keystone species to the ecosystem, without them, it's what's the point? What's the point for livestock to thrive? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Christina Gaylor.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christina Gaylor from the National Wolf Watcher Coalition and the O6 Legacy. I oppose grizzly and wolf arms, but I second every word of Stephen, Julie, Mark, John, Betsy, and all others who already stated very clearly and discussed before me. So in addition, I just would like to add that the state of Montana ended up with ongoing slaughter of wolves. Now you're requesting to manage another endangered species, which is simply going to end up as another slaughter for money and greed. This is not a hunt and not ethical. So, and the public lands are not only for hunters. So I request you, please do not allow this grizzly and wolf arms. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Nani.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Nani Gerber. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Regarding wolves, we ask you to implement the request of Wolves of the Rockies, Kim Bean and Stephen Capra of Bold Vision Conservation, Wild Earth Guardians, Footloose Montana, the O6 Legacy, Relist Wolves Campaign, and many others to establish a wolf advisory committee going forward to address the management of wolves. A collaborative and diverse stakeholder group focused on coexistence with wolves would benefit everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Deborah Taylor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'm speaking on behalf of a relative of several Montanans, a tourist, a birder, and a photographer. My husband and I, we ask you to not support the wolf and grizzly arm amendment as it is. We ask that you install a wildlife predatory advisory committee. Speaking from a book of famous quotes, former Secretary of Interior Bruce Babbitt, speaking at the Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming in January of 2001, said, "On public lands in the Great Western ecosystem, livestock will not have priority. The grazing of livestock will and must be subordinate to the natural order of the bison and the predator." So please consider reducing the regions 1 through 7 of the wolf quotas and return to ethical fair chase hunting by ending infrared and thermal vision optics. Thank you.
Thank you. How many commenters do we have left?
We have had some hands go up throughout the testimony here, but we have 4 remaining.
Okay, I will take the 4 remaining and then I will close comments.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Next, we have Kay Brown.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it. The grizzly is 40 years on the endangered species list, and the population estimates are approximately only 1,500 in the lower 48, where there used to be 50,000 estimated before the white man came. This bill limits the recovery of animals who fought hard to get where they are. You will effectively isolate populations and hamper their ability to recolonize available range. This is not long-term conservation. The ability to kill an animal, even on public land that is loosely deemed a threat, is a travesty. Once again, this is not serving public trust, instead allowing a small group of people to decide this apex carnivore's fate. I really request that we go to public comment and we have a working group for each of these species to decide how they can be appropriately managed. I oppose moving on with these arms. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Micah Costa-Ruz.
Chair Robinson and members of the committee, my name is Mika Costa-Ruz and I live in Region 2. In reference to the wolf arm, as others have stated, I do not see how we can move forward without a wolf advisory committee that includes a diversity of members, including non-consumptive persons. So I oppose the wolf arm. Additionally, I oppose the grizzly arm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Clint Nagel.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I should say that as a member of watching this from Zoom, that there's a severe lag time between the people that are speaking and what is being transmitted. So people are talking over each other, and it's very unprofessional and very disturbing. As president of the Gallatin Wildlife Association, I want to make sure that we do not support the movement of the arms for wolves or grizzly bears. We believe that these programs should need more science and behind them, because right now it is not working. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So our final commenter.
Last but not least, Madam Chair, we have Stephanie Farrick.
Hi, Commissioners. I just wanted to share a quick story. I was visiting Yellowstone about 2 years ago, and I had a wonderful time seeing all the types of wildlife species. It was just amazing experience. I was heading out of the northeast entrance. I was a few miles from the gate. I was past Silver Gate, and I saw a herd of cattle walking in a line. And there were no fences, no range riders, no supervision whatsoever. And I literally just left the park after seeing all these predator species. And I couldn't believe that someone, had their cattle there without any supervision, and they were like sitting ducks. And this is public land. And the negligence and irresponsible behavior was astounding. So it's basically setting up our predators to be killed. So I think until ranchers can be responsible for their cattle, I don't think people should be able to shoot grizzlies on public lands. And I'm sure a lot of ranchers are responsible, but what I witnessed was just careless management. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Since we have our final public comments, we will we'll first go with the gray wolf arm. So any other comments or questions, I guess, before I go to a vote? Okay.
One thing,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, is there any discussion about setting up, we heard that over and over again, and we do have that for other species. Is there any discussion, or what is the ability to set up a wolf advisory committee?
Quentin, go ahead.
Chair Robertson, Commissioner Burrows, and other members of the commission. Yeah, I'll speak to the plan. A lot of times we've heard that comment reference to the plan's development. Director Temple spoke earlier at the start of the meeting about the 4 plans that are in, and they are different, and they have within similarities that include broadly scoping, public process in front of the, between draft and final. Those pieces are all there and they're common. The elk plan, just to make some relative comparisons, a lot of challenge to elk management, a lot of unanswered questions about how to get here to there, in addition to the question of abundance. We did look for more input as that plan was challenged, criticized by a lot of different perspectives.
So specifically the wolf plan, you wanted to speak?
Sure, and I thank you. I offer that in a relative comparison. For the wolf plan, a plan that when it came forward, widely complemented within the state across perspectives and outside of the state as well. When we look at that and success in the context of ability to manage wolves by one definition or another, a lot of debate certainly on abundance, and we hear that today in addition to the context of ethics, what is ethical, what is not. We looked at this plan recognizing that history and the success and the questions that weren't there like they are with elk. We looked at this as a revisit to the widely successful plan, to mine its successful pieces that are still being applied today in places where at the time when the plan was written we had questions about wolf management. We now have answers to inform that. So we just looked at it as a different kind of need in the context of development pieces. I would also point out that when we talk about and when we hear about diverse work group, that advocacy is not necessarily a diverse advocacy. We are hearing that from what is generally here today, I think fairly described as the non-consumptive. There are others in the room as the non-consumptive points to those other perspectives. We haven't heard the call from some of those other perspectives to sit down the way some of the folks are talking about sitting down here today. That's different from...
I'm sorry, Quentin, but I don't think you're really answering his question. I mean...
And so for those differences, we haven't moved forward. We think that the public comment is available for everybody as the plan moves from its draft, soon to be, sometime later this fall to be in front of the commission, public comment opportunity open for all. That's where the public comment comes in.
Any further questions, Commissioner Burrows?
I guess not. I guess I wasn't asking the merits of the committee. I was more asking functionally what that might look like or how that group would interact in the establishment of a wolf advisory committee.
And that really doesn't have anything to do with the motion that's on the table, even though it's been commented about, but...
Would it not, even if the formation of an advisory committee was written into the ARM? And maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know how I guess that was the question, is how would you establish it? What's the process? And would it even fit into this process at this point?
Sarah, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. The development of the wolf plan comes from the department and then is presented as a informational piece to the commission. So the commission doesn't oversee the development of the plan. The commission oversees the, I guess, the implementation of the plan through the regulatory structure. Does that make sense?
So we don't really have the authority to tell them how to do their plan, is how I take that.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so we will start with the Gray Wolf arm. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, there. It came to my attention that on the proposed motion that is on our sheet, the 12.9.1403 should not have been in the motion. It should just only be 12.9.1401. So, Commissioner Brooke, you made that motion. Would you like to amend?
So I would amend it to remove that.
Okay, Commissioner Lane, you are the second. Do you agree with the amendment?
I do.
Okay. All right. So, okay, all those in favor of the grizzly bear arm moving forward to the Secretary of State?
Madam Chair, I have
go
some
ahead.
discussion on that.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. A couple things. One, the killing of grizzly on public lands seemed to be a big issue. Is there a way we could add to the rule that maybe that rancher, and I assume that's a true statement based on the testimony and what I read, is that correct, that one of these tags could be, it just references if a grizzly is threatening livestock, and I assume that means it doesn't specify public or private, but assume it would carry on both?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I guess just a clarification here. So anytime someone feels a grizzly bear is threatening to them, there's no automatic ability for them to take the bear. They have to contact the department. And the department's experts will determine on a case-by-case basis, as is consistent with the practice that the Fish and Wildlife Service goes through today, whether or not, what the appropriate action is. In terms of a bear that's actually in the act of attacking or killing livestock, subject to the quota set by this commission, they would be authorized to take the bear.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I think it's important. We've heard a lot of really good comments, but we need to respect the process, and the process to get the comments changed is actually when we do the ARM. And so for those advocating for certain language changes, or if it's missing or whatever else, I just really encourage you to show up and be part of that process. That's not what we're doing today. We're just putting it into the system. So participate in that, and then whatever ultimately gets matured by that will come in front of us for approval. So some great comments, and I hope you get those fed into the system when we go through the MAPA process.
That is a good point, and I don't know if you caught when Sarah spoke, but the comments you made today, they need to be made again because they are not official comments that will be taken into consideration when it does go to the Secretary of State's office. Correct? Okay. Right. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Clarification, or maybe a misunderstanding. What I heard earlier was if there was substantial changes to this language, which some of these changes could be. That's the hard part, is I don't know. Some of these changes may be substantial. What I would hate to do is have a proposed change that may be something we need to discuss today, go through the process, come back to that meeting, have a substantial change to the language, and then have to go back through the process. That was my understanding, is that if we are going to make a substantial change, it needs to happen today, or else we're going to be going through this process again.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the issue there is that the changes need to be made based on the record. That's part of the administrative rule record process. So you can change what is put out for that process, but the substantial, when I say substantial changes, that would be based on what was put out and the comments that came in during that record as a result of those comments. Does that make sense?
So not what we put out today as a draft is not what we would substantially change from?
So you can decide what you put out today. The issue of whether there have been substantial changes or not comes after you review the record that comes through the process, and you determine if you're substantially changing what went out to the public through the process based on the comments you received. Does that make sense?
It does. So I guess if there's any ideas that we have today that would be substantially different from the language, we should propose those today as commissioners.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is an option that you have, and then you would receive the public comment on whatever draft you put out, and then you'd have the opportunity to change again based on the public comment that comes back during the record. But just a reminder that the comments received today don't go into that MAR record. Does that?
Madam Chair, I have a question as a follow-up legally. So if I understand the MAPA process correctly, this goes as drafted. We're going to get a number of comments, suggestions, language, everything else. The department will synthesize all that and may or may not revise the language based on the input. There's that option available for looking at everything that came through and saying, okay, this is what we think we need to do. Is that part of the process of MAPA, or is it just simply of approval as is?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, the department may look, I want one correction, we don't synthesize the comments, they come directly to you, so there's no filter through the department. The department may look at those same comments that you're going to see and determine that it has a different proposal that it can bring through, essentially the same as any other public comment that you would get, that we would say we suggest these changes partially based on the public comment, and then you consider the department's input at the same time that you consider everybody else's input.
But it's now going to be managed by the Secretary of State, so all the comments and everything else will be monitored by the department. We're not participating in the Secretary of State process.
The comments essentially are delivered directly to FWP, and then we just package them and send them to you. The Secretary of State is the one that publishes the notice that solicits the comments. Where the comments end up administratively is up to us. We just publish the notice saying comments can be submitted to this address, this email address, this place. So we collect them. We don't change them or synthesize them at all. We collect them, and then we give them to you.
Any further questions?
I don't have a question. Two things I would like to see in the rule. First, that if a grizzly bear is going to be taken on public lands for threatening livestock, that rancher grazer should have a non-lethal plan somehow with the department. Would make sense to me. That would at least promote that non-lethal means on public lands. And if they have a plan that says we're going to try these things first, if those don't work, then the department issues it. But I think that would be a good compromise too on public lands, is to require those ranchers to have a non-lethal plan for.
Are you talking? I just have a clarification. Are you talking when they're actually attacking their livestock, or if they're just in the area?
No, this is for the threatening definition only. That before one of those permits are issued by the department, that rancher should have a non-lethal plan for controlling. I mean, that just seems reasonable to me.
Do you have I would just like a better understanding of what that would mean. I mean, what's the definition of a non-lethal plan?
Some of the non-lethal mechanisms are explained in the. There's some non-lethal methods that includes husbandry practice, radio collar, hazing, intentional harassment, fencing, or capture and relocation. Just to name a few, and those are just examples. But I think if a rancher said, I'm going to try these certain things before we go to the lethal method, that again seems reasonable in my mind.
Dustin, could you explain what the current process is?
Madam Chair, are you speaking to process or to how that determination is made today?
Sure.
So how that determination is made today, I would defer that to Mr. Kujala if I could. Just a clarification on the process today for the commission. So you can redline this rule today to whatever you want to be and then pass it into the MAPPA process. Or you can direct the department to make your changes, and then we'll have to come back to you again for, I believe, this same sort of conversation and action by the commission. So those are the two process options today. And then I would look to Mr. Kujala to speak to how determination of, I know this is case by case, but this is Quentin's area.
So I do have a question. So if we do change that, then we will go back out for public comment on the changes that we suggest?
No, Madam Chair, if you, as part of a motion, redline this today, you can redline it based on the comments you've heard and then put it through the Secretary of State process and we get the public comments then.
Okay.
Or you can direct the department to make changes and then we would bring it back to you for exactly the same thing that happened today.
Sure. So the red line, would that be a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Quentin.
Chair Robinson, other members of the committee, and Director Temple, I missed the question last time, so I wonder if I could hear it again.
Madam Chair, Quentin, I think the chair and the commissioner are curious to know how non-lethal measures and plans come into play and decisions as bears are evaluated for action under the current circumstances.
Yeah, thank you, Director Temple and Chair Robinson, other members of the committee. There's a lot of ways that non-lethal practices, their advocacy and their implementation can come to bear. It's really quite impressive, and you heard some of that from some of the audience today. It's really quite impressive, the momentum and the mass of non-lethal attention that has grown in agencies, amongst landowners, and then certainly with NGOs, conservation groups. And so through all of those sources comes collaboratives and implementation, some of them involving agencies. Here, let's do this, range riders, fencing, cattle management practices. Some of those come through agency interaction. Sometimes it's Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, not always Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. It can be Fish and Wildlife Service. It can be U.S. Wildlife Services. Again, speaking in many cases to the same ends, the same applications. And then there's a growing body of literature, all of it designed to be easily digestible, easily distributed. And again, those come from the same diverse sources, NGOs, agencies, and landowner groups as well. Does that hit at the question, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Burrows?
I guess what I would offer up is a proposal, and that is under 3, it would be under a subsection under 3, and that is when the department or the director issues a permit to a person, livestock owner, or other person to take a grizzly bear under the following circumstances or conditions, and it lists those out: threatening livestock, the grizzly bear was not purposefully or intentionally fed or baited. If we just added a subsection under there that said a livestock owner must have a non-lethal plan in place before the department can issue a permit to lethally take a grizzly bear. I think you guys do that anyway. To me, I don't even think we're adding anything that you're not doing, but for the sake of the public, I think just assuring them that will happen. And I don't think that's that unreasonable for somebody to have a plan that says we're going to try these other options first. So that's essentially what I was discussing, is just making sure that that the department's working with livestock owners to implement non-lethal means first, just on public lands and just when cattle are being threatened or livestock are being threatened. If it's in the act of killing, then the lethal means can happen. Or if it's on private land, the department can make that determination without a non-lethal plan. I'm talking about just livestock on public lands, trying the non-lethal means first or having a non-lethal plan, if that makes sense.
Understand the concept. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, Council. Just speaking to process today and that general description, if we're talking about a literal edit, and if we are, we probably need to pass that back and forth a couple times to make sure we get it. I think we get the concept. But so that's my question: are we talking about a literal edit? And if we could pause again and exchange some language back and forth to make sure we got all of us commonly what that edit would be.
Yep, I will take a 5-minute break and let you guys try to pound out some language, and we will come back.
Before we break, could I just add one more thing?
Sure.
The next thing I would like to discuss would be where did the 5-year moratorium on allowing the department to issue 5-year moratorium prior to proposing any hunting season or harvest, where did that number come from?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, so anytime a species is delisted, there's a 5-year post-delisting monitoring period that the department goes through. There are a number of other factors in the law currently that would change upon delisting or could change upon delisting, most notably when, where, and how wolf trapping shows up on the landscape, the use of chasing black bears with dogs. So there's be a lot of potential changes on the landscape that could impact grizzly bear distribution and mortality. We did not think it responsible to add one more until we had a reasonable handle on how the environment responds to those changes. Madam Chair.
Just to follow up.
Go ahead.
So that would be a minimum. The only thing I didn't want to do is if it became an issue, I guess it didn't make sense if we didn't have to hamstring the department to be able to do that. I understand that's what probably should be done or could be done, but in a worst case scenario, if you hamstring yourself through these rules that say we can't do it for 5 years when that's not a requirement, I guess I don't know why you would do that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, again, it's to minimize the uncertainty and we would deal with conflict, and that's where we would manage to minimize conflict. The state's push to delisting bears has never been about hunting. It's been about the protection of human safety and private property, along with continuing the good work of grizzly bear conservation over nearly 50 years. So for us, we would deal with conflict through these rules, through administrative removals if necessary and required, but the department would not look to add a hunting season until we were through that post-delisting monitoring period and had a good handle on how things were going.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So are we just talking about a possibility of one? Okay. 5-minute break. We will, let's just say 11:30 we'll come back. And I, just a heads up, I'm going to move into the other arms. We have 2 other arms that should be simpler, I think, to take care of before lunch. And that will be under Parks and Outdoor Rec. So I'm going to jump down to that after we get this taken care of. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're almost ready to get started again, so if everybody could get seated, we will resume the meeting. Oh, I know. If everyone could please be seated. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Burrows, if you would like to make your motion, please. And I have been told to ask every other commissioners to make sure you're close to the microphone when you speak.
Point of clarification before Commissioner makes is this an amendment to the standing motion on the table?
It would be a separate motion, Vice Chair. Because
So it's an amendment to the motion on the table? Because the motion on the table doesn't have this language, so we're looking to amend the motion that's on the table with this language and then vote on that, yea or nay, and if so, then vote on
the entire
motion.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I believe because of the language of the original motion, which was to adopt as presented, that this should be a separate motion to adopt the language that Commissioner has proposed.
A different motion then?
Different motion.
Okay.
Because it's not an amendment. It's not an amendment to adopt.
It is an amendment to amend. It's a motion to amend the department's recommendation.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes. I
Which is
apologize
what's
for
sitting on the...
Right.
Yeah.
thinking through this on the fly. Yes.
Right. So I'm with Commissioner Tabor. We would, if we pass this motion, then we vote on this as a whole, as amended.
Whole.
As amended.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I would move to amend the department's recommendation, adding a subsection C under Section 3 that reads, when the bear is threatening livestock on public land and the livestock owner has demonstrated an effort to utilize non-lethal measures as determined by the department director or designee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So I do not need to go out for public comment. We can just vote on this.
Yes, Madam Chair. Discussion.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, now we will vote on the original motion as amended. So any discussion before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, all right, thank you guys. And I am switching up the agenda and moving down to Ms. Stockwell to do a couple simpler arms. And then we will break for lunch. So I do want to tell you that I am right after lunch, I will go into the fur bearer and wolf trapping and hunting season quotas. And my plan for that is to kind of take account of how many people are going to be commenting. And from what I see, if everyone comes back and we have all the commenters online, I will guarantee an hour and a half of comments. I'm going to start out with 1.5 minutes. When it gets to be an hour, I will move down to 1 minute. When it gets closer, I will see how many commenters we have left. And if needed, at the very end, I will go to support or oppose. So I just want to give you guys a heads up before you go to lunch what my plan is. So, all right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Others present, for the record, Hope Stockwell. I'm the administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We have 3 sets of rule proposals for you today in 2 different stages of the process. The first 2 I'll present are for the block management administrative rule updates, and then I'll follow with the elk hunting access agreement updates. Both the block management and the elk hunting access agreement updates, this is the first in the 3-step process where we ask the Commission to give us permission to initiate drafting of a rule for a rulemaking process. So we would come back, if you approve today, to your October meeting with the draft rule proposal. That will get posted in advance of the meeting for the public to review and comment on in advance of October. And in October, you would decide whether to proceed with the draft rule proposal as you're deciding today on your other items. So the block management rules, just briefly, have not been updated in more than 25 years since they were originally adopted. All of these proposed changes are in line with the governor's red tape initiative, looking to remove outdated and unnecessary language, and then also so the rules reflect current practice and statutory requirements. For the elk hunting access agreement proposal, we would be doing the same thing, again, cleaning up, looking for outdated and unnecessary language, and also bringing back in line with current practices and statutory requirements. As you're aware, House Bill 596 was adopted by the 2023 legislature and changes some of the parameters for the program that also necessitate the need for this proposed rulemaking. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand aside for...
Okay. Any questions or comments? What I'm going to do is have her present those 2 arms, and we'll go out for comment on both of them at the same time. But I will take separate motions. See no questions or comments. Would someone like to make a motion on the block management arm, please?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve initiation of rulemaking for the block management program.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Commissioner Lane seconded. Okay. You can go ahead with the other arm, please.
Should we make a motion for the elk enhancement?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission approve initiation of rulemaking for contractual public elk hunting access agreements.
Okay, thank you. And a second?
I second that.
Okay. Commissioner Brook seconded. Commissioner Tabor made the motion. Okay. The other arm might, I guess, what's your opinion? Do you think,
I defer to you, Madam Chair. It might be cleaner to run through these 2 first and then save the other because it's in the second stage of the process.
Okay. So we've got the elk and the block management now. The elk hunting access agreements and the block management on the table. Okay. Okay. Any questions on either one of those before I go up for public comment? Okay. I am just going to take a minute comment on these. Go ahead and come forward, but thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, would you like me to comment on both arms?
Yes. Yes, please.
Excellent. My name is Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports the department initiating rulemaking on block management so that rules are consistent with current practices and statutory requirements. MWF works with PLPW on a host of block management issues, and we have worked hard in the legislature to improve block management funding and increase block management payments so that it is economically in line with current values. Thank you for your time on that one. For EHAs, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with the Wildlife Federation. MWF supports moving forward with rulemaking for the 454 program. We were a lead proponent of HB 596, an elk package bill, as well as a great bill from PLPW. There's a lot of great ideas out there on how to improve 454s, and we look forward to working with the agency and other stakeholders to find a better way forward than the current process. We support advancing the rulemaking process for EHAs and will help where we can in this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak to the motions on the table? Okay, is there anyone at any of the regional offices who would like to speak to these motions? Okay, do we have anyone online to speak to them?
Madam Chair, it looks like we have 3 hands up.
Okay.
That just shrunk to 2, but first we have Angie.
Okay, go ahead. I wonder if they have their hands up from the last. Yep, you are, Angie, if you do want to speak to these motions, you're on mute. I'm guessing they left. There. Okay, go ahead. Did you want? Oh, she took her hand down. Okay.
I lowered her hand. I
Oh,
assume she had it up since last time. I think she had put it up
right
after you announced that we were going to be ending the testimony.
Okay. Is there anyone else then?
We do have 2 remaining hands up, and first we have Peter Gwynn.
Okay, Peter, you are on mute if you would like to speak. I'm kind of thinking that these are just hands that were left up.
I think that might be the case, Madam Chair. And the other remaining hand actually went down, so
okay.
It seems as though we don't have any.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions before we go to a vote? Okay. We'll start with the block management arm update. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now we will go to the contractual public elk hunting access agreements arm update. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's go ahead and do the other arm before lunch.
Madam Chair, members, again for the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. The last item for the division today is bringing to you, in the second phase of the rulemaking process with the Commission, the proposed consolidated public use rules for ARM for lands administered by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We've been talking about this for many months now, wanting to bring under the reorganization a set of consolidated rules, reducing from 3 sets of public use rules for our different land types to 1. We are here today thanks in large part to a litany of work done by many members of the agency over several years, but in the last 2 years since the reorganization, a redoubled effort. But I particularly would like to recognize Phil Kilbreth and Charlie Sperry, who are here today, also Rick Northrup and Jamie McNaughton of our legal team for their most recent work on this. It again lines up with the Governor's Red Tape Initiative, looking to reduce unnecessary and outdated language. But really the purpose of the consolidated rules is to consistently manage our lands, but also allow for better customer service with the public using the land so they understand more consistently what's expected of them regardless of site type. The rules are drafted in such a way that they can be flexible, that allows the department to continue managing different types of lands for their purpose. For instance, a wildlife management area is very different in many ways than state parks, but there are consistencies between the public use rules that still lend to a consolidated set. But that flexibility is built into this rule proposal notice, and you have it here. If you adopt it today, it would move forward to the Secretary of State for posting and publication in the comment process that you've become very well aware of today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
We're getting practiced up on it. Does anyone have any comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission instruct the department to file an administrative rule notice on behalf of the Commission proposing a consolidated set of public rules for all types of land administered by FWP.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Tabor second. Any questions before I go out for comments? Okay, is there anyone present? Go ahead.
Thank you again. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports Alternative B, the no action alternative. The desire to consolidate rules and operations is not a bad idea. However, MWF is concerned about an apparent desire of the agency to increase human use of WMAs in manners that may not be consistent with the rules of the grants received from Pittman-Robertson, Dingell-Johnson, and LWCF funds. The current draft does not mention that the primary use of WMAs is wildlife conservation, for example, and that recreation and livestock grazing are secondary uses of the properties. Per the federal code, any property purchased using grant funds that are specific in terms of management prescriptions must be maintained as granted. Our concern is not with the consolidation per se, but the lack of specificity regarding the uses of WMAs and FASs, which were purchased using grants from PR, DJ, and LWCF that may put the status at risk and possibly make FWP liable for reimbursement of funds due to a shifting management strategy outside of the approved grants. We urge the Commission to pass Alternative B. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak to the motion? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the motion on the floor? Do we have anyone with their hands up?
No hands up, Madam Chair.
Okay. Before I go to a vote, is there any questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock and start out with the fur bearer and wolf trapping and hunting season quotas. Thank you, everyone. All right, we'll go ahead and get started now. So what we're going to go into first is the fall 2022, winter 2024 fur bear and wolf trapping and hunting season quotas. So, Mr. Wakeling.
Yep. We're on. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Brian Wakeling. I'm the Game Bureau Chief with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm going to give you a real brief overview of our recommendation. There's a couple of points that I want to make in regards to the fur bear and wolf trapping seasons. The first one is that anything that we don't alter, we routinely just carry forward. And a lot of that is just assumed, but I want to make that explicit. And also make explicit a couple of points. One is there is a statute 87-1-901 that deals with taking wolves that are a potential threat to human safety, livestock, or livestock dogs. And annually the Commission establishes a total quota of 100 wolves that are authorized in increments of 25. This is what's routinely called the Senate Bill 200 quota, and so I want to make sure that everybody's aware that that's part of the carry forward. It's not a new recommendation. We also want to continue with maintaining a floating date for areas within the occupied grizzly range, and that's for trapping, the initiation of the trapping season date. And what we do is we annually look at that based on when we see grizzlies going into hibernation, and so we can, with greater confidence, initiate the trapping season with limited concern of incidental captures of bears. So that's part of the routine carry forward, along with a non-target capture of a lynx or a grizzly, having a pretty quick meeting of the commission to consider any in-season adjustments that may be necessary. What we are changing this year in our recommendation includes a change to that floating date open area. What we've used in the past is some clearly defined boundaries that are easily delineated and easily determined on a map. Because of requests trying to look at that more closely, what we're using this year is the polygon that's developed from the research that's being conducted on bears. It's redone every 2 years and looks at the probability of occupied grizzly range, and it also discounts outliers that are, a dispersing bear that may wander out and come back in. It doesn't just define that broadly. So that's part of the change, but the floating date would remain the same. We also recommend renaming trapping districts. Last year there was some confusion the first year we had done that. Some of the wolf hunters didn't understand necessarily. There was a lot of questions to the agency about, does a trapping district apply to hunting? So they're the same thing as regions, so we're going to just call them regions. We're also recommending a statewide quota of wolves being a reduction from what it has been in the past. The rationale for this is we're looking at a 5-year average of harvest, what things have been. We're not recommending a reduction in the harvest. What we've seen based on the harvest and our population models, the tools that we have at our disposal to be able to project into the future based on the harvest we've been seeing, we have seen the wolf population reduce the last 2 years over what it was 3 years ago. That's consistent with the direction that the legislature mandated for the agency, and so we're not proposing to reduce that. What we're proposing to do is put a cap on the total harvest of wolves that's a little lower, so that what we're able to do is mitigate the pace at which that reduction should continue to go down. We expect it to keep going down at the same rate, possibly a little quicker, because smaller population, harvest stays the same, we'll see it go down quicker, but it mitigates, and there's a safeguard there that keeps it from being inadvertently have a year where we harvest more wolves than we expect and having that population drop precipitously. We want to be able to moderate that. And so with that, what we're recommending is a Region 1 having a quota of 120 wolves, 91 in Region 2, 52 within Region 3, 15 in Region 4, and we're recommending that Regions 5 through 7 be combined and be 5 wolves. We're also retaining a recommendation to retain Wolf Management Unit 313 with 6 wolves as the quota there. That would be independent of Region 3. Region 3's recommendation of 52, those two together would be 58. We are recommending 2 adjustments for bobcats, one in Region 5, reducing the quota from 100 to 50, and in Region 6, going from 50 to 25. That based on the harvest demographic data that we're collecting off of the animals that are being harvested. And we're also looking at amending the area where marten trapping is closed. We're hoping to initiate some additional translocations in the future and using this as a source area and release area. And so we want to change that to the closed area, being that portion of Montana north of Interstate 90 and east of Interstate 15. So that's the department's recommendation. I know there are a couple of amendments that the commission may want to offer. One that was certainly proffered by the department and asked the commission to carry for us. One point of clarification on that, though, Commissioner Tabor, I know you've offered an amendment, and I always appreciate that you offer that ahead of time so everybody has a chance to look at it. But I do have one question with it when we get to that point, just for clarification for my own knowledge.
Okay. Are there any questions? So what I would recommend is that a motion for the entire package be first, and then we can amend from there, and then in the end, then we can approve or not approve the amended motion, like we did before. The initial motion should be the FWP's recommendation, and then we amend it from there.
Madam Chair.
I don't know who's talking. Oh, Commissioner Lane. Okay.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the fall 2023, winter 2024 fur bear and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas as presented by the department, with all other aspects regarding prior seasons and regulations included, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Okay, now we will go with, so the way I do have a question though, the way we did at the last meeting, so the amendments we can vote on now and then send out whatever we come up as an amended motion out for public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the motion that was just stated by Commissioner Lane to read as follows. For 2023, the quota will be 300 wolves statewide, distributed. Region 1, 131 wolves. All the rest of the regions would remain the same. And then I'd like to add a bullet point. A harvest of wolves within 25% of the above stated quota shall initiate a commission review with potential for rapid in-season adjustments to hunting and trapping regulations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner.
I would ask for a clarification of this bullet point at the end of that. Could you?
Me too. Is it the above stated quota, the 300, or is it the above stated quota of all of them?
And that's probably your question too.
Madam Chair, that is my question, and specifically with 313 being 6.
Yeah, so let me tell you what I want to do, and then maybe I might get some help from council. What I want to do is have the ability to look at this real time, so if things are happening, we can be responsive. We don't wait till next year. We're responsive. And so, like, if we get, and this happened, I believe, 3 years ago when we, in Region 2, pretty rapidly got to the 80 or something in Region, and we ultimately decided to shut it down right then and there because it happened quickly and everything else. And so that's the way we used to do it, and then somehow or another that clause got pulled out last year, and I'm trying to put it back because I like the ability for the commission to come in and say, let's take a time out and look at this and make sure we're doing everything we want to do. So I want to add the responsiveness to it. So,
Commissioner Burrows.
Do we have to, on some sort of responsiveness like that, do we have to put a percentage on that, or can it just be a commission review upon request by any commissioner in their district or the department or something? Maybe just give us more flexibility instead of a percentage. Or is that always an option anyway? I don't know.
So I'm happy to do either. I just want the ability for us to be called upon quickly if there are trends that are alarming.
I like a set percentage just because it's more clear for the staff and they can track it. But I'm still confused if you mean 25% of the total 300 or 25% of each individual region.
My sense was it was for each individual region, with the exception of probably regions, 4 through 7, because they're immaterial.
To amend your motion to represent that?
So a harvest of wolves within 25% of the above stated quotas for regions 1, 2, and 3 shall initiate a commission review with potential for rapid in-season adjustments to hunting and trapping regulations.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows, do you accept that amendment? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any questions? we will vote on this amendment then. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Commissioner Brooke, do you have an amendment?
Yes, I do have an amendment. Thank you. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the fall 2023 and winter 2024 fur bearer and wolf trapping and hunting seasons and quotas as presented by the department, with all other aspects regarding prior seasons and regulations included except for those influenced by routine calendar.
Okay, we already have that motion on the table. So what is the additional? I mean, what part of that motion is new?
Replace the current language pertaining to the use of aircraft to airborne hunting. Any person who, 1, while airborne in an aircraft, shoots or attempts to shoot for the purpose of capturing or killing any bird, fish, or other animal, or 2, uses an aircraft to harass any bird, fish, or other animal, or 3, knowingly participates in using an aircraft for any purpose referred to in paragraph 1 or 2, shall be fined not more than $5,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. And B, exception, report of state to secretary. 1, this section shall not apply to any person if such person is employed by, is authorized agent of, or is operating under a license or permit of any state or the United States to administer or protect or aid in the administration or protection of land, water, wildlife, livestock, domesticated animals, human life, or crops, and each such person so operating under a license or permit shall report to the applicable issuing authority each calendar quarter the number and type of animals taken.
Is that all new language, Brian?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. From?
It was seconded by Bill.
Okay. Okay.
Motion, isn't it?
Right. That's where I'm getting confused because she is starting with the original motion. So we really just need the new language. So where does that start?
If I might, I think if we could separate that out into a separate motion to add that language to the regulations.
That's what I'm trying to do, but she's got the first motion added to it.
I think she meant that you wanted this now instead of it being a revision of this. I think that was the accident.
Then you would have to revise the new motion?
This isn't a revision of my motion. This is something
Right,
different.
it's a revision of the initial. We have an initial motion on the table with the language that she started out with.
I think the language, well, the motion that's proposed is slightly different than the initial motion that was made. It has the addition of the underlined portion.
Okay, so could we just pull that first motion then, and that would cover all of it? I don't have it in front of me. I don't have Commissioner Brooks' motion.
It's actually in the packet, but it's in a different section.
It's under the...
Don't have it in mine.
So the initial, sorry, Madam Chair. The initial motion was to adopt the department in full. The amendment was Vice Chair Tabor's amendment.
Right.
And then...
But this one, Commissioner Brooks' motion covers what the first motion was. So we can take that off the table and use this one. But we can't really because we just amended the motion.
Right.
So what I would like to see is just all she should have to add is all the rest here, not the first top part, as an amendment to our original motion.
Plus the language, the underlined language that says, and with the following
Right.
amendments to the regulation.
Okay. Yeah, we should have started with this one, sorry. How do you want me to proceed? Because the first one, I mean, it's if we're going to have two motions that are exactly the same.
I think the second motion, you could proceed with Vice Chair Tabor's amendment. Depending on how that goes, then you could have.
You already passed
You already
it.
passed it, sorry. Then you could have another amendment now that is just to add the.
From the
underlying
line
language.
down.
And yes.
Okay. So
Do I have to read it again?
You don't, not the whole thing again.
just from the underline down, just to add to the original motion, add from the line. underline.
Airborne hunting. Start
Yes.
with airborne hunting. Any person who, one, while airborne in an aircraft, shoots or attempts to shoot for the purpose of capturing or killing any bird, fish, or other animal, or two, uses an aircraft to harass any bird, fish, or other animal, or three, knowingly participates in using an aircraft for any purpose referred to in paragraph 1 or 2, shall be fined not more than $5,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. B, exception, report of state to secretary. 1, this section shall not apply to any person if such person is employed by, is an authorized agent of, or is operating under a license or permit of any state of the United States to administer or protect or aid in the administration or protection of land, water, wildlife, livestock, domesticated animals, human life, or crops, and each such person so operating under a license or permit shall report to the applicable issuing authority each calendar quarter the number and types of animals taken.
Commissioner Lane, you seconded that. Is that, you okay with the change?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any questions on this amendment to the original motion?
Madam Chair, if I might,
Yes.
one point of clarification is that this is in addition to the regulations of a citation to federal law. This is not the commission adopting this as a new commission rule violation. In other words, for example, the $5,000 or imprisoned, that's a reference to federal law. Wardens from FWP will not be citing for $5,000 or imprisoning. Does that make sense? Okay. I just want to be clear that this is it's an amendment to the regulations citing to this federal law, not an adoption of a new rule by the commission.
Is it clear in the motion then?
I think it is, but I
Okay.
just want to clarify for
Okay.
the record that
Okay.
that's what the intention is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on this amendment?
So this is just the amendment?
Yes,
will be
just the amendment.
Just this specific amendment?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I will go to a vote for this amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. So are there any questions on the full motion with the amendments before I go out to public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I have a proposed amendment. Based on the research and the information I got, I do think the previous wolf quota was too high, but I think there's some room to add a little bit in Region 2. And I would propose from the department's recommendation an additional 13 wolves for Region 2 for a total quota of 104 wolves in Region 2.
Which would bring the total up to 313?
313.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right. All those in favor of the amendment to the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Does anyone else have any amendments? Okay. So to be clear on, the first two amendments were posted to the public, and then the 313 and the additional of 13 is the only new amendment that has come before us at this meeting. So we will start with public comment. I will start with the people in the room, minute and a half, and the faster you can get up to comment, the more people we can fit in. So,
all right, Chair Robinson and Commission, Kim Bean with Wolves of the Rockies. Year after year, we stand here and talk at you about wolves. What I would like to do is discuss wolves and wolf management. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has advisory committees for grizzly bears, mountain lions, numerous committees for elk and other species, as well as land use. The question is, why do we not have one for the most contentious wild animal on the landscape, the wolf? At the EQC meeting a few weeks ago, it was stated that the department didn't deem a committee necessary because they weren't going to change much from the 2004 wolf plan. If you're changing anything, now is the time to put a diverse advisory group together to discuss the future of wolves in Montana. The fact is, the department doesn't want this option to killing wolves and other predators. The status quo works for the agenda of commercializing our public resources. The room-filled voices and onslaught of litigation is what happens when personal interests and profits take place over sound science. This will only escalate until science becomes the tool for future management of the wolves, or the wolves get relisted. The choice is yours. Let's begin with that diverse wolf advisory committee. We need to change WMU 313 to one wolf. Let's also do something else. Colorado is banging on the door for wolves. You want to get rid of them? Answer the door. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation. We distributed an informational packet to the commissioners. If we have time to look through it. That's from Dr. Chris Servine, our board chair. We have concerns about expanding the area where wolf trapping and snaring will begin while grizzly bears are still out of their dens. We do not believe that wolf trapping and snaring should begin anywhere grizzly bears are present before December 31st. Our concern is that grizzlies will be captured and killed or injured if wolf trapping and snaring begins when bears are not yet in their dens. We believe these proposed changes will actually prevent the delisting of grizzly bears. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Commission. My name is Lance Forstar. I am a resident of Wolf Point and a member of the Fort Peck Assiniboine tribe. I'm here to speak on behalf of the wolves who need a voice. I am respectfully requesting non-consumptive representation with better public inclusion through a Wolf Advisory Group, WAG, that we reduce the Wolf Management Unit 313 wolf quota to 1 wolf in Yellowstone National Park area, reduce regions 5, 6, and 7 wolf quota to 1 wolf in each region, region 4 from 15 wolves to 1 wolf, region 3 from 52 wolves to 40 wolves, region 2 to 91 wolves to 61 wolves, and region 1 from 120 wolves to 80 wolves, reduce Senate Bill 200 quota from 100 to 25. It's important that traps and snares are checked every 24 hours. As a first Montana indigenous to the land here in the great state of Montana, I believe I have a responsibility towards stewardship of the land, air, water, and wildlife as a descendant of people who have existed since time immemorial in symbiosis with wolves sharing our resources. Our hunters observe wolves in order to learn how to provide and survive in some of the most extreme conditions in this country. Please continue to protect our wolves. Shunktogeja Choda Oyade. Please consider providing more funding and commitment to habitat restoration. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. Wolves are far more than numbers. They are highly social beings, dependent on one another for survival. As you ponder how many wolves to kill, almost half of Region 1 hasn't done elk counts for years. With more wolves reported killed before the Commission exacerbated the legislature's unethical and unfair chase, it begs to question how many wolves are left. With over 100 days to trap wolves now, they are the #1 target in the incidental non-target trappings: moose, black bear, dogs, mountain lions, deer, elk, and wolverine, with most injured or killed. Before you is a proposal to open even more areas to wolf trapping starting November 27th, previously denoted in and near occupied grizzly habitat. We provided you the 2022 map and this one for comparison. This map is a setup for trapping ravenous grizzlies before they hibernate, and with the wolf trapping season still closing March 15th after they emerge. In this agenda to trap more wolves, what price are you willing to pay? And where is the prohibition now of infrared and thermal, the judge's ruling? In 2015, bobcat quotas were reduced in Region 5 and 6 because FWP saw a drop in bobcats. The bobcats reported killed in 2015 were still 3 times and 2 times, respectively, more than killed in 2022. Please support these reduced bobcat quotas as well as closing those areas for marten and trapping. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Julie Argyle. I'm an author, a photographer, and I'm currently the postmaster at the Lake Post Office in Yellowstone National Park. There are so many passions in this room, and I totally understand that. These are people's livelihoods. So much diversity, love, hate, so much in this room. My purpose for giving you guys a copy of my books is because I'm hoping that you can gain a better understanding of the passions that people like myself and all of these people back here have for fighting for these animals that we believe in, and we don't believe that they should suffer the cruel treatment that they're currently getting. A wolf is branded for death the minute it is born, and it spends the rest of its life trying to survive. Its world lacks empathy, compassion, and understanding, and therefore its survival depends on us. It's proven that the amount of money made by tourism in the state of Montana says that a wolf is worth more alive than it is dead. Please remember all of this when you're making your decisions on management and quotas in all of the units. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Director, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. My name is Helena Edelson, Large Carnivore Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We support the proposal's reduction in quotas for bobcats in Region 5 and 6, and we support the statewide and regional quota reductions for wolves of 289, not what's happened here. We recommend the Commission choose alternative B and amend the following: reduce the wolf quota in WMU 313 to 1 and reinstate at WMU 110 with a quota of 1. Set wolf general and trapping season closures to no later than February 1st to prohibit killing pregnant females. No other species is hunted at times of the year which threaten their conservation. When a quota is reached, close the hunting and trapping season for the state, district, region, or WMU on the same day. Require removal of wolf traps and snares within 24 hours of season or district unit closure that date. For all wolves killed by hunting and trapping, allow FWP to accurately monitor quotas and respond by reverting back to reporting wolf kills within 12 hours, requiring each wolf be tagged and presented to the Regional Office for Data Collection, requiring 24-hour mandatory trap checks and registration of all trap lines, and finally, prohibit snaring, baiting, and night hunting which are not ethical or fair chase, amend the wolf bag limit to 1 per person, and limit the tag per trap or snare to 1 with no pre-baiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Francis. I'm here from Arizona. I'm opposed to any increase of quotas involving the killing of wolves. I don't think wolves should have ever been delisted in the first place. As wolf populations swell and shrink inside Yellowstone and greater Montana, you cannot simply declare them recovered enough to begin trophy hunting, or, as you and others say, conservation. Yellowstone and Montana are not island nations unto themselves. You must know your management is not guided by science. We are here because of politics, and that's why everyone is so unhappy in this room. The survival of wolves has been weaponized in a pathetic and cowardly display of political posturing. Montana and the entire country grows weary and intolerant of corrupt state wildlife management. I come to Yellowstone during January and February, and again in May and June, and it is profoundly disappointing to me to know that the wolves I see in the park face a virtual firing squad from Jardine Road and Garner. With every Yellowstone wolf that is killed, the nation's intolerance of trophy hunting grows, and the incompetence of state wildlife management is illustrated as we move closer to federal relisting, and for that I thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, again, I am Nick Chivak. I'm here representing the Montana chapter of the Sierra Club. I do want to start off by saying lowering the overall quota is a positive step. That's especially the case since Montana has largely abandoned ground truthing in its population estimate model and does not have a reliable estimate of its wolf population. Now, we do recognize that modeling is part of estimating a wolf population, but we think it's imperative to supplement that with some real ground truthing and hard counts of wolves on the ground. That combined approach could help you test the validity of your IPOM model and help build confidence in what our state wolf population is. We also have other major issues with this proposal, especially the potential to open wolf trapping in areas that are occupied by grizzly bears, as you've heard. The fact is, if a grizzly bear gets caught in one of these traps, that's going to be bad for the bear, that's going to be bad for the trapper, and potentially bad for the recreating public on those lands. And so you need to remove any opportunity for that to happen. The commission needs to revisit this season package and come back with a more restrictive package that takes everyone's views into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robertson, Commissioners, Stephen Capra, Bold Visions Conservation. At this moment, you can hear me, but the question remains, do you listen? Overwhelmingly, the public is speaking to you. Overwhelmingly, they're telling you they don't want to see wolves tortured in traps. They don't want to see them suffer any longer. Every year we get to this place and you continue to move forward with a slaughter of an intelligent being that is far smarter than those that are trying to kill it. I speak to you because this commission seems to head more and more in the direction of the Idaho commissioners. In Idaho, they're getting their bounties like they're getting here, and they're going to continue to push our legislature to pay for the bounties and fish and game. Over there, they're trapping pregnant females and cutting the babies out of the females to get a bounty on the baby. Is that the direction we're headed? Are we going to go that low? These are intelligent beings. They're magnificent. They are loved by so many. They bring in $85 million to this economy, and these trappers barely bring in $300,000 with their licenses. What are we doing in 2023? It is time to make wolves protected. They are self-regulating, and there is no need to kill any of them. And I am sick and tired of us bending over backwards for ranchers in this behalf.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Justin Webb, Justinwebb, here representing the Foundation for Wildlife Management and our 4 Montana chapters. On page 9 of FWP's Wolf Report, it shows that total Montana wolf numbers peaked in 2011 with 1,259 wolves and 188 packs. Page 10 shows the total wolf numbers at the end of 2022 was 1,087 wolves and 181 packs. As the graph shows on page 16, and I hope you've all had the opportunity to view this graph, with the 13-year average in the mid-1100s, the total population fluctuation over the past 13 years appears to have never fluctuated more than 50 animals in either direction, up or down. In our minds, that does not follow legislative intent of wolf reduction, nor are we getting any closer to the 400 wolves U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service directed Montana to manage for, which was based on suitable habitat available. You can find that in the 2009 delisting rule, where it states that having more than 400 wolves within Montana would deplete their own prey base, clearly evident by the moose and elk numbers in regions 1 and 2 now, and cause chronic livestock depredation from forcing wolves to live in unsuitable habitat. Also evident by the nearly $100,000 spent reimbursing livestock producers this year alone. at 2.7 times the management objective set by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, without substantial shift in bringing wolf numbers down near the 400 we're directed to manage for, it's of great concern that lowering wolf quotas anywhere in Montana is being considered. If 181 packs whelps 5 pups, and we add that to the known population, that puts us around 2,000. 10-year average mortality is only 330. We're not getting the job done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Jim Bell. I'm from Bozeman. Reviewing the comments that were submitted, I hope you all did too, but I read through all of them, and a supermajority requested a return to science to determine wolf quotas. That said, using the average for the previous 5 years, that number is 289, is logical and rational. I would argue that the Tabor Amendment is neither of those, but probably more important is that the entire rationale that came from the Fish and Wildlife Department and was given to the public would be ignored. All of the comments came on that proposal. I think it indicates that maybe we have a distribution problem as opposed to a total quota problem. And I volunteer that Wolf Management Unit 313 could donate 4 or 5 wolves to Region 1, and we could stay within the 289 quota. If we were to reduce 313, we would stop the excessive transboundary mortality that Montana's wolf regulations inflict upon Yellowstone National Park wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
I originally started as good morning, but I believe it's good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Paul Rosignol. I'm from Lola, Montana. I have dealt with wolves on my ranch since the early 2000s. It is difficult to put into words the cost of having wolves in and around my property. One thing I can guarantee that Montana will always have wolves, no matter what the quota is. I went through the department's most recent report. It's obvious that a lot of work went into it, and it is apparent that the report is science-based. The projection of wolf numbers in the future is where it is weak. From the projected data, determining a wolf quota is very subjective. Wolf numbers could go up or down. With the department mandate from the Montana legislature to reduce wolf numbers, it is apparent that the quota must be kept high. To reach higher quotas, one must have longer seasons without a floating start date. As trappers and hunters have peaked the numbers of harvested wolves, I ask the Commission to maintain at least a 350 quota, and as far as 313, the biologist said 10. I think you should go with the biologist from the department, and that's at a minimum. If you want more elk in that area, you better get more than 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners and staff, Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition in Missoula. I appreciate the overall more conservative direction in the quotas overall in the department's proposal, and also I appreciate Vice Chair Tabor's proposal to have a commission review when those quotas approach within 25% of the quota. I think that makes sense. I did want to expand a little bit on my colleague's comment from the Federation about the restricted start date in occupied grizzly bear habitat. I compared the proposed map here in green with the current one in blue, and without doing a GIS analysis, it looks to be about a 25% reduction in the area that's being considered as occupied by grizzlies. I was shocked by that because a lot of what I hear coming from the department is how grizzly bears are expanding their range more and more. So to see a shrinkage in what's determined to be occupied grizzly habitat was concerning to me, and I'm puzzled by it. I recognize that you're trying to remove outlier bears, But I think those are the very bears that we need to get to recovery and eventually delisting of grizzly bears overall statewide, because those are the bears that are connecting up between populations. And I think I'd really encourage you to rethink the reduction in that floating start date in grizzly bear habitat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Cargella with Footloose, Montana. As a lifelong Montanan whose family has been in Montana since the 1890s, first as miners, later as farmers and ranchers, I have great respect for what it takes to make a living ranching. Growing up, I worked on my grandfather's ranch every year in central rural Montana. I've been witness to the pendulum policy approach to predator policy. Wolves, as part of ecosystems, will survive or thrive based in large part on the population of prey, thus the sustainment of ecosystems without human intervention. Drought will most assuredly impact ungulate populations, but history has borne out that when this happens, human intervention by increasing predator kills in extreme numbers results in undesired outcomes. But we don't seem to be learning from it when we implement extreme quotas. To quote Paige Munson, Montana has a long history of reducing its carnivores, recovering them, and then reducing them. It's time to break that cycle and let the ecosystem thrive. Where predators are heavily hunted, livestock depredation and conflicts with humans increase. Right now, we're basing policy on speculation, not on science. You've heard plenty about that, but it is required by our state constitution and by the MEPA. I'd also like to state, with great respect for ranchers, because some of my family continue to ranch, that they're compensated by the state and federal government by more than 100%, 100%. So I'd just like you to take that into consideration as you make your decisions, and I do appreciate moderation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jeff Dara. I'm here to represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. We have about 400 members, and we're elk hunters. And we're tired of hearing protect the wolf. Look at the northern Yellowstone herd. We went from 18,000 elk to 5,000 elk. Look at Region 1. We went from historically 30,000 elk to 2,800 elk. It's happening all over the West. These elk numbers are told to us by our biologists. I most recently went to the season-setting meeting in Missoula. Almost every district in Region 2 is below objective on at least one species of ungulates. In some districts, it's 3. And the reasons for it, they say one of the reasons is large carnivore predation, and we're going to come up with unique ways to handle that. Well, this is not a unique way by lowering a wolf quota. We just raised the lion quota 40% in lion districts, and now we're going to lower the wolf quota. What are we going to do next? Raise the black bear quota? I support the amendments made by Commissioner Tabor and Commissioner Burrows. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name's Tim McKenrick, last name's M-C-K-E-N-R-I-C-K. I represent the Montana Trappers Association in District 3. As the district director, lowering our quota on wolves seems to be a little bit on the ridiculous side. We were told that the quotas were going to remain the same, and now all of a sudden we're down to just slightly over what the hunters are going to be able to harvest this year. So I don't understand that number at all, why we would go down that far from 82 down to 52. Just doesn't make any sense. You know, for years gone by, we haven't been able to trap because of the floating season. Now you're saying that maybe we'll be able to trap. You know, go back to the December 15th start date across the state, put it where it should be, let guys get out there and get the job done as it's needed to be done. The other question I have is this amendment that I heard a couple minutes ago about the aircraft. Why are we trying to amend the federal law? Federal law says you're not allowed to kill animals from an aircraft. Montana law says you're not allowed to shoot game animals from an aircraft. You're not even allowed to hunt within 24 hours of being in an aircraft. And yet all of a sudden we've got an amendment in there that in actuality is going to to cause problems, because when the guys go out to coyote hunt, okay, yes, they may have that permit. Now you're asking them to tell you exactly how many coyotes that they went out and shot. Some of them shoot 200 coyotes a day. Do you think they're going to be able to keep track of all these numbers and report that to you when, in fact, FWP doesn't have anything to do with coyotes? What was that amendment about? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners and Director. Tom Fieber. I'm with the Montana Fur Harvesters. And when we saw the proposal for reducing quotas, I immediately sent a letter to Fish and Game in Helena asking for an explanation. Not only did we get an explanation, but Ryan Wakely, Nathan Kluge, and Molly Parks set up a meeting within about 4 days for Missoula, for Region 1. They came over and they spent 2.5 hours, I think it was, explaining to us why the Fish and Game wanted to do this. At the end of the meeting, we took a little survey. We asked who did we appreciate what Fish and Game did, and we said, yeah, we all appreciated what they did, coming over and talking. Did we have anybody in the group that changed their mind? We didn't have a single one. And the trappers and the other people at that meeting still stuck by the thing. They didn't agree with it. 2 days later, they came up to Region 2. We had a meeting up there. We had 30-some people in attendance there. Same thing, we took a meeting, or at the end of the meeting, we took the survey. Everybody clapped for Brian for coming in. He did a great job presenting it. I asked how many people changed their mind. One guy raised his hand and wanted a repeat of the question. But thanks, Fish and Game, for what you do helping us.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing us to be here. I'm Scott Smith, Montana Fur Harvesters. Going to refer to this report for the wolf status management in January 1st, 22 to December 31st, 22. This wolf recovery was set up during the 1980s. And the goal was 30 breeding pairs for 3 consecutive years in the northern Rocky Mountains, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. There's a lot of good information in here. In recent years, we went to the IPALM method, and as of 2022, we have 1,087 wolf. The bottom of the page, it says Montana wolf population remain well above delisting threshold by 7 to 8 times. I'm not for lowering the quota at this time. Back on page 10, you have a chart. Starting in 2007, we had 92 packs. By 2022, we had 181 packs. The agreement was for 30 breeding pairs in 3 different states. I'm talking just in Montana, we have 181 packs. 2021, Montana Legislator, Senate Bill 315. We were supposed to not reduce.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Thanks for your hard work.
Madam Chair, my name is Karen Occolini from Gardner, Montana. Thank you for being here today. We want Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to represent and engage all Montanans. We as wolf advocates would like input on non-lethal management of wolves. We also would like to revisit the wolf stamp that was proposed a few years ago, and that was also opposed by members of your commission. And that's why I bring it up here. There are thousands of us who want to be heard, and since it is obvious that money talks, we want the opportunity to put our dollars on the table and make our voices heard. We deserve this, as does every non-consumptive and responsible wildlife and wildlands advocate. Also, I would like to see the wolf number, or the wolf quota in Unit 313 brought down to 1. This is a vulnerable wolf population. They're right next to the park, and they're used to humans. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today and letting me speak. I'm Oliver Wilson. I'm a hunter, fisherman, and trapper. Recently became a licensed trapper. Personally, I do not support the proposing of new wolf quotas. Instead, I support the proposing of wolf quotas that Montana SFW is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Commission, I'm Lizzie Pennock. I'm here representing Wild Earth Guardians. We are glad to see a lower overall quota. We think that was a step in the right direction, but these regulations are still full of problems for both wolves and grizzly bears. As Derek pointed out for the Endangered Species Coalition, the map where the floating start date applies covers significantly less ground than it did last year. Those outlying bears are the bears that are dispersing and providing connectivity between grizzly bear populations, which is needed for recovery. So I think you're shooting yourselves in the foot by reducing this area and also trying to get grizzly bears delisted. I also think we should keep in mind that FWP is supposed to manage wildlife for the public. Some statistics, 0.66% of Montana residents hunted wolves last year, and 228 people, or 0.02% of Montana residents trapped wolves last year. So when we're talking about representing the public, those numbers should be taken into account. We have the tools and the knowledge to coexist with wolves, and although very few cattle and sheep, tenths of a percent are killed by wolves, as reported by the MDOL every single year, we can help the people who do have problems. We can educate. You can assist them with coexistence measures, and we should be able to get to a place where killing wolves is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Tracy Manning. I'm from Florence, Montana. I'm a hunter education instructor for 10 years. I'm supposed to be doing a test today, but I talked to the parents, told them I wanted to come over here in front of them and talk to all of you about the wolf quota, and they all agreed, so we did the test yesterday. I support the amendment that the department has proposed, and I also have a couple ideas on how to get more hunter education instructors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Polieski, born and raised here in
Montana. You want to pull the microphone down a little bit, please? Thank you.
Do I need to introduce myself again? Or?
We couldn't hear you, so if you want
to. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Polieski, born and raised here in Montana. My culture, history, traditions come from our First Nations. My family members are First Nations. I want to share this understanding with you. I believe every indigenous nation, and I also believe a lot of the Native Montanans have this understanding. I share this because our animal relatives are in danger, and we need to share this. So Western culture followers, find your understanding. Native words are often mistranslated to use the word animals. Their words actually mean living beings on the earth, and it includes the human nation. Nation doesn't have political implications in the native language. It refers to beings that are alike. That animals, which is a misnomer, they're actually living entities, have a spirit, have a life, have a mind, and their own language. Animal is a poor translation because it distinguishes between humans and the rest of creation. It creates this hierarchy, an assumption that contradicts the indigenous system. Indigenous believes, and Native American or Native Montanans also believe, because these are our ancestors, these are our teachers, we are all related to all creation. Consequently, we are all equally important. If anything, I as a human must practice humility towards the rest of creation. And I want to thank Albert Whitehat for sharing this understanding. So my prayer is that this destruction, this needless killing of these animals be rendered void and indispensable.
Thank you for your comments.
And I just want to end with,
thank you for your
but
comments.
our culture of respect, preservation, and dignity for all grows and becomes strong.
Thank you.
Amen.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for letting me speak today. My name is John Wilson. I'm from Bonner, Montana. Wolf Harvesters and Trappers has generated over $5.1 million since 2009 to 2022, and that was data given by Brian here in the pamphlet. And last year we generated over $286,000. These numbers are factual, not just brought up by people saying they're creating that. We've had less licenses sold in the last 2 years, so I could see why our wolf harvest numbers are down some. We trappers and hunters are funding this research for wolves, so let's consider that when we're making these quotas. With the wolf numbers staying on average with licenses being sold, the weather and the late start dates to start trapping, I do not support the state's proposed lowering the quotas. We need to keep them up there. I'd also like to say on years before, for 10 years, we had a start date of December 15th. And that's when the biologist said the grizzly bears went to sleep. For 10 years, that was good. But when we got legislation passed to start an early date, you guys said no more. We need to go back to that December 15th start date. I do support the Montana SFW's proposal, and I'd like to see us have a quota of 330 wolves plus the 57 average wolves that the Wildlife Services take a year. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sherna Gilbert. I'm from Montana. I appreciate the opportunity for public comment, but I also recognize there are limitations with this process. Maybe a remedy would be to have more diverse and inclusive representation within the agency, the commission, and advisory committees. We are always on this side of the room. It does not benefit us or the agency to continue this cycle. Conservation will have more support and resources when all vested interests have buy-in. Tourism for Yellowstone would be represented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for my time to talk. My name is Cassandra Rydake. My family hunts, fishes, and ranches in a ranch surrounded by Lolo National Forest. Our valley has lived with wolves since before 1995 with no issues or little issues. The deer, the elk, and our first Americans have coexisted and evolved here with the wolves for millennia. We do not need to manage wolves except where there's conflict with livestock. Preventative, non-lethal means must always be attempted first. Leave wolves alone that don't attack livestock. Killing wolves disrupts pack structure and increases livestock conflict. I have livestock, and I would appreciate if that didn't happen in my valley. It hasn't happened so far, so I would appreciate it continues to happen. Physically count wolves because IPOM doesn't work. I have a family friend that's a computational ecologist, and several biologists have all said that IPOM is flawed. We need to have a physical count of wolves. They're not able to fulfill their evolutionary role when their numbers are too low. And they are there to cull elk, deer, and keep disease down and keep injured animals out of the system so others don't starve. Overgrazing, they control overgrazing also. Extended season and increased methods of, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deborah Slicer, Region 2, the 9 Mile Valley Wolf World. I'm a non-consumptive, a member of the non-consumptive public. I have a modest ask. I'd like for you to drop the quota in Unit 313 around Yellowstone to 1 or preferably 0. It is a number. I know how you arrived at 6 last year. I was part of the behind-the-scenes conversations that took place where Doug Smith, whose back was up against the wall, tried to strike a viable compromise of 6 wolves in 313. I'm asking one of you to propose now here a revised quota for that area. There are good reasons for going for one or zero, and no good reasons for 6. Those area wolves they do not harass livestock. Check the Montana Livestock Livestock Department stats and federal APHIS. There are plenty of elk in that unit. Wild Livelihoods and the Bear Creek Council, local Gardner stakeholders and business people have asked for 1 or 0, and the world supports those wolves. You've heard it today. Thank you. I have a quick question. Where is everybody? I know there are 7 commissioners. I see 4.
We have 1 online, so we have 5 total, and 2 of them were unable to attend today.
Unable to attend. All right.
Hi, my name is Trish King, or hi, commissioners and chair, sorry. I live in Region 1 with my family. We have property up there. And when we moved onto the property, we had trappers that had previously trapped everything inside. There was no animals. Now we have a thriving wildlife community. Our property, we see the animals. We're able to get them on film. And that's one of the reasons why we moved here. I'm against the trapping and snaring especially. And I believe wolves can manage their own, so I'm asking that you reduce Region 1 through 7 to the bare minimum, and then especially Unit 110 and 313. The National Park wolves, I think, deserve extra protection from being baited out of the park, and really leniency in killing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Glenda Meyer. And before deciding how many wolves to kill, the pro-wolf community wants you to kill none. The hunting and trapping wants you to kill a lot. But before we decide on that number, please take the time to properly count Montana wolves. We all know that the IPOM is flawed and outdated, and you have created a longer and more generous killing season. However, less wolves are being killed every year. Can you consider that there are substantially less wolves than you are publishing? Wolves should be counted like every other species. To account for the smaller number of wolves on the landscape, the season should be shortened and into the winter time. Please create the Wolf Advisory Group that includes all stakeholders. We can definitely coexist and compromise. We definitely need a 24-hour trap and snare check. Bigger setback requirements, that's a public safety issue. And I would also like to think some honest language could be put into play as well. Harvest should be killing. Discharge really should be called shooting. Fur bearer should be called a trophy animal. Quotas should be the max number of animals killed. And trapping and snaring should be called torture, because that's what it is. This is your opportunity to make a difference this year by dialing back the aggressive hunting policies of the last few years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Mikesell, and I live in the 9 Mile Valley, and I've been there for almost 30 years. I've seen 1 wolf in that whole time. I'm here today to ask that the commissioners reduce all the killing numbers for everything, grizzly bear, wolf. I chose to live here in the 9 Mile Valley to see the wildlife, not kill it. I don't think there's any way to accurately count these numbers. I hear a lot of numbers thrown around and populations and quotas, and I just don't think there's an accurate way. When I first moved here and the wolves were just starting to come back to the 9 Mile Valley, there was a joke running around, shoot, shovel, and shut up. I'm sure that still occurs today, and I'm just here to ask that people stop killing the wildlife that brings so much money and diversity, and it's the reason we live here. And also, if you choose to live here and recreate here or ranch here, that comes at a risk, and you just have to assume that risk if you choose to live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission. My name is Matt Cazacrio. I work with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. Together with some partners, we put together a fact sheet that we distributed to the commissioners. We were lucky enough to meet with several of you in person and online, so thanks very much for the time. I'm going to just touch on one or two of those suggestions from that fact sheet. First and foremost, we are looking for an explicit prohibition of the use of telemetry when hunting wolves. So state law currently prohibits hunting with the aid of electronic motion tracking devices. This applies only to game animals, whereas wolves are considered a species in need of management. Previous wolf regulations specifically prohibited using radio telemetry equipment to hunt wolves. In 2020, that guidance was included under the section of motion tracking devices, and so we'd like to see that reinstated in the 2023 regs. And then I'm going to reiterate a concern that's been said a number of times, having to do with the floating start date and the map. Obviously, the reduction in area that the department is considering where grizzly bears may be present is limited. Right? We know that grizzly bears are expanding. We had a previous map with a floating start date. I would say that we should be as conservative as possible when it comes to possible incidental take of a listed species. Fish and Wildlife Service is undergoing a status review of the grizzly bear delisting process right now. Incidental take is a big deal. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Carrie Kale, and I'm representing the Park County Environmental Council in Livingston, Montana. We are asking that the Commission return the lower quota to WMU 313 and to separate that unit back into its original 2 units of 313 and 316 in the area north of Yellowstone National Park. The change to 1 WMU allows for an entire quota to come from a single pack or one very localized area. By separating this unit, mortality will be better distributed. The quota in WMU 313 should be set at the minimum allowable of 1 wolf or 1 in each WMU if you return back to the 2. There are very few or no resident Montana wolves in this area. The wolves killed in 313 last season were primarily residents of Yellowstone National Park, which Wyoming counts as part of their own state population. The disproportionate number of wolves taken from this area does not impact the overall state wolf management goals, but it has major repercussions on the economic, scientific, and cultural values of local communities and all who visit Yellowstone National Park. The communities in Park County have suffered many economic losses over the last several years due to COVID-19, a major fire in the Gardner Business District, and a massive flood. These communities need to be supported while they are recovering, and one way to do that is to support their major economic driver, which is wolf watching. According to a June 2022 economic study, wolf watching contributes to at least $82 million in communities in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Park County alone gets $236 million annually from visitors, and that creates 3,270 jobs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Jennifer Sherry. I work for the Natural Resources Defense Council. I want to echo a concern with the shrinking of the area where the trapping start date applies and urge you to take a really close look at the difference between the 2 maps that Derek Goldman held up earlier. It is a significant change, but it's not really clear how significant it is from the language of the cover sheet. And it does increase the burden of risk to grizzly bears as well as other wildlife and people that are more active on the landscape earlier in the year. I urge you to just adopt the same map that you used last year. And then lastly, I want to keep it brief, but I'd like to point out from a higher level view that killing wolves and other native carnivores under the premise that this saves elk and other ungulates for human hunter opportunity is not supported by scientific evidence. And this premise reduces the complexity of the natural world to a false simplicity in service to few and at the expense of many. So I request, for more transparency and credible justifications for decisions that are being made that impact wildlife that many people care about. Thanks so much for your consideration. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brad Longcake. I'm here representing MOGA. Wolves are fully recovered in Montana based on established recovery goals and the best abundance estimates that we have available. Current estimates of wolves using the IPOM methodology is just short of 1,100. The best science concludes that 30 to 40% removal is necessary to maintain a static wolf population. Population reduction is achieved at 40% or greater. We support a management system that balances sustainable wolf management, predator control, with the needs of other species while maintaining Montana wildlife wolf abundance at or above the level that would not trigger relisting. We were here originally to oppose the department's average of 289 because it was only a 20% reduction. However, with Commissioner Tabor and Burrow's amendments, we are here to support that. We think that's a workable solution, especially for the ungulate areas in regions 1 and 2. We support a management target, though, still of that 30 to 40% harvest rate, with quotas applied proportionally by the different regions. Distributing the harvest of wolves across the regions proportionally, as proposed by the department, ensures the greatest harvest potential takes place in regions where it's most effective and benefits the ungulates, specifically in regions 1, 2, and 3. So again, thank you to the commissioners that have addressed those issues. Thank you for the opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chairman Robinson, I'm Rob Arnault. I'm a private land wildlife manager, and I've been a professional in this for my entire life. I would encourage to Fish and Game to adopt the proposals by the commissioners to increase the harvest, and encourage the department to not slow walk the reduction of wolves, but to get to it as quickly as possible. I want to remind you of the nexus between predator and prey. Increase the food source. If you reduce the wolf and lion populations, you will increase the ungulate populations, which therefore increase the food base, which therefore increases the predator numbers. And so, ironically, the nexus is the more you harvest, the more you're going to get. And so, mine would be a message of abundance. Go ahead and reduce the numbers, bring back the prey base, and you'll also be dealing with predators continually. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Robinson, members of the commission, my name is Bill Mitchell. I'm from Missoula. I don't think I can add a whole lot. I would just like to say that I would like you to approve the seasons and quotas as amended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Commission and Head Commissioner. My name is Dagmar Riddle. I live in Whitehall, which is in Unit 3. And I agree with all the things the wolf proponents said, but I have things to add. One is we need the weekly wolf reports back in a maybe semi-weekly or monthly basis, because there is little to no transparency and accountability here. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is going down a slippery slope of just giving to the trappers and the hunters and the livestock people. What about us? We want a wolf advisory board, and we want a seat at the table, and we want the wolves having a seat at the table too. Now, all these state fish and wildlife agencies, they're bound by law, by federal law, to manage wolves and wildlife, all wildlife, for the public trust and for the animals. Why aren't we thinking about the animals? It's just getting outrageous. I mean, it's just for the bloodthirsty and the ones who like to inflict suffering and death to the animals. We need to think about the animals. They have a seat at the table. They are the number one thing, and stop killing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. My name's Dave Stalling. I'm from Missoula. I'm here for the Large Carnivore Fund, but right now I want to speak as an avid and passionate hunter. I'm the past conservation editor of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation's Bugle magazine. I'm a past president of the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I'm a founder of Hellgate Hunters and Anglers in Missoula. And I've been hunting most of my life, and I also write a lot about hunting and hunting issues. You know, we hunters like to proudly talk about the North American model of wildlife conservation and the 7 tenets in that. And yet more and more we're violating most every one of those tenets, particularly that wildlife management be based on science. Now, I do think wolves should be managed like other wildlife, but the way we manage other wildlife is by understanding their ecology and their behavior and basing the management on science. What we know about wolves is that they evolved as predators. They don't have a lot of, they're mostly self-regulating. They do not kill certain wolves, and it disrupts a lot of their social structures and breeding behaviors, gets them to split, breed even more, and cause more depredation and more problems, and quite often exasperates the problems you think we're solving. Wolves are not being managed based on good, sound science. It's being managed on politics driven by fear-mongering lies and misconceptions about wolves. And I urge you to start basing management more on science and what we actually know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies. I'd like to talk really briefly about the Yellowstone herd. In 1996, the herd was approximately 20,000 animals, okay, give or take. This year, 2023, there's 6,651. Huge difference there, huh? It's not wolves. There was such a terrible winter that year. They lost between 9,000 and 10,000 animals. So please don't buy into the cherry picking of information. The floor is now the ceiling. And what do I mean by that? And I've heard the department say this time and time again. The 150 wolves to get wolves delisted from the ESA protection was just a floor. Now it's the ceiling. This is what we're going for. We're shooting to kill all these animals and drive that number down to about 300 or 400 wolves. I have a copy I'll give you folks. It's the front page to SB 314, Bob Brown bill, I believe it was. What is a sustainable number? You guys don't even know. You've already jumped to the conclusion that 150 is a sustainable number. That's wrong. And let me explain. You have IPOM. You have one Dr. Diane Boyd from Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who's retired. I'm going to finish here. You have Diane Boyd, who is a doctor, has her doctorates in wildlife biology, a wolf expert.
So you can finish that thought, but
okay, I will finish that thought.
Quickly.
What I'm getting at is you have Doug Smith, Diane Boyd, have 80 years of experience with IPOM. Okay, you have 2 students from the University of Montana who have developed IPOM. Who are you going to trust? And lastly, with the department's own information, every region is over objective or at of objective for elk. That's your information. And the areas that are in question.
Okay, thank you.
Region 1.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, Region 1, they haven't even done a count.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak again. All I can really say is, what if it was one of your pack members that was being killed? What if that was one of your cubs or pups? We are one. There is no separation, you guys, between animals, humans. We are one species. We are one. There are really only 2 sides here. You have love and you have fear. Which one are you going to feed? We have 2 wolves within us. It's a Native American story. We have the white wolf, we have the black wolf. Which one will you feed? The love or the fear? The animals are not ours to do with as we please. They're not. just remember that Mother Earth feels everything. She sees everything, and it's only a matter of time until we are forced to awaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay, we're at an hour right now, so I will go online. Is everyone have their hand raised online who wants to speak? Because I need a count.
I see the number going up right
Okay,
now.
all right, I'll give it just a second, and then we'll see how many we have. Yes, go ahead. Yep. I'm going to let one more person in person speak, and then we'll, if you could get me the count.
Speak on Lions.
No.
Okay, my hearing ain't all that good. Okay, I want to start with, you want to help the mule deer population, you should go after the number one predator, and that's FWP. There's 58 either sex mule deer units, and on top of that, they give out 28,735 mule deer doe tags. I mean, if you want to help mule deer, start that. The CMR's got some of the best mule deer hunting in the state.
So is this to do with trapping and fur bearers?
No,
because
I
that's
thought
what's
they were
on the agenda right now.
Thought they were done with that.
No. You can speak to that at the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you. All right, how many do we have online?
Madam Chair, we have 32 hands raised.
Okay, I will give 1 minute apiece, and we'll cap it at that 32, and then I'll close public comments.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. First, we have Allison Dahlman.
Okay, go. You need to unmute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. My husband and I spent $11,000 this year to watch our amazing Yellowstone wolves. Montana makes $82 million because of them, yet this commission continues to kill wolves and other carnivores who make Yellowstone the balanced ecosystem and tourist attraction that it is. We spoke with residents, business owners, and employees. None of them support wolf killing. So why are you going against so many residents and businesses who rely on wolves for their income? Given IPOM's inaccuracy, not knowing how many wolves are still alive, at least reduce quotas. Limit killing to 1 in units 110 and 313. Grizzly hibernation varies with changing weather, so set trapping dates to December 31st through February 28th, depending on bear activity. Open later and close sooner. Snares and traps are hazardous, so limit them to private land and be sure they're marked and require 24-hour checks. We don't want these barbaric devices on our land, our public land, and I don't want to get caught in one, my dog either. Do not allow party, trapping, snaring, pre-baiting, or night hunting. Require trap lines to be registered with the department and snares and traps removed the same day the season ends, the region closes. Require slaying wolves.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Victim information collection.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Peter Gwynn.
Okay, you need to unmute, please. All right, I wonder if that was, I think he was the one that we couldn't get on last time.
Yeah, I saw his hand go down and then it came back up, so I assumed he may have been ready, but I guess we will move on. So next up, we have Rhonda Dern.
Okay. Okay, need to, yep, go ahead.
You may allow 150 wolves to live. Really? A quota allowing the killing of so many wolves? All hunting of wolves is a trophy blood sport. Montana has 30 million acres of state lands for wolves to manage their populations. Killing of wolves to a population just above the number that would require them to be relisted is cruel. America is celebrating 50 years of the Endangered Species Act. Montanans should be hearing from their Wildlife Commission about the ways they are planning to celebrate wolves. Killing of wolves in Montana in the most egregious ways is unforgivable. The Montana Commission is composed heavily of trophy hunters, trappers, producers, outfitters. Non-consumptives are the majority and must have an equal seat at the table. I hope justice will be served to those who are allowing the heinous acts of violence being perpetuated on wolf families. Montana needs a wildlife commission based on science and ethical integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, next up we have Karen Mahuna.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Why is Montana so intent on slaughtering wolves and in the most unethical ways? They're not a threat to people, have a negligible effect on cattle, and elk are above objective. Is it to help the hunting industry sell more of their night vision, infrared, and other high-tech gear? Is it to make it easier for hunters to find and kill elk and deer? It sounds like hunters no longer want to spend time in the outdoors. They just want a quick kill. Or is it to appease the bloodlust of trappers and predator hunters who obviously get high on killing, as witnessed by their videos and words? Regardless, this persecution of wolves needs to stop. It is no different than the unregulated mass slaughter of our nation's wildlife in the 1800s. It was unconscionable then, and it is more so now. History will not be kind in looking back on this era. Ethics requires that you do whatever you can to minimize the senseless slaughter by decreasing quotas, eliminating snaring, trapping, nighttime hunting, and other unethical means wherever you can. Please stop this slaughter now.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Lionel Morris.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for having this public meeting. My name is Lionel Morris. I'm an activist with the Sierra Club, California. I'm speaking as an individual. I'm here to speak on and support of protecting wolves. They help keep deer and elk populations in check, which can benefit many other plant and animal species. And many people fear that removing wolves from the endangered species list will lead to an increase in hunting. Not long after the wolves were delisted in 2020, hunters in Wisconsin and other states killed more than 200 of them in less than 3 days. Many scientists say gray wolves still need protection. Gray wolves, are part of the American, territory. They have every right to live freely in the United States, just like American bald eagles are protected. They are part of this country. We must do what we can to protect gray wolves, bears, and other endangered species, because they are part of the ecosystem. And Montana should remain a wild state. We should not destroy their habitat or kill them.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have John Marshwick.
Madam Chair, John Marchwig again. I'm the wildlife major at Cal Poly Humboldt. This commission has presented data that shows the number of wolves killed in Montana has decreased within the last 2 hunting seasons, but the same commission has failed to present any scientific data that shows the wolf population in Glacier National Park has or has not been significantly negatively impacted by the removal of Wolf Management Unit 110, the restrictive quota of 2 wolves that was in place for that Wolf Management Unit, and aggressive anti-wolf laws passed in 2021, such as House Bills 224 and 225, sponsored by Paul Fielder, and Senate Bills 267 and 314, sponsored by Bob Brown. We have no idea how many wolves from Glacier are getting killed in Montana since these changes went into effect, and Glacier National Park staff in 2021 expressed concern when this commission removed the restrictive quota system in place for Wolf Management Unit 110. Being safe and sorry is warranted here, and I urge this commission to restore the 2-quota system for Wolf Management Unit 110 and Wolf Management Unit 110 itself at the very least until we have more solid information as to how Glacier's wolf population is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Stephanie Farrick.
Hi, Commissioners. So here are my recommendations. Adopt more ethical hunting methods, ban night vision, optics, snaring, and baiting, 24-hour trap and snare checks, and reduce the wolf quota in all regions. They should all be zero. Poaching is alive and well out there. I can't count the number of times I see SSS on the internet. I have a love for the outdoors. My husband and I share this, and we're passing this on to our children. When I'm feeling the stressors of everyday life, I head out into the wilderness areas or public lands. When I see wildlife, it makes the experience even more enriching. To enjoy the full benefit of these lands, there needs to be a healthy ecosystem. There needs to be a balance. We need predators on the landscape. Otherwise, you have increased ungulates, increase in selective consumption of palatable vegetation, loss in biodiversity, new behavior patterns, changes in soil fertility, and changes in primary production. Americans deserve healthy, intact public lands. Moving predators, especially wolves, robs us of those opportunities. We should be thanking wolves for providing us this benefit. Instead, we are providing a complete disservice to them and killing them for pleasure. It is very sad and disappointing. These are intelligent, beautiful animals, and they bring a lot of joy to people. Oh, okay, thanks.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Melissa Clark.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Clark, and my roots are in Park County, a county where tourism is a major business, especially so because of its proximity to Yellowstone Park. Wolf watching tourism in its many forms has become an important part of this tourism industry. In support of that, I am proposing a reduction of the quota in Region 3, Unit 313, as well as the ceasing of primitive lethal methods such as snaring and trapping of wolves. Now what is needed is a method to accurately and completely account for the number of wolves, a scientific procedure, and an awareness of and appreciation for the positive resource wolves have become. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Nani Gerber.
Hi, I'm Nani Gerber. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Is it reverberating?
Okay. I think you may have to turn your computer, the feed.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nani Gerber. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. While we are grateful to the Commission for slightly lowering wolf quotas, we ask you to lower Unit 313 by Yellowstone to 1 wolf and to please reconsider that your proposed regulations continue the inhumane war on wolves based on politics, not science. Other non-target animals fall prey to the quest for wolf blood, as we've seen in a horrific example in Montana last season when a husky was shot and skinned for a wolf. As the owner of a dog shot for a wolf, I beg you to establish a wolf advisory committee going forward to address management of wolves so that atrocious incidents like this never happen again. Dogs trapped as collateral damage in the Montana wolf hunt number around 35 dogs a year. Dogs are now taking the lead for trapped non-targets. Some die, others lose legs, just like my dog Indiana did after being shot. This is horrifying. It is torture.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Michelle Holohan.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michelle Houlihan. I'm a guide. I live in Gardner, Montana. I take people into Yellowstone to see wolves, and I would like to see you guys lower the quota for Unit 313 to 1 animal. In addition, I would like to see you leave unchanged the boundaries, the flexible boundaries in beginning to protect bears on the outside. Trapping of wolves is harmful to my job and to the dozen other companies that run wildlife tours in Yellowstone every year. I show more people wildlife and wolves, 10 times as many as we have trappers in this state, and that needs to be taken into account by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kay Brown.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just watched you increase the quotas without a statement about why. The commission is tasked with upholding the public trust, and yet you continue to give privilege to specific groups, ignoring science and other non-consumptive groups. We are repeatedly banned from having a seat at this table. In summary, no snaring. Traps for wolves should be limited for December 31st through February 28th to lessen the bycatch of grizzlies and lynx. Setbacks and signage should apply to all traps on public lands, and actually they shouldn't be on them at all. Quotas for wolves in regions next to national parks should go back to one animal. These parks should not be used as grocery stores for recreational killing. And IPOM needs to be revamped so that populations can be accurately counted. Considering that 20 wolves may be killed by one individual by almost any means they so desire, is case in point for your scorched earth killing policy, not management for conservation. Your own website says the outside is in all of us. It should continue and read, but only if you're invited. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Jim.
You are still muted, Jim. Okay, you need to unmute. Okay, one more try, Jim. You need to remove your, you need to not be muted. Okay, let's move to the next person, please.
Okay, Madam Chair. Next we have Larry Rattry.
Okay, you're also muted. *6 if you're on your phone, or if you are via Zoom, you'll have to unmute, but try *6. Okay, one more try. Larry, if you could unmute. Okay, we'll move to the next.
Okay, Madam Chair. Next we have Kara McGarry.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Kara McGarry with Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, representing over 180 local businesses near the north entrances to Yellowstone National Park. We request a much lower quota for WMU 313, and we urge you, Commissioner Kirby Brook, as our Region 3 Commissioner, to make an amendment to one wolf in Wolf Management Unit 313 as the quota. Because resident wolf population in this unit has been greatly reduced as assessed by FWP. Most wolves killed in Unit 313, the last 2 hunting seasons, were resident to Yellowstone National Park and counted toward Wyoming's population. Unit 313, we'd like to see it split back into 2 units. Combining these units does not consider the different geographies of the 2 units, and it increases the likelihood that the quota will be filled through take in just one Yellowstone pack, thus eliminating the pack or causing major disruptions to its social structure. These wolves have unique economic, cultural, and scientific value. They are a huge driver for visitation to northern Yellowstone and the surrounding communities in Montana. Only a few hunters filled last year's quota. In contrast,
thank you. Thank you for your comments.
By visitors come specifically to see Yellowstone's wolves.
Thank you. How many do we have left?
We have 20 left. I did see after we initially began some additional hands go up.
Okay, we will do 15 more minutes of 1 minute, and then from there on out, it will just be if they support or oppose. Thank you.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Next up, we have Mary.
This commission and many in the Montana legislature have turned the state into a trophy hunters, trappers, and outfitters paradise. The non-consumptive wildlife majority is virtually ignored, along with the fact that wolves and other wildlife have generated millions of dollars in tourist revenue. The accurate number of wolves left in Montana is unknown, especially for those in Glacier National Park. Due to the 2021 anti-wolf legislation that opened up wolf trapping areas, eliminated some WMUs, and abolished the limiting quota, no one knows how badly the glacier wolves have been impacted. WMU 110 must be brought back with a quota of 1, and WMU 313's quota of 1 needs to stay as is. Last but not least, the preferred entertainment of trapping must have required reporting, 24-hour trap checks, a trapping license, and posted warning signs for the public would be appreciated by those who recreate on Montana's public lands, making up 30% of the state. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have David Hand.
Okay, go ahead. We can't hear you on this end, and you're not muted. One more try, David. I can't hear you. Okay, let's move to the next person, please.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. We have Christina Gaylor next.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Again, I agree with the topics discussed before me. And again, in addition, just a few words to those. Thank you for lowering the quotas. It has been very one-sided that commissioners who represent the public, they are still more pleasing the trappers, outfitters, and politics, hunters, trophy hunters, and ranchers by adding more possibilities to the mass killing the wolves. However, you don't have the close appropriate numbers on wolf population. At the same time, officials love the high dollars what myself and millions are spending in your state to see, observe the very same animals. Please lower the harvest numbers and do not support the use of unethical methods anymore. There are many working non-lethal methods available, and I use livestock guardian dogs myself over my life. Also, my family in Transylvania, where the wolf numbers are thriving.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Deborah Taylor.
Thank you. I referenced the American West Library reference book titled Welfare Ranching. It was republished in 2002. There's 2 articles. One is titled Ranching in Bear Country by Wildlife Scientists. By the 1920s and 30s, grizzly bears were extinct or extremely rare throughout the West. Cattle and sheep complete the grizzlies and wolves for forage, but bears contribute to the land by protecting the vegetation from turning to dust. I referenced the same book titled A West Without Wolves by scientist Michael Robinson. In the conflict between the livestock industry and wolf recovery is more deeply rooted than the simple question of how to protect stock from predators. Cattle still displace elk, deer, and other native prey animals. Each blade of grass eaten by cattle means much less for elk. I heard somebody speak about the reduced elk population, which is bull. Blaming carnivore predation is failure of your commission to share the truth.
Thank you for your comments.
Quote a number. Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Morgan.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, appreciate you letting me talk to you. Chris Morgan, the VP West of the Montana Trappers Association. I'm going to start off by saying we don't agree with the quota reduction of bobcats in Region 5. It was under our understanding that the commission or the department does not reduce quotas 2 years in a row, and there was not enough data of this past season to consider actually reducing quotas. So we'd suggest that you don't reduce quotas. Won't beat a dead horse on the wolf topic, but I will mention that I read through all the public comments, and one of the copy-pasted emails that I saw so often on the people who were against wolf management said, "Great wolf management should be science-based, not political." So I guess with that statement, I would suggest that we take Doug Smith's recommendation last year and we have a quota of 10 wolves and 313. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Madam Chair, we have Betsy Klein.
Hello. I want to add my support to my fellow wolf and wildlife advocates today, and I'd also like to add one comment to the humanity and ethics of what is being talked about today, is it should be considered as much as science. What is happening with wildlife and wolves in Montana is not hunting, and the ridiculous misnomer of harvesting, a word used to mask the abhorrent and deplorable methods of killing these animals. We are supposed to be in an evolved society, and those who enjoy killing wolves using these tactics are a symptom of something far darker and a threat to all of us. For example, watching animals writhe in traps and then bash them over their heads until dead is obscene, especially when their 5-year-old granddaughter accompanies them to quote unquote learn. Livestock predation is often cited as a reason to kill wolves. However, domestic dogs kill more livestock annually. The hypocrisy is palatable. Given that the overwhelming majority of people in Montana and the US oppose these tactics, it is mind-boggling that you are allowing, supporting, and even encouraging this. Whatever happened to ethics? I'm done.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Keith Gabusta.
Well, I'll say I overwhelmingly support the Tabor and Burroughs amendments. A higher than recent harvest quota is appropriate and has never resulted in a rapid reduction of the wolf population. But instead, this approach and legislative actions has caused the wolves and some elk numbers to move in the right direction. This amended proposal connects science-based data with guardrails and procedures to avoid any risk of overharvest that ensures a long-term viable wolf population. I'd call that the gold standard of adaptive management that promotes sustainable harvest of surplus wildlife, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Eric Lewis.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Eric Lewis, that's spelled C-L-E-W-I-S, and I'm representing Defenders of Wildlife. We oppose the proposed wolf hunting and trapping regulations as written. While at face value, the proposal to reduce the quota is positive, the overall intent remains to continue efforts to needlessly reduce the wolf population across the state. Unethical methods of take, such as snaring, night hunting, and baiting remain in regulation, despite being a far cry from any form of fair chase hunting or trapping method. Additionally, the proposed regulations include a significant reduction in areas where the flexible trapping dates apply, which will cause incidental take of grizzly bears in violation of the Endangered Species Act. This will impair delisting efforts, considering much of the landscape removed from last year's recommendations are critical to connectivity between grizzly populations. This shows a lack of commitment to adequately managing these bears for continued persistence. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Anya Heister.
Yeah, hello. I've been coming to commission meetings for more than 15 years. During that time, the state of Montana has become less and less tolerant of wild animals. The fate of wildlife has worsened, trapping has been expanded, and the cruel treatment of wild animals has intensified. Fish, Wildlife and Parks has even normalized trophy hunting of Montana's wildlife. Hell, we even now have a representative of the Safari Club International on this very commission. Deals are made behind closed doors, and decisions to benefit trophy hunters and trappers are made long before the Fish, Wildlife and Parks commission meetings, such as this one today. Fish, Wildlife and Parks is selling out Montana's wildlife to trophy hunters and trapper interests, and the so-called public commenting process, quite frankly, feels like a sham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Caroline Gwynn.
You're muted. If you're there, you need to unmute, please. Okay, let's move to the next. Oh, there she goes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Caroline Gwynn, and I've been a homeowner and a property owner in the Condon area for over 30 years. I understand Colorado is going to source 30 to 50 wolves over the next 5 years, as mandated by voters in 2020. They're looking for wolves that are ecologically similar to the environment in Colorado, according to prey, terrain, and availability. They'll be released west of the Continental Divide on public lands. They already have a detailed wolf management plan, and they won't be hunted. And they have a very generous compensation plan for any rancher who loses a wolf or loses livestock to a wolf. Colorado Parks and Wildlife sent a letter to Montana on May 15th requesting wolves, as Montana is an ideal source. According to Mr. Wakeling, Montana is still considering it. I recommend that we assist Colorado by sending them the 50 wolves, live wolves that they have requested, and we reduce our quota for trapping and hunting. And
Okay,
I'd like
thank
to
you.
know,
Thank
where
you
do
for
we
your
currently
comments.
stand on this request?
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Lynn Griffith.
Okay, you're muted, Lynn. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I am speaking as a Native American. Also, my aunt lives in the state of Montana, and wolves and grizzlies are actually a sacred species. I realize not all tribes consider them to be a sacred species, but many do. Also, my grandfather was a sustenance hunter. I'm not against sustenance hunting. My family also raised some livestock as a child. So we are aware of the deterrents that we need to use and that are available. Also, CBD was detected in Montana. Let's see, in 2017, a mule deer hunting district, no, sorry, that's current, was recently detected 405 northeast of Great Falls, now spreading throughout. It's been in the last 5 years that we've seen an increase because it was first detected in 2017. Livestock numbers in Montana, according to 2022 USDA State Agriculture Overview, were 223 million animals. Surely there are enough for all of us. There aren't enough wolves. And if you compare those numbers, it's outrageous.
Thank you for your
it's my
comments.
understanding
Thank you
that
for your
Montana
comments.
has no trap check.
How many commenters do we have left?
Looks like we have 12 hands raised remaining.
I'm just gonna I will do 30 seconds for the next 12 and we'll get them all in.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Next, we have Lon Ottoson.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Our federal public lands belong to all Americans, including the non-consumptive majority. Non-consumptive public needs to have a voice at the table, and it's disgraceful to have hunting adjacent to Yellowstone, Glacier Park, and totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Claudia Narcisco.
Okay, wolves are attracted to sick, diseased animals. I request that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and Wildlife Services test all livestock lost to predation by wolves for disease, as these are attracted to the wolves. Producers must be responsible for proper husbandry operations and non-lethal control. I support the wolf conservation standards, financially and educational opportunities, and non-consumptive uses a voice, and it's consistent with the governor's directive to modernize. And also regarding Commissioner Tabor's mention of low water levels, I request that trapping of beavers be discontinued until the role of beaver dams in maintaining riparian function, stream flows,
Okay,
and groundwater
thank you
recharge
for your
is-
comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Nathan Varley.
Hello, yeah, my name is Nathan Farley. Another voice to reduce the quota for 313. I represent Bear Creek Council, a local group. We have a Montana license plate with wolves belong on it. It's become quite popular. I also represent Yellowstone Wolf Tracker, a business in the area that's takes people into the park to see wolves, and a member of Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition. In 313, we have robust game populations, elk, deer, bison, all at or above target. We have no livestock depredations, and past harvest of wolves has been overwhelmingly from park packs, which is disruptive to our industry.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Mika Costeruz.
My name is Mika Costeruz and I live in Region 2. You have clearly reduced the number of wolves in the state, so the reduction in quotas is appropriate. I do, however, request that you please reduce a quota in Wolf Management Unit 313 to 1 and in Unit 110 to 1. We are quite possibly approaching that threshold you're fearful of reaching. Why do I say this? It's more than likely the number of wolves in the state is much lower than your IPOM indicates. You must know this. You need a reliable, completely peer-reviewed method of counting wolves that includes the involvement of all concerned groups with members residing in our state. This will also help create trust. And again, wolves are such a controversial topic, it seems counterintuitive not to have a wolf advisory committee.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Sue Ann Stevenson.
Thank you. I quickly support lower quotas for all areas. I urge you to adopt a wolf advisory committee. You can see how many advocates and concerned people we have in the state for wolves. Finally, I plead with you to have a physical count of wolves. They're a very precious resource in our state, and they should be managed according to science. So please do an actual count and use it in making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Maria Matthews.
Thank you for giving me this privilege. Skowkahoe Wildlife Preserve was a 23,000 acre preserve set aside to grow the number of large game animals. It was eliminated. So if the argument that elk numbers are low, I would advocate opening these preserves back up for growing the wildlife numbers. The other thing that I've heard today is the argument that trapping is a Montana heritage.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Jim again.
Okay. All right, Jim, you are muted still.
Hello?
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's James March. Hi, my name's James Marchwick. I'm a fifth generation Montanan fisherman and outdoorsman and former trapper. I'm against the use of traps and snares, especially on public lands. The indiscriminate devices kill everything, and there is no mind, thought, or humanity behind these things, only steel and wire. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Antoinette Hernandez.
Thank you. I live in Arizona and a frequent visitor to Montana. I have family there. I live in Arizona where the wolf population is starting to thrive again. Arizona and Montana have always been very similar with ranching and attitudes towards wolves. However, due to our statewide education program about wolves, it has changed so many opinions for our ranchers here. The knowledge of wolves is growing in a positive manner. What I'm asking you to do is please lower your quotas on killing of wolves and get rid of the ethical trapping, baiting that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Sylvia Borginovo.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Borginovo. I'm a Montana resident and homeowner, as well as a fly fisher, nurse, and wildlife photographer. Montana's management of wolves is not based on science, it's based on political things, which is driven by myths and misconceptions about wolves. So we need to stop politicizing the issue, base a decision on science, prioritizing the wolves in the scope of fairness and transparency to the folks on both sides of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Peter Gwynn.
Okay, you are muted. All right, one more try. Can you unmute Peter Gwynn? Okay, we're going to move on. We should only have 2 left. Is that correct?
There are 3. There was one additional hand that went
Okay,
up.
well, I said I would take the last 2, so if you give me those, and then I need to check with the regional offices, so I'll take
Sounds
2.
good.
Thank you.
Of course. Next, we have Nicole Schilling.
Thank you. Wolves bring in millions of tourist dollars to your state because people want to see living wildlife. You, however, choose to ignore these facts and dismiss the non-consumptive wildlife watching community. It is trappers and outfitters you coddle and cater to, and neither of those groups care about wolf wildlife conservation or know the first thing about science. Trapping is non-discriminatory and kills other animals as well, such as grizzly bears and Canadian lynx as examples. People throughout the world are paying attention, so it's important that we get this right.
Thank you.
Public lands.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, lastly, Madam Chair, we have Elena Tillman.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. I don't have anything to add that others before me haven't already eloquently stated, but I just wish to echo those that have vocalized a quota of 1 in their respective areas and do not support the current motion. A gentleman earlier spoke about if predators are behaving badly, we should eliminate them. Arguably, we are the predators behaving badly. In order to be accurate and taken seriously as well, we must do physical counts and adhere to peer-reviewed protocols. Thank you.
Thank you. So I forgot to ask the regional offices if there was anyone in the offices that had anyone that would like to speak. Okay. Do it 1 minute, please, for the regional offices. Okay, go ahead. Region 3.
Madam Chair, Region 3.
Okay.
My name is Nancy Ostley, and in studying up on the IPOM model, reading the original scientific documents to understand where that model is valid and where it's not, I was in contact with certain scientists. I want to point out that in addition to the fact that public comment here seems to be a charade, you also do not have science on your side. I know for a fact that our scientists at our own university system are unwilling to testify in court to the inadequacy of the IPOM model because of they fear for their livelihoods and safety. And that's the Gianforte administration's legacy.
Thank you. Region 2, let's go to you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Bob Shepard, SHEPP-ARD from Ovando. I understand the concerns of a proactive approach, but we're still about 3 times ahead of the mandate by the feds on the wolves. So it seems like we're putting the cart ahead of the horse. I do support the amendments and a program. 2 other points. 1, no management of wildlife, including wolves, is the cruelest thing we can do. And 2, I get a little tired of hearing a Fish and Game and a commission get bashed over no science. I disagree with them on many issues, but they're professionals and they work hard at trying to get a good deal going. Thank you.
Thank you. Region 2, do you have any more?
Yes, we have 2 others.
Okay, go ahead.
Bob Rowland, Rancher Ovando Country, Region 2. I read the Montana Fish Wildlife Annual Wolf Report and the Yellowstone Annual Wolf Report. One thing jumped out at me this year was the density of wolves living in Region 1, 2, 3, and comparing that to Yellowstone National Park. Region 1 has a wolf density of 13 wolves per 1,000 square kilometers. Region 2 at 12 wolves per 1,000 square kilometers. When you compare that to Yellowstone, they're at 10 wolves per 1,000 square kilometers. Yellowstone is a self-regulated population, as they like to claim is the perfect population, where the biggest killer of wolves is other wolves. And we have the same pack fragmentation and all the different results that they accuse us trappers of causing to the wolf pack. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll take the last one in Region 2, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Rob Henryton from the Woodworth area. I'd just like to say I support Commissioner Tabor's proposed amendment. Makes more sense to me. I too feel a statewide quota of 300 to 330 is more reasonable. And I thank Commissioner Burrows for his amendment. I fully support that. And he pretty much addresses the rest of what I have to comment on. So thank you for those amendments and all you do to manage our wildlife. Thanks.
Thank you. Just making sure, Region 2, that's it?
That is it. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Region 1?
We have one commenter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Ian Wargo. I'm an engaged local resident and R1 Citizen Advisory Council member. I'd like to comment on the proposal to reduce wolf quotas and express my confusion on how we can have a discussion on reducing wolf quotas in order to maintain sustainable wolf populations long-term without having a discussion on our current ungulate populations and their concerning downward population trends. I'm a resident in Kalispell and frequently recreate in Bob Marshall. I'm passionate about what is taking place with their wildlife populations. Region 1 is home to more wolves than anywhere in the state, and Bob Marshall arguably provides some of the best wolf habitat in the region. But we need to talk about what is actually taking place in the Bob Marshall and the surrounding areas. We want to talk about numbers and science. Here are some hard numbers. From 1970, when the aerial survey started taking place, to 2007, our historical elk calf recruitment in Bob Marshall has been 25.3. Over the last 15 years, that recruitment has dropped to an average of 13.8 calves per 100 cows. In the count that takes place each spring, now there's 273 elk total, and that peaked at a high in 1984 on that same count of 1,485.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Thank you. Are there any other regional offices who have commenters? Okay. All right. Commissioners, any comments or questions before?
Madam Chair, I have a series of questions for Mr. Wakeling.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. Wakeling, I want to thank you and Mr. Kujala and others of your staff that have been so patient with me, because I think you can openly admit to God and country that I've been pestering you pretty heavily for the last 3 weeks, really trying to get in depth and understand this issue as well as I possibly could. In the continuous book, our binder, our virtual binder, it's on page, let's see, 331 to 441. You have your IPOM graphs. And you, at my request, I'd asked that you run some other iterations, because I think the very original runs were in increments of 100 or something, and so they went way out. And so this, if I understand it correctly, was the primary basis for the department thinking, okay, based on this trajectory, we need to scale this thing back. So then I requested that you do it a little finer tuned. I actually think I asked for increments of 25, but I got increments of 50. And so you ran it at 281, 350, 450, 300. So you did it in 50 increments. And so I guess what I was trying to understand is if a couple things. So IPOM, as I understand, was litigated quite thoroughly and proven by the court to be a sound system, that the court agreed with the state of Montana. Is that a correct statement?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair,
any challenge that we've received so far legally or through the peer referee process, the IPOM has withstood that.
Thank you. And I know that it's not perfect like so many of our abundance estimates, but it's what we have right now, and it's what we're trying to work with. And so based on that, then, your first year of projection after you do it is based on a 90% confidence level. What happens for years 2, 3, 4, and 5 under the predictive model after you start going out that far?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chairman, the way I've been describing our projection models and our attempts and I should point out that our projection models are not identical to the IPOM model. They're separate items, but our projection model, the tool that we use there, as we use that, the analogy that I've been using is if, for instance, you were shooting a firearm under a field situation and you're capable, 9 out of 10 times you can get a bullet to land within a 2-inch group. When you move out to 200 yards, which would be your second year, you would expect that to at least double. But as you shoot under field conditions, there's other things that come into play. There's wind, there's dirt, gravity plays a role. And so it's not simply a mathematical increasing. It gets a little bit larger and it gets a little bit messier pretty rapidly. And it continues to do that the further out you get. As we continue to deploy that each year, as we have another year worth of data behind us and we get closer to the next year, then those confidence intervals do come in. And so as we approach that 200-yard mark, we're able to move up to 100 yards, then we would see that reduced down. And that's why the closer you are to the current year, the tighter the confidence intervals are. The better our certainty, the better our ability to predict where it would be.
So when I'm looking at the graphs, I see the downward dots. The dots themselves would be, if we hit it right on, that would be where, but then it's got a higher low, it could be higher than that, it could be lower than that. And so under the scenarios of both what the department suggested, as well as taking what I believe is now the revised amount coming from the 2 amendments, which I believe is a total of 313, if that's correct.
313, that's correct.
In both of those instances, even if you project out towards the 5th year, we'd still maintain a predicted or projected population of somewhere in excess of 800 wolves, if I'm reading the graphs correctly. Does that sound about right?
My understanding, I'm not looking at it right here in front of me right now, but that's also my understanding. I believe that's correct.
And in anywhere in your model or anything coming from the commission, has anybody ever asked you to try to run these things where we're taking it down to 150?
We have not specifically been asked to look at how quickly we could get it down to 150. I think it's evident within any of those models where the trajectory goes, but we have not been asked to specifically manage towards 150.
So when you're planning, because I have never heard anybody advocating to bring it down to 150.
No.
And I don't think there's anybody in the state of Montana, whether you're a trapper or anything, would ever want to go through a listing process. What I do hear the department say a lot is to a sustainable level that seems to, and these are my words, not necessarily the department's word, to be in harmony with some of the other populations of animals that have to be managed in addition to the wolf. And so in that regard, is there a floor that you're trying to get to, or you're saying, look, as soon as we get to that number, all lights are out, we're stopping, or, is there a target number on the lower end? It's not 150, but I know a lot of these models kind of identify 450 or 500 as a little bit of a floor. Is there anything like that where, at least in your conversations as a department or in your planning, where you're trying to get to a healthy number that you feel is sustainable?
So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, in our discussions, the 450 is a number that routinely comes up as we're looking at a minimum number. And when I say 450 as a minimum number, we've gone through some exercises trying to look at the number of wolves estimated through IPOM that would be necessary to maintain at least 15 breeding pairs. And those exercises, again, there's research and there's data out there that would support a much lower minimum number of observed animals, but when we look at the IPOM estimate and we look at known breeding pairs, which is a conservative estimate of the number of wolves that we'd need to have in order to maintain 15 breeding pairs, 450 is kind of a number that comes from that mathematical exercise. And so that's where the minimum number of 450 would, as kind of a floor might be.
But that's not even necessarily a target that the department's trying to get to. And do you or does the department have an opinion of what would feel like a sustainable number? I've heard a number of different things. It's certainly not at its current number. It's also not 150 or 450. But is there any kind of a number, not that we're shooting for, but that would feel like maybe we've both accomplished the objective as laid out by the legislation, but also created kind of a sustained population for years to come?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, at this point there is no mathematical number that's the right biological number of wolves. The legislation specifically said to reduce to a sustainable level. And the commission, based on public input and their assessment of that, that's the authority rests with the commission. We would certainly point out the biological sideboards as we see them, and that's why we provide the confidence interval on the IPOM estimate, and that's where we've initiated discussions about a minimum of 450. But anywhere between, there is no right number. It's a number that can be managed. Their social sideboards tend to be more narrow than what our biological sideboards are.
So then let me just shift gears. So one of the things I did ask you for, and I don't think the department, I think it's probably work in progress might be the way to put it, but so here's how I'm looking at it, is that I do think there is this correlative relationship between predator and prey. And too often, especially in the public comment, we just keep reiterating elk, elk, elk. And quite frankly, the four ungulates of concern that I have, really, elk isn't one of them. It's mule deer, it's sheep, it's goats, and it's moose. And I think it's pretty well on record that in all four of those categories of ungulates, in particular in regions 1 and 2, and a great deal of region 3, we are on a multiple year decline in populations in those four categories. Is that a fair statement? I know there's ups and downs, but in general, is that a fair statement?
Without having a lot of the data, I think that's a fair assessment. I can't really tell you how, over what period of time and to what degree that decline or stability exists within the population, but we're not in a situation over the last 3 years where we're looking at population growth that we have to increase large numbers of licenses or anything of that nature.
And as we discussed, I think a pretty vibrant conversation during Lions. One of the things we're clear on in those ungulate categories that a great deal of that relates to habitat. That's why I was so pleased to hear how Region 1's working with Lolo Forest, and I'm sure there's a lot of other efforts where working on habitat for the ungulates is mission critical. But in this process where you have declining populations, it doesn't stop with just habitat. It seems like, and this is where I kind of feel my obligation as a commissioner is we got to do everything we can to ensure this harmonization of these ungulate populations, especially if they're in severe decline, but at the same time, target a good, healthy, sustainable population in wolves and bears and in lions and everything else. And it's a tricky game because I don't think there is any specific number that we can or can't get to. But can I ask that your department, for the future, start creating correlative relationships? Because what I'd like to know is, what is the ratio of wolves to mule deer? What is the ratio of wolves to elk? What is to each of the ungulate categories? And the same thing with lions, and the same thing with bears. I mean, I think if we're going to talk about a harmonized value process where we're trying to understand the prey-predator relationship, it does have to be in relationship. And most of the folks that have commented on Region 3 and the healthiness of the elk herd, yeah, the elk herd in Region 3 is great. In Region 1, not so much. In fact, it's still in very severe decline. I think we heard that from one of the testifiers out of Region 1. And so are we doing everything we can, habitat and all the major predators, to try to help stop that declination? That's one of the reasons why I'm promoting, as for Region 1, to keep going, because I don't think the mission's done yet. If we have roughly 2,800 elk in all of Region 1, and we have perhaps as much as half of the wolves in Region 1, the ratio of wolves to elk in Region 1 seems to be quite a bit farther off than, let's say, the population of elk in Region 3 and the population of wolves. And so I know there's no perfect number. We're never going to be able to say, okay, that's the number we're looking for. But I'm also aware there's been a lot of studies done where there are perceived optimal levels or relationships between predator and prey. And so I thank you for your patience for those questions, and I'll stand down.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I did have one. There was a comment about the aircraft amendment, but that was current statute, isn't that? I mean, the language is already in under other. This is not new language, is it? New language for this area, but not necessarily new language.
No.
No, but
Madam Chair.
No, not new language. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, as a follow-up, is it safe to say that we were already always mandating following federal law on everything, right? And so we make reference to following federal and state regulations. In this case, we just happen to regurgitate the federal law at the state level, just to be certain everybody understands it as it relates to the aerial scenario.
Just want to be clear, the federal language that we're talking about is the one that was in the amendment, correct?
Right.
So in that context, it actually came out of the settlement, and this is explained in the cover sheet. It came out of the settlement negotiations in one of the lawsuits, and part of the settlement was that FWP would propose to the commission, no binding action on the commission, but that FWP would propose that this language be put into the regulations. We already, in the regulations, had a citation to the federal statute. We just hadn't cut and pasted the language from the statute itself. And that citation appeared in last year's regulations after the commission had the discussion at this meeting last year. So it's not a change in the law, it's not a new law, and it's not an adoption from the commission as a new commission rule. It's just a greater citation to the law itself.
Okay. All right. Okay, I am going to call for a vote. So to be clear, it's the motion with the 3 separate amendments, and all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time and being part of the process. All right. What I would like to do, Brian, is let's do the deer management plans first, and then jump into mountain lions, please. Does anybody need a break?
I snuck away, so.
Okay. I'm not going to take a break then. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. Brian Wakeling, Game Bureau Chief. I've got 2 deer management plans for presentation today. The first one is from the city of Geraldine. Basically, it's the same story that you've heard on a number of these other ones. I'll just real briefly say that they have public safety concerns within the city. They worked with our staff within the regions to develop a plan. They've addressed with each of these plans, addressing any animals that wind up being lethally removed in the process of addressing the situation. They will be dealing with chronic wasting disease samples, testing them, and the meat would go into a food bank type of a process. And this is all part of the biennial season setting. There's a quota that's set that allows for this kind of harvest to occur. The commission addresses that biennially, and so there's nothing to address there. But basically all you need to do is give the final approval. They've had public input opportunities with each of these plans, and so the two, and kind of lumping them together here real briefly, is the city of Geraldine and or the town of Geraldine, the city of Phillipsburg. Said that backwards. The city of Geraldine, the town of Phillipsburg.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions about the plans? I'll take two separate motions, but I'll go together with them out for public comment.
Madam Chair, I'd move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed City of Geraldine Urban Deer Management Plan.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor? All right, how about the town of Phillipsburg?
I'm looking for it.
Madam Chair, I'd move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed Town of Phillipsburg Deer Management Action Plan.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, same, Commissioner Burrows, Commissioner Tabor. Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to go with 1 minute on these. I think that's plenty for that. So is there anyone present who would like to comment on the two urban deer plans? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to either one of the deer management plans? Anyone online with their hand up?
No hands up, Madam Chair.
Okay, that was easy. Okay, with no other questions or comments, I will go first to the vote of the City of Geraldine Urban Deer Management Plan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Town of Phillipsburg Urban Deer Management Plan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm just disappointed that Jeff Lucas had a motion that he didn't get up and make a public comment on. I've never seen that before. He didn't even hear it. Jeff, I said I was disappointed that there was a motion that you didn't make public comment on.
All right, so we're going to go into the season structure for mountain lions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. The next item is the mountain lion season structure. It also includes quotas for fall 2003, winter 2004. I think everybody vividly remembers that this was an item that was addressed by the Commission at the June Commission meeting. We talked an awful lot at that time about quotas and trying to establish the quotas that will help us to attain a specific trajectory on mountain lion populations. One of the challenges that was noted by the department and has come up often in discussions is that at times, despite the fact that we establish quotas, it's difficult to actually achieve those quotas under the current hunting structure. And so the Commission had asked the department to look at some methods by which we might be able to liberalize harvest in some method that might help us attain those quotas, which would in turn help us achieve the population objectives that the Commission has set. So following that meeting, the department, looked at a variety of ideas, what was lawfully available to us, and the primary idea that came up was the Commission has the authority to, at some point during the season, if a quota is not met, liberalize the validity of the existing licenses that are available. And so what the department is recommending is that as of March 1st, within any open unit that the quota has not been filled, that at that point the Commission, through an action today, would make it possible for any unfilled tag at that point to be used in any open unit. And so that's the primary recommendation that the department developed following that June 8th Commission meeting.
Madam Chair. Brian, we ran into a little bit of this when we were trying to enact this last year. So there is a fall license that's basically really a hunting license, right? And I think it's a $20 tag if you're during the general season. And then when you trip into the winter, you got to get a different license, and it's an unlimited or special permit, whichever you elect, and it usually designates where you're going to hunt. Will the folks that hold the fall license that didn't fill that, will they be also eligible to participate? Or is it also another question, this may be even a question for Phil, is it possible to hold both a fall hunting license and a winter whatever we call that license?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, so currently there are a couple of units in which during the winter season any license is valid, and so that situation already exists today. What the intent of this recommendation would be, if you had a fall license, if you had a special license, if you had, be it limited or unlimited, that would then be valid within those open units. Phil, I don't know if you want to address or legal whether you want to address whether multiple licenses may be held by an individual or not.
The only part I want to get clear is it's pretty common for folks to get a fall license and then a winter license, so they theoretically have two in their possession. And if that's the case, is it conceivable that they could harvest two lions?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, my understanding is that they would be able to hold those two licenses. However, they would still be limited to being able to fill a single license. They wouldn't be able to harvest two animals.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, will you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the validity of any unfilled mountain lion license on March 1st, 24, to include any LMU that has not reached the total or the sex-specific quotas until those quotas are filled or the season end date is reached, with all other aspects of existing regulations unchanged as presented by the department.
Is there a second? Oh, okay. Was that Commissioner Lane? Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, I will open it up to comments. I think we don't have a lot of commenters, so we can do the full 2 minutes on this one.
Chairwoman Robinson, members of the commission, I will do my best not to take up the full 2 minutes. I can see the forest for the trees. My name is Jeff Lucas, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF is concerned that the proposal that any lion management unit that has not met its quota by March 31st would be open to any hunter with a license will result in a free-for-all atmosphere that could exceed quotas, create crowding issues, and not be in the best interest of lion management. MWF could support the concept at this time if reporting times were reduced to 12 or 6 hours. We know the days are a little bit shorter then, and people would have a good opportunity to report and limit the potential for overharvest through lag in reporting. We support meeting quotas, but we do urge that the Commission and FWP look for other alternatives that would gradually increase hunting pressure rather than throwing it open to all comers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, Director, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. Helen Edelson. I'm the President of Large Carnivore Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We urge the Commission to deny the proposal and not allow unfilled mountain lion licenses to become eligible in any LMU that has not reached its quota by March 1st, and retain the sex-specific quotas. Removing the quota distinctions could dramatically affect lion populations. We feel that if you move on the Department's proposals today, given the June 8th increase, which we oppose, everything FWP does from here on out for mountain lion management is unquantifiable. There is no scientific evidence that supports the theory that lions are responsible for any decline of mule deer. The Department itself stated that any declines are due to drought and its effect on fawn recruitment as well as disease. An appropriate response is perhaps reduction of mule deer B tags. As taxpayers in the state, we've all helped fund the region-by-region lion study designed to find out how many mountain lions we have. Given the Department lacks a population baseline, it cannot determine the effects of quota changes to the lion population or propose a 40% quota increase on an unknown population size. The responsible action today is to reverse the June 8th increase and keep the status quo until the mountain lion study is done and the public can weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York again with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. The majority of the public comments in June and now that were online submitted to you oppose killing more mountain lions, including extensive opposition from houndsmen with lengthy on-the-ground experience. It's our understanding that last season you increased the quotas and haven't seen those impacts, and here you are talking about doing it again or proposing to do it again. We'd also still like to know why mountain lions, the #1 non-target trapped wildlife in Montana, approximately 20 a year are reported. We're talking hundreds since 2012, do not come off the quota, especially when the overwhelming majority of the lions are reported dead or injured. The fate of the injured and trapped released is very dismal, according to the experts, especially given our too lengthy trap check at best, or far more commonly, we have no required trap check time. Simply put, show us the science to justify these proposals to kill more lions. Large predators are very sensitive to exploitation. This proposal just throws salt in the wound. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Rob Arnault here. Point of clarification, we support as MOGA members Commissioner Tabor's recommendation, but the point I would like to make is that include special licensed lion holders being turned back into the quota on March 1st? If not, we would like to have that included in the amendment. Anybody that drew the special lion tag, that it would return to the quota as well, or excuse me, return to be able to be drawn and used by the public. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Brad Longcake, representing MOGA. We just want to thank the Commission for their hard work and diligence on this. Going back and watching the Commission meeting in June, it looks like a lot of thought and time went into this, so we appreciate Commissioner Tabor's suggestion and motion, and we support that, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Deborah Seiser,
Region 2 9 Mile. I read all of the 51 public comments on, they ranged over a variety of things, quotas, recycling, unfilled tags, targeting females, etc., hounds. Of the 51, 42 were written by Montana residents, and out of 42, 39 of those writers were opposed to most, if not all, of these practices. As the demographics in Montana change and as younger generations step up, the non-consumptive stakeholders are growing. We're a growing majority. We're vocal. We're organized. That's true in Montana, and it's true nationally. Don't fight it. Why fight it? Ride the wave. On Monday, Montana climate deniers took a hit when a judge ruled in favor of Montana's youth in Held versus Montana. Don't put FWP in a similar position. Work with us, beginning with reconsidering these line proposals. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and members of the commission, again, I am Nick Jivak, and I'm here representing the Montana chapter of the Sierra Club. And we are opposed to this proposal to open up any district that hasn't reached the quota to mountain lion hunters from around the state. This proposal is unnecessary, and it will cause crowding in certain districts. You know, the quotas traditionally were a cap on the total kill of lions, not some goal we were trying to achieve. We can't understand why FWP continues to claim that there is a problem with ungulate numbers. This is simply not true, and there's no data backing this up. Why is this being done statewide? Again, this has the potential to cause a large influx of hunters, creating unnecessary conflict, and removing lions in places where they're needed to regulate some ungulate numbers. There's also this potential proposal to remove the subquotas for females that was in there, and this could lead to a large increase in the take and kill of female mountain lions. Again, there's no scientific justification for this dramatic increase. This proposal is clearly driven by outfitters who want to sell trophy mountain lion hunts and doesn't have any basis or need, and we'd ask you to not move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, the female part of that is not part of the motion.
Hi, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. Dwayne Hostetler with the Montana State Houndsmen's Association. The State Hounds Association requests that Commission deny Alternative A. There were some pretty drastic changes made over the last couple of years, and with another change, we think it'll be more confusion, and does that change? And, you know, even the game wardens were sometimes confused last year over the changes, and changing it again, something that the regulations are in regulations already, I think will even cause more confusion. So we think we should just keep it where it is at and let the season run out, and then at the end of the season, you know, sit down and maybe redo the regulations for the next hunting season. And during the current season falls through some of the worst weather in Montana. And so we think we should maybe take a look at future seasons about expanding the hunting days. And currently, out of the 8 states that have had hound hunting for lions for decades, Montana and Colorado have the shortest seasons. 4 states have year-round lion seasons with hounds. 2 other states have considerably longer seasons. So I'm thinking that might be an idea to try to hit harvest objectives rather than, you know, having season structures change midstream and stuff. So, but thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you.
Grover Hedrick, Boulder, Montana. I'll try not to embarrass myself twice here. I'm on the right page now.
Anyway, I'm opposed to any changes in the mountain lion stress that goes on. I've got a good background in mountain lions. I've worked on 12 different mountain lion studies 4 different mountain lion studies for 12 years in Montana. My dad hunted mountain lions. I've hunted them all my life. And I just oppose to any changes, and you say you want to help the mule deer, but you're not doing nothing but about the number one predator on mule deer, and that's the fish and game. There's 58 either sex mule deer units, and on top of that, they put out 28,735 mule deer doe tags. I mean, you could help the mule deer by knocking some of this stuff off. The CMR's probably got some of the better mule deer hunting in the state, and you can't hunt lions on the CMR. I spent the 4 years on the cat study on the CMR, and I can almost guarantee you the highest population density in the state is on the CMR. There's a resident mature female in every one of them drainages that we hunted, and yet the mule deer population is as good or better than anywhere around there. And the reason is because of the structure, the hunting structure. They shut the bucks off, hunting bucks off 2 weeks earlier than any other place else. And, I think this is why, why there's there. It's not the cats that are killing all the mule deer. And I'd like to say something about the sheep. Cats are territorial. And is that me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis from the Helena Hunters and Anglers Association. And like Grover, I'm just an old houndsman, but I put a lot of years in it, and I was very instrumental in the season structures that we had in Montana prior to these recent changes, of which I absolutely opposed. Now, I'm going to call foul here. We went through this idea of where you're going to pick where you can kill something, but you can hunt everywhere. And now we're saying, if the opportunity in a hunting district is available, you can go there. You're going to run over the local guys like me, and when all those people pile into Region 1, and those local hunters don't like it, they know who to talk to. And the same thing with the hunters in the Blackfoot. When these people from all over the state pile in on us, you're ruining your local people that have spent their life as houndsmen. This is a really, really bad idea. We fought these wars before. It was called the Dash for Cash. That was an outdoor life about Montana when people came here and hired. It's the easiest money to make there is. And it's the Dash for Cash all over again. I ask that you throw this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. I'm a houndsman in Prairie, Montana, so most of my hunting's in 314 and 317. And there's been a pretty major increase in our quota there in those areas. And I kind of got back and was looking things over, and both those units have a fair amount of mule deer doe tags in there, and we're shooting cow elk too. So if we want to try to remove ungulates off the landscape by increasing our kill of mountain lions, that's not really going to help us any. So I think until we get rid of shooting these mule deer does, and maybe even restrict our mule deer buck harvest, I would be opposed to any increase in lion quotas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, my name is Ross Feenstra. I do agree with everyone that our mountain lion regulations are getting so convoluted, and just adding more and more is just really becoming a problem. I think that we should leave it how it is and see how it goes and try to revisit some of these other things and figure that out maybe next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Okay. Do we have any regional offices that have anyone that would like to comment? Okay, Region 3, looks like you're up.
My name is Nancy Ostley, Chair and Commissioners. I'd like to make a couple of points. There's no accurate data on mountain lion population, and yet Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is wanting to increase quotas in some line management units by up to 40% in order to increase hunter satisfaction. I think that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has admitted that there is no scientific basis for determining the ungulate populations, the relationship between lions and ungulate populations. So again, this is not really about science. Also, I want to make a point about using hounds to hunt lions. It's supposed to be sex specific. How is a hunter supposed to know when he's looking up a tree at a lion, looking back down at it, whether it's a male or female? That doesn't seem to make sense. Finally, it's no secret that some commission members stand to benefit financially from their decisions on this topic. The conflict of interest is most glaring with Commissioner Tabor, whose family owns Swan Mountain Outfitters. I believe he should recuse himself from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other regional offices who would like to speak? Okay. Do we have anyone with their hands raised online?
We do, Madam Chair. Looks like there are 6 hands raised.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, make that 7 actually, but we'll start with Lynn Griffith.
Okay. I'm going to cap it at the 7, and then if more come on, then we'll just go oppose or support. Okay, go ahead, Lynn. Yep, you are muted still. Still muted. Star 6. Yep, go ahead.
So, with our mountain lions, I know that we're never going to stop hunting them in the state of Montana. I don't think ever. So lowering the quota is not very much to ask. And as I said back with the wolves, I didn't get to finish my comment. We know that these predators do detect disease. So therefore, we would be helping actually our mule deer, our elk, and other prey by allowing these animals to do what they were intended to do. So in addition, when we're killing the females, these females actually stay with their cubs for about 2 years. They teach them how to hunt. And so what's happening as a result of killing all these mountain lions, we are leaving, most of them do die, of course, but the few that are remaining after, left alone, not knowing how to hunt, are actually sometimes causing problems. They can have conflict with livestock, or the chance of possible human conflict. So we need to look at that and just look at the big picture and just look at that we are asking for the very bare minimum to lower the quotas for mountain lions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Michelle Houlihan.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm a Gardner resident. I'm also opposed to any change in the plan for mountain lion, and furthermore, I think the quotas that you've set are too high and should be reduced to what they were the previous year. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, we're not really talking about the quotas, we're just talking about the season structure. That's the motion that's on the table. So next.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Allison Dahlman.
Okay, you are muted still.
Okay, how's that?
Good, perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Allison Dahlman. As with wolves and grizzlies, you still don't know how many cougars there are, so it's illogical to increase quotas or in any way extending the season to allow the killing of more. This commission needs to start using best current science, which includes taking family structure, ecosystem health, species, interdependence, and climate change into account. The vast majority of the public is clearly against carnivore killing and for non-lethal management tools. I would buy cougar, grizzly, and wolf stamps, give them away as birthday and Christmas presents if you made them available and then use the proceeds for non-lethal management tools. Montana has so many elk that you created shoulder hunting season, so please do not say that you're killing any carnivores due to elk, because we know they are doing just fine. It is very, very frustrating to be in the majority and know that we are not being heard. It feels like our voices are being wasted. We will not go away. We will continue. And it's just common sense to follow the basic logic and understand that, yes, the world is changing. Perceptions are changing. And the fact that many of us see these inhumane traps and snares and hounding and this killing, it's senseless, it's cruel, it's heartless, it's shameful. And so many are looking to Montana from other even countries and going, what the is wrong with these people? Why? It's like, what are you so angry about? I'm really sorry that you guys were hurt by whatever. But you know what? Taking out on innocent lives, these innocent victims, is just short-sighted, it's ignorant, and there's perfectly no excuse for it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Anya Heister.
Yeah, hello. There is no scientific or public safety reason for expanding the already ample killing of mountain lions. There is no data on Montana's mountain lion population, yet Fish, Wildlife and Parks calls for a 10% to 40% reduction in mountain lions to increase elk and mule deer, even though the agency admits, quote, the specific relationships between mountain lions and ungulate populations in most LMUs have not been quantified. End of quote. Fish, Wildlife and Parks continues its relentless and unjustified focus on killing predators in Montana, contradicting its own research findings and conclusions. For example, quote, one of your publication from 2019 states, weather and forage availability are more likely than predation to explain chronically low ungulate populations. The influence of these potentially limiting factors should be evaluated before predation of ungulates, supposedly, is implicated. Implicated. One of the main reasons noted by Fish, Wildlife and Parks for chasing and hunting mountain lions are to, quote, maximize satisfaction for lion hunter opportunity, maximize satisfaction for lion harvest, maximize satisfaction for non-harvest lion chasing, maximize satisfaction for ungulate hunters, and maximize social acceptance of lion hunting. I would like to tell you that maximizing satisfaction for lion hunters, lion chasing, and social acceptance of lion hunting are not legitimate reasons for killing up to 40% more mountain lions. If anything, this will decrease social acceptance. Last point, I would like to put on record that yesterday I was looking through the public comments on your website about the restructuring of mountain lions, and I could not find the letter that was written on behalf of Footloose Montana.
All right,
so
thank you.
Thank
Thank you for your comments.
Clearly.
Thank you. Okay, I should have two more commenters left.
Madam Chair, there are 3.
Okay, I will take those, and then that I will close comments.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Next, we have Kara McGarry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Kara McGarry. I'm representing Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, and we just wanted to put on the record that we oppose this proposed change to season structure. This is convoluted. It makes the regulations more confusing, and it's a big change on top of a lot of change, which really undermines Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' good work that they're doing to try to evaluate and monitor mountain lion populations. There's a lot of work that is ongoing and proposed. So we would ask that that work not be further damaged by a sweeping change like having this proposal go forward. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you all have a safe drive home.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam Chair, we have Deborah Taylor.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First of all, a quick note on the person who was saying that you were trying to achieve maximum hunter trapper satisfaction, and I don't believe you'll ever achieve hunter trapper satisfaction. You give them some to kill, they'll want to kill more. In 2017, Montana had found 805 chronic wasting positive samples out of 27,000. That number is climbing, and everybody knows, and the science has been written, and the samples have been taken. Mountain lions take down chronic wasting disease, mule and elk, and even moose. That is what they smell. Wolves do too. They take them down. And they've also taken samples of scat after they've walked away from the animals with chronic wasting disease in their stomach. It ends there with first poops. Please consider reducing the mountain lion hunting tags. Thank you.
Thank you. Should be our last commenter, I think.
It is, Madam Chair. We have Nathan Varley.
Hi there. Nathan Barley with Bear Creek Council, Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition. I live in Park County, Montana. And most of this mountain lion hunting stuff is real local. I've talked to a lot of the houndsmen in our area, and they know their cats in their areas. And I don't think a lot of people really go across the state to go do this, but there could be a handful that would want to. But I think in doing that and allowing that late in the season like this, it could be real disruptive of the local mountain lion populations. I think it might not be a good experience for the people that are maybe crowding into some of those areas that are still open. And in the worst case scenario, they might kill a lot of cats, and that could disrupt the population for several years. And then those local guys that I referenced, won't get to do their thing. So I'm kind of hearing a pretty unanimous community, houndsmen, the lion hunters, as well as the conservation community that just don't think this regulation change makes much sense. So I'd ask you to vote this one down. And thanks for your attention.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So are there any questions from the commissioners or comments?
Madam Chair, so a couple things. One of the things I want to point out, because it is probably the better part of a 2-year history going on in terms of what is a revamping of the lion situation. One of the things I do find really interesting, I just want to point this out, is we now have people from districts that are saying they're all going to come on my district and take my lions away, which is precisely why we put in the entire licensing system we did. Unlimited, so you picked your district or your group of LMUs and you kept it local. So I find it fascinating that the opposite argument's now coming right back and saying we don't want this because that'll create this craziness. So I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that just like the wolves, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands this, on a lot of these things we're doing this with precision and we're doing it annually. So if we, for whatever reason, feel like we're getting in trouble, we can make changes pretty quickly and not have any real major impact. When we put in these larger quotas in a lot of these regions, the very specific question I asked Brian last go around is, do we run the risk whatsoever of not having a sustainable lion population? The answer was absolutely not. The whole reason this particular proposal came up and we asked the department to do it was because the number of testifiers that came up and said, well, we don't even hit our quotas now, so what's the point of raising the quotas? And the idea was, well, okay, maybe we provide more opportunity. So this was an opportunity to create more opportunity for folks, so maybe somebody did draw or had an unlimited tag for a district, that one filled up. That means that person's hunting for lions is over for this year, but there's other quotas that are available throughout the rest of the state. This was going to allow that person to have an opportunity to fill that license, and now we're taking that opportunity away. I just want to be really clear because Montana sportsmen don't often like it when opportunity is taken away, and that's what this represents. But what I am compelled to do is I will withdraw this motion for this year. And what does convince me in listening to some of the testimony is we are still in flux. To be clear, though, these rotational things in the ecoregions, that is not designed to figure out quota, and that's not designed to figure out how we're going to manage lions. What that's designed to do is to figure out what all the various different users want to do and find out what the target potential population reduction may or may not be and make a recommendation. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I'm trying to, yes, Commissioner Lane, you had the second. Are you good with withdrawing it?
With the additional commentary, I am.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on. Ken, if you wouldn't mind the two grazing leases, we will do them if you want to present together, and just a top-level overview is great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Again, I'm Ken McDonald, Wildlife Division Administrator. We have two grazing lease renewals in front of you. The first one is on the Beckman Wildlife Management Area. This is a proposal to renew a cooperative grazing lease on the 6,443-acre Beckman Wildlife Management Area in Fergus County. The cooperative grazing lease involves private lands, the Rowe Ranch. It's been in place since 2006, and this would be a 3-year lease continuation for 3 additional years. The gist of this is it allows for a cooperative grazing system that involves both our lands and the adjoining private ranch. They're engaged in a rest rotation grazing system where at any one time either part of the ranch or part of the WMA are in a rest rotations system and grazed accordingly. Because it's a cooperative grazing system, there'd be no charge. Stocking rates would vary depending on the grazing schedule with the maximum of 1,700 AUMs. And additionally, the Rowe Ranch, who's the partner on this one, has agreed to allow free, unlimited walk-in public hunting on their ranch during commission-approved big game seasons. Just on this one, we did an environmental assessment, went out for public comment, and no comments are received. So the decision notice recommends proceeding with the lease.
Okay.
The other one is the Blackleaf Wildlife
I
Management
think,
Area.
sorry. I think I'll get a motion on that one first, and then
okay.
If somebody would like to make a motion on the Beckman Wildlife Management Area.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 3-year cooperative grazing lease renewal with the Rowe Ranch as presented by the department.
Okay, so it was the motion was made by Commissioner Lane and seconded by Commissioner Brooke. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. The second one is the Blackleaf Wildlife Management Area grazing lease. This one's in Region 4 in Teton County. This is a proposal to renew a grazing lease on the 11,000-acre Blackleaf Wildlife Management Area with the Pollock Ranch. It would be for an 8-year term. The objective of the lease is improve and maintain rangeland habitat in a way that benefits wildlife, as well as maintain the working ranch tradition over there. This lease enables grazing of approximately a quarter of the wildlife management area each year in a rest rotation system with a stocking rate of up to 1,500 AUMs. It's designed to mimic natural ungulate grazing, and this type of grazing system has been in place since 1990. Grazing would occur in a rest rotation fashion, generally between June and the end of August of each year. In this case, it's just a straight lease. The lease would be at a reduced rate, which is half of the standard rate determined by USDA Ag Statistics. And in exchange for that reduced rate, the leasee agrees to do maintenance on the WMA to include the boundary fence maintenance, and then also take down electric fence that's used as part of the grazing system, and other necessary maintenance associated with the grazing lease. The Pollock Ranch will also provide public hunting access on their private land, access with permission as part of this lease agreement. This one we did an environmental assessment. It was out for public comment. There was 5 comments received, and all were generally supportive. So both of these leases are to benefit both the wildlife management area, the landowner producer, and the department. So we recommend both be approved.
Okay, thank you. I would entertain a motion on the Blackleaf Wildlife Management Area.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 8-year grazing lease with the Pollock Ranch as presented by the department.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Sir?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brook. Okay. Any other questions or comments before I go out to public comment?
Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
I think this is a great program. Both of these, I think, are beneficial to both parties, and I think we should continue to cultivate those relationships with the neighboring landowners to those WMAs. So I just think these are a great program that needs to continue on and get stronger.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone present who would like to, thank you, Ken. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? I'm going to do 1 minute on these. I think that's probably plenty for these. Thank you.
Yes, and Madam Chair, members of the Commission, we normally wouldn't take too long to comment on WMAs like this, but MWF, Jeff Lucas with MWF, sorry. We recommend that the Commission approves renewal of both of these leases. The lessees in these instances have shown to be excellent stewards of their property and both WMAs. They have also provided unlimited access to their property for hunters and are actively working to maximize the wildlife habitat potential for their land, which is greatly appreciated by the public. Most importantly, these ranches are a great example of how WMA grazing leases can benefit us all in so many ways: food production, habitat improvement, public access, and fostering good relationships between the public and private landowners. So for that, we applaud them, and we applaud FWP for their stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else present who would like to comment? Okay, do we have anyone in the regions who would like to comment? Anyone online who has their hand raised?
No hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, sounds good. I will start with the Beckman Wildlife Management Area grazing lease renewal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Second one, what did I do? I said Beckman, okay. Blackleaf Wildlife Management Area grazing lease renewal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, fisheries. Are you still here?
Chair, members of the Commission, I now have a better appreciation for those who go last. So thank you for that, Ken. For the record, Eileen Rice, RYCE, and I'm the Fisheries Division Administrator. We'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I know you guys have been here a long time today. To start off with the drought update, all of the commissioners mentioned drought conditions in their updates. So all I'll say is with the temperature forecast coming this weekend and the lengthening nights, we're looking at tentatively starting to lift restrictions early next week, either Monday or Tuesday. Currently, I think it's over 100 out there, so I'm a little hesitant to give any more specifics than that, but we are hopeful that we're over the worst of the heat for the summer and especially the long nights. The water temperatures will start to moderate soon. And then in October, we'll be back for one final drought update where we'll recap the year for all of you, and it would be great to get any comments on anything you'd like us to change for next year. Our first item on the agenda is the Future Fisheries Improvement Program, and for that item I would like to introduce Michelle McGree, who is our Future Fisheries Improvement Program Coordinator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, my name is Michelle McGree, McGree. I am here for the summer 2023 cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program. As you probably know, we come to you twice a year with funding recommendations for the program, which is intended to provide funding for projects that improve fish habitat across Montana. This summer, we had 8 proposals that were recommended for funding. The recommendations total almost $430,000. We have quite a bit of match and other contributions with that for a total impact of almost $3 in external contributions to every $1 of program funding. This is the first of 4 funding cycles of the biennium. And with these recommendations, we would have approximately $2 million for the remaining cycles.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Citizen Review Panel funding recommendations for the summer 23 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Is there a second? Second. Okay, Commissioner Lane. Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, almost evening now, Madam Chair. Not used to that. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited, and I'll be brief today. I know you've had a long day. Wanted to stand in support of the recommendations both from the Future Fisheries Review Panel and staff on this program. And these projects in front of you are well vetted and solid projects. Full disclosure to you, has a number of the projects, I think 3 in this cycle, and supporting others. This is a really important program. We thank the legislature again for giving us a little bit more resources here to work with over the biennium. But I wanted to highlight, and Michelle mentioned the match on these, 3-to-1 match. So the amount of dollars that these investments leverage as we as project restoration managers stitch together various funding sources, both state, federal, and private dollars, we can really put an outsized impact on the ground. Most of these projects here and throughout the cycles are win-win-wins. They're good for fish, they're good for landowners, irrigators, and they're good for local communities. Many of these projects are hiring local contractors and local folks to do the work. So thank you for your approval of these.
Thank you. Is there, go ahead, yep, come on up.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, and we're here in full support of your approval of the Citizen Review Panel funding for the summer 2023 funding cycle of Future Fisheries Program. I know in my previous position at the Big Hole River Foundation, we had a number of future fisheries projects that we did, and in fact, one of these is a build on or an extension of one of the ones we did years ago on Divide Creek in the Big Hole. So I like this program. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'd just like to give a brief me too to both FOAM and Montana Trout Unlimited's statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Okay. Anyone online who with their hand up?
Not online, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions or comments before I go to a vote? All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve the Future Fisheries Improvement Program projects for the 2023 funding cycle signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Our next item is smallmouth bass catch, kill, and report regulation for the lower Bitterroot. Just as a sort of clarification, in October, I'll be back with the full package for the 2024 regulation booklet. This one I bring to you now for immediate implementation. Recently, in July, an angler reported a smallmouth bass, the first report actually on the Bitterroot River. At that time, we verified the catch from video and photographs. More recently, just earlier this month, an angler caught another smallmouth bass in the same area near the mouth of the Bitterroot. And this time the fish was brought into the office and verified by staff. The staff have done some sampling using various techniques and snorkeling and have not found any smallmouth bass in the river. But obviously we have record now of at least 2 being caught. And one of the reasons we want to do immediate implementation on this catch, kill, and report is we think anglers could be a very efficient and effective method of getting us information on a very small population. This information and the samples we can gather from the fish, including information on sex, size, the otoliths, that can all give us more information on reproduction, how long the fish have been in there, where they potentially came from. This tool or method has been used on multiple species in multiple areas of the state with other unauthorized introductions, and we found it to be very effective. Before I give you our recommendation, just for clarity, this is on smallmouth bass, not largemouth bass. The region has received several comments from the public with confusion that we're talking about all bass or largemouth. Largemouth have been in the Bitterroot for quite a long time. They're less invasive than smallmouth. Smallmouth are far more adaptable, can adapt to a wider temperature range, and can be more predatory than largemouth. So just to be clear, this is specific for smallmouth. With that, our recommendation is for the catch, kill, and report regulation for smallmouth bass on the lower Bitterroot River. We would be happy to extend that to the entire river, which we've also heard comments on. We just chose the section that we did based on current sections within the regulation booklet. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The Region 2 Fish Manager is also available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Dr. Rice, is there any reason why we wouldn't just do it for the whole river?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, there really isn't. We obviously don't want smallmouth in any part of the river. The section that was chosen is the most likely section where we would find smallmouth. Extending it has no negative impact, and we encourage all anglers to report their finds. So no.
I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd move the Fish Wildlife Commission adopt a mandatory catch, kill, and report regulation for the entire Bitterroot effective immediately.
For small, do you want to specifically say smallmouth bass? That's missing from that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to? Could you repeat it, please?
I can reread it.
Yep.
So, Madam Chair, I would move that the Fish Wildlife Commission adopt a mandatory catch, kill, and report regulation for smallmouth bass for the entire Bitterroot River effective immediately.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks seconded it. Any comments or questions? Okay. Come on up.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, again, for the record, Clayton Elliott with Montana Trout Unlimited. Appreciate the opportunity to stand in support of this proposed regulation. Also, very much support the amendment on the fly there to do the entire river. I think that makes most sense. Obviously, we are most concerned about that lower reach, but I don't think anybody in here thinks the West Fork would be a great place for smallmouth either. So the entire river makes the most sense. And obviously, the data and information that Dr. Rice talked about, I think, would be incredibly helpful to better understand these populations and where we're moving forward. So we stand in full support of this proposed regulation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S, Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. And we, too, support fully the catch, kill, and report for smallmouth bass on the entire river of the Bitterroot. It did bring up a question I asked Dr. Rice earlier. Remember last year someone found smallmouth in the upper Yellowstone River. And that was, my question was, do we have the same reporting on the Yellowstone? And we do. And then I got to thinking even further. We should probably look at something like this for all cold water rivers in Montana, I think, perhaps. Because I'm pretty sure there might be one popping up on some of these other lower rivers as we have conditions like we're experiencing this week. Anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jeff Lucas with the Wildlife Federation. MWF supports implementing a catch and kill rule for smallmouth bass on the Bitterroot River. We applaud FWP's quick reaction to this issue. The lower Bitterroot happens to be good habitat for smallmouth bass, and if they get a foothold in that river, it would have devastating consequences for a world-class fishery. We urge you to pass and implement this rule immediately, and we do support looking at the rest of the Clark Fork River for a similar recommendation. As river temperatures come up, as we've seen over the last few years, the rest of the Clark Fork could potentially become smallmouth habitat because the lower Bitterroot is good habitat due mostly to its temperature regime. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Okay. So anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? Okay, do we have anyone with their hand raised?
No hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before I go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of implementing a smallmouth bass catch, kill, and report regulations on the entire Bitterroot Bitterroot River signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. All right. I think Land and Water is next. Before you start, do we have a copy of the corrected proposed motion?
Chair Robinson, I'll step in here because I know you asked for that, but I did not want to provide you with anything that wasn't in the original packet.
Okay.
And so we can suggest the corrected language
Okay.
if you want, or
Yes, please.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
And Madam Chair and Sarah, I wrote a suggestion, so I can provide that if you wish.
That would be great. Yep. Thank you.
Would you like that now?
You can go ahead and do your presentation, and then just maybe read, if you could read the proposed.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the Commission, Bill Schenk, Land and Water Program Manager for the Department. Last but not least on your agenda today is a proposal to seeking your approval for the purchase of a new building for an office in the town of Havre. The new property consists of 9.15 acres. It is adjacent to the Milk River, and the proposal is to purchase this property for $748,600. The property is currently, it's a single-family residence, and there's also a shed storage building on the property. Our design and construction folks have checked this out thoroughly and believe that it can be converted to a very functional office space. As you probably know, the existing office space in Havre is very limited. It is tight. We lease that space. We have to lease a separate lease for an adjacent parking area. And it's been recognized for quite some time that we need an upgrade at Havre. Regional staff looked long and hard to find a replacement, and there's just not much on the market. And so when this one came up, they were very excited about it and had a thorough look at it. Not only will it serve as office space, but it has the potential, because of the space there, to provide some additional opportunity, including some hunter ed, some outdoor educational activity. Again, it's right on the river, and though it's separated by a dike, there's opportunity for trail and bird watching and the like. The interesting part of this is that not only do we need to go through the standard public vetting, which we did, an environmental assessment, a scoping meeting before that went out, the EA, and a hearing after that EA, we also needed a change of zoning for the property. And so we worked extensively with the Hill County staff, and we first took it to the Hill County Planning Board. They made a recommendation to change the zoning from residential to, or I'm sorry, from ag to residential 2. That recommendation went to the commission. The county commission adopted a conditional, conditionally adopted a resolution to change that zoning. That, however, has to go to a 30-day protest period where folks can object if they wish. That 30-day period runs today. The last we understood several days ago, there was no protest filed, but of course it could be today. The final step is that now not the planning board, but the Board of Adjustment must consider if we get final approval to change the zoning to residential 2, then the Board of Adjustment must approve a conditional use permit to allow this particular use within the zoning. Madam Chair and members, it's my fault, but I'm glad I discovered today that on the proposed motion, I had included a condition that the planning board make final approval as opposed to the Board of Adjustment.
And the motion that we have, or at least the one I have, doesn't even say planning board, so we need,
And that, Madam Chair, is incorrect because the last thing that was supplied, shall I read the motion?
Yes,
that was-
please.
Okay.
Yep.
The one that was supplied as the last one said, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize FWP to purchase the property at 21 River Road in Havre, Montana, contingent upon the Hill County Commission's approval of a request to amend the zoning from agricultural to residential 2, and the Hill County Planning Board issuing a conditional use permit. And the adjustment I, with apologies, had to make on the fly today was to substitute Board of Adjustment for Planning Board.
Okay, thank you. We have it on the cover sheet, it's not on the agenda, so
I see.
thank you. Okay, I would, are there any questions?
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor made the motion, Commissioner Brooks seconded it. Any questions or comments? Okay, is there anyone present who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, every time you talk, it's like, I don't know where you're at.
It's like,
yes.
Just a point of clarification. The current office, did you say that's being leased or just the parking lot is being leased?
Leased, is that what?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, the current office is being leased. And, you know, between the office and the small parking area, the annual cost is $30,886.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there would be no necessary disposition of assets after this, if this is completed. It would just, the lease would just be terminated.
That's correct, Commissioner Lane, Madam Chair, and if I may add, the current lease runs through July 31st of next year, which would be, I think, pretty good timing for getting into that other building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Casey York, again with Trap Free Montana. Although the approximate 7 FWP staff leasing an 800 square foot office space is highly inadequate, the purchase of a 3,200 square foot, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage home on 9 acres with shop and metal barn in Havre for almost $750,000 and not including the remodeling cost screams overkill. The property is also referenced as being in a floodplain. This property is almost 3 times more than the median price in Havre, which last month was reportedly $265,000. So what's this all about? How is this going to help wildlife? Couldn't this exorbitant expense of an additional $500,000 plus be better utilized for wildlife habitat, wildlife corridors, wildlife crossings, more wardens, biologists, research students, wildlife rehab centers, or for non-lethal methods, whether that's range riders, fencing, or such as a beaver deceiver, where nearby Beaver Creek Park, beaver are historically trapped and killed annually and repeatedly, despite effective non-lethal alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Do we have anyone in the regional offices? Do we have anyone with their hand up?
We do have one hand raised, Madam
Okay.
Chair. We
Okay.
have Allison Dahlman.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I support Casey York's comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other commenters, all those in favor of the property acquisition for a new Havre field office, signify. Go
Just
ahead.
For the sake of discussion,
Yep.
because I don't know that, I mean, in the Bitterroot, that price buys you probably a trailer on a lot. In I did know the market very well in Havre, but that is probably the most expensive property in Havre. And was there any research done on other facilities that might be able to be used for that?
But it's on 9 acres or 7 acres.
What is the 9 acres for?
7.
Yeah, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I can't recite to you every piece of property that was looked at by the staff in Region 6, but I know it was extensive. Several of them crossed my desk as they shared with me the potential for what I recall being one large shop that was commercially zoned. Did have the potential, in fact, even a very preliminary design from our design and construction folks. It was, if I recall correctly, over $600,000 and would not provide near the amenities that this would. And then we learned it was under contract to somebody else. It was really a very extensive search that spanned over a year. And so I just, all I can say is that there was a robust effort to locate, to review whatever available property that could fit the bill, and this is where they ended up.
So Region 6, are you on there if you would like to comment?
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioners, this is Drew Henry, Regional Supervisor in 6. I'm going to try to get my camera working here for you. Sorry. Yeah, Bill spoke to it quite well. We did look at quite a few properties in the Havre area. We, of course, have had a list of criteria that we needed to meet. As Bill indicated, most of the properties that we looked at either had one or the other, office space but no shop, or a shop with no office space. We needed, enough space to add on or to develop what was existing. And honestly, it was a tough search. We looked at a lot of vacant property. Either the cost of the vacant property combined with the cost estimates from our design and construction crew were just a bit exorbitant when it came to the budget that we had and the needs that we had. And so when this property came onto our radar, it actually was quite intriguing because not only are we going to have a functioning office with an existing shop, and certainly there's going to be some updates and some remodeling needs, but our staff and the public will have the benefits of a high quality office in Havre, but also for the money that we're spending, we're also going to be receiving some really neat recreational opportunities, as Bill pointed out, on the Milk River and the adjacent pasture land. Does that help answer your question, Commissioner Burrows?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Lane, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The question is just how much of that acreage is actually going to be necessary for the parking lot and house? And then the second, I guess, would be, would it be eligible for subdividing and selling off whatever we don't need to help offset the initial cost?
Drew, would you like to cover that?
Yeah, sure. No, I can, Commissioner Lane, fellow commissioners. And Mr. Shank, you can help me out if I misstep here at all. But in terms of the amount of acreage that's necessary, the preliminary design that our design and construction staff have put together, certainly, it uses a portion of the existing acreage between the home and River Road for an adequate parking lot, a pull-through parking lot that is going to be able to accommodate vehicles pulling trailers or boats, which we're excited about because right now We're right on Highway 2, and honestly, it's a bit of a dangerous situation if you stop at the Havre office with a vehicle right now. In terms of the remaining acreage, personally, I would speak to it from a regional perspective. We're really excited about the opportunities to develop some hunter education opportunities outside on sort of I guess it's a bit of a hayfield, essentially, on the northwest side of the building. I would envision, perhaps some outdoor archery opportunities, outdoor education opportunities, and then in the adjacent Milk River riparian area, as Mr. Schenk indicated, there's opportunities there for a walking path, fishing access site, birding and bat opportunities as well. So I can't necessarily speak to the ability to subdivide or sell off a portion of the acreage, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to utilize it in a way that the entire community of Havre and Region 6 will find it advantageous.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is a question for either one of them. What was an appraisal done by a professional appraising company? Do we know that the price that's been negotiated is within alignment with like-kind sales in the area?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, Vice Chair Tabor. Yes, an appraisal was conducted. The list price was actually a little more than the price of $748,600. We originally entered a contract, with the proper contingencies on commission approval, et cetera, but for the listing price, so long as it had appraised. It did not appraise for that price. The seller came down to this figure, which was the appraised price.
And one follow-up question. Is the seller in any way, shape, or form a related party to anybody in FWP?
Vice Chair Tabor, Madam Chair, to my knowledge, no.
Commissioner Burrows, do you have any follow-up?
No.
Okay. All right. There are no more questions. I will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. So the only thing left on the agenda is public comment on items not on the agenda. So I would like anyone online who wants to speak, raise your hand, and I will figure out the timing for the comments. So could you see how many have raised their hand?
There's one hand raised,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I will give full 2 minutes for items that are not on the agenda. Just please remember that they have to be items not on the agenda.
Alrighty, here's John Marchwick.
Okay, sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is John Marchwick, and I'm a wildlife major at Cal Poly Humboldt. I wanted to talk to the commission today about what your agenda is for wolverines, and I say that because with the federal government looking at potentially listing wolverines as a federal endangered species this November, I want to know what is this commission's stance on this? 2, if wolverines do get federal protections in Montana, what would wolverine management look like in the state? And 3, would there be a stakeholder advisory group also for wolverines if there isn't one already now? And that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for allowing me to comment again.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure there's nobody else with their hand raised.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead. Thanks.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Koch with Wolves of the Rockies. Thanks for your patience today. I don't think you understand, and I say this respectfully, I don't think you understand what you did today with the wolves. And what I mean by that is you're creating incredible amount of disappointment, tension.
Okay, so this is for items not on the agenda, so.
But this is important.
What I know, but it's for items on the agenda, not on the agenda.
I want to give you a brief history of the original WAG, the Wolf Advisory Group. It was set up under Roscoe, a Republican governor. In 2013, under Bullock, they reconstituted the WAG, and they had their final meeting. We were asked by Governor Bullock to sit in on that. And interestingly enough, we were told we were asking too many questions and we were to be quiet or we would be removed from the board by a senior leader of Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. There's so much mistrust with this agency. You have an opportunity to turn this around. Tell the leadership at FWP they have to do a wolf advisory group. I have a handout that's going to be making its way around to you folks. There's over 35 committees or councils. We've done the WAG before. We can do it again, and it should be done again, or you're just going to be building on the mistrust and hate towards this department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to cover something, items not on the agenda?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Cecilia Mink from the Flathead, and I am representing myself today. I grew up on a cattle ranch in southern Idaho with a firm understanding that coexistence was mandatory, and today I continue to work in the livestock industry. I am here today with the same responsibility that I was raised with. I don't ever want to see a responsible rancher lose their way of life. However, in that same breath, I will also say that I am mortified that our state's politicians, the FWP, Commission, outfitters, and the handful of rogue livestock producers are out for slaughter instead of taking the responsibility to coexist. Times have changed and we should know better. We need to adapt instead of solving problems with bullets. The lack of food, habitat loss, and encroachment of people put our grizzlies in a detrimental position that we must learn to live with. We live in Montana. What do we expect? We have grizzlies, and that is what makes Montana, Montana, not cows. A livestock producer told me that they couldn't wait to kill all the grizzlies that came on her place. Ignorance is the word that comes to mind. A business owner asked why Montana is out to kill every living wild animal. These wild animals are just trying to survive, like you and I. I ask you, wouldn't you rather have a reputation of being the pioneers of a state mastering a coexistence program with wildlife instead of trying to beat Wyoming and Idaho for the gutter ball position? I want you to think about what your legacy will be to your children and grandchildren. You may win this battle, but you are leaving the long-term war for them to fight.
Thank you for your
comments.
comments.
You will lose your legacy if you want a better way to live. It is that simple. Thank you.
Just a reminder of items not on the agenda.
All right, Casey York, if you're not tired of me yet, last one. Since the 2021 legislative session, a dog trapping study was assured to be done by FWP, and the bill for the EQC to do it was therefore tabled. Where is it? An average of 35 dogs are reported trapped annually in our state. These are just the ones that make it on the report. This serious problem isn't going away, but continues to be ignored. 2 dogs were killed in traps set for wolves, and well after the 2022 wolf season, and little to nothing is known or provided about it. Who cares? What if it were your dogs? Your hunting dog, your best friend, your kids, beloved dog, and who witnessed it. Also, a fisher was trapped and killed as a non-target this past season, but there was no mention of it coming off the 2023 quota. Why not, and will it? Lastly, it's no secret to you wolves are a hot topic. The many planning to speak should not be penalized for their passion by severely restricting their time to do it. We research, prepare, practice, take time off work, drive for hours. Some fly in. We have hotel, animal expenses. For this new last-minute policy of 90 seconds or less for wolf, bobcat in 2 regions, and marten on a single comment. For over a decade, each species was given their own comment allotment time. Do you do that with the prey species? This is becoming a mockery of the public participation process, as well as for the wildlife. We ask that you please rectify these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present? Okay. I guess it's just the regional offices left to see if there's anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to any items not on the agenda. All right. Lauren, I want to thank you for your help today. Went very smoothly. And
no problem, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and travel safe, and we'll see you in 2 months. Meeting adjourned.